Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us on this sunny Saturday morning
Early
with
Saturday morning,
Early
right?
with
Saturday morning for
Yeah.
sure.
with
Yep.
absolutely no rain in the forecast
No, I was
for a
crossing
very
the
long
Delaware,
time.
across the Delaware River yesterday, and it was so low, and all the rocks were exposed, and with all like these white seagulls flying over it, it looked
Hmm.
like a herd of elephants. The way the rocks were, formed, that I had to do a
Wow.
duct tape really quickly. But
Wow.
also Pennsylvania, we're being asked to conserve water, and I know that I think New
Same
Jersey
here.
is
Yeah.
conserve water.
Yeah, I
Now,
uh I have a short funny story, but um I have a bunch of really intransigent weeds in my garden that I wanted to get out. And so I right before the red flag warnings went up, like literally a week before, I bought a weed burning torch that puts out like 1.2 million BTUs of
Ah,
heat. It's basically like a garden flamethrower. And I got it. I was like ready to go. And then as soon as I got it, I got sick. I got sick last Friday and was sick the whole
oh,
weekend. So I couldn't use it then. And then the red flag warnings went up again. And it was like, now I have this my toy in a box and I can't use it.
Bob, do you remember when we had that database that where you plug in the information and it would tell you what you were best, what job was best suited to
oh,
you?
right,
What did you
Yeah,
right,
get, like
yes.
bomber or something?
I
What
got
were
I
you
got I
using?
got explosives expert.
Yeah.
Um I think that
So
might have
that's
been I think that might have been explosives removal expert, not
no, I don't think
bombing,
so.
not a bomber. But yeah, so anyway.
So, okay, why don't we, it's a minute after 9 o'clock. Why don't we call everybody to order here? And I'll do some introductions. And I want to just say good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. This is the New Jersey Virtual Trustee Institute. And we have a number of people here that want to say good morning. So I would like to introduce you first to Jennifer Nelson, our state librarian, for a short welcome, and then also Pat Massey, who is the president of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association, who are our partners in this event. So Jen, good morning.
Good morning, Michelle, and everybody. It's nice to see the commitment that all of you have to doing a great job with our library boards. Thank you for coming this morning. Not a lot of news coming from the state library. We are working on redoing the state aid regulations this year, and we'll have those out for public comment in a few months. So I encourage you to look for those. Certainly be in touch with Pat Massey if you have specific suggestions or recommendations for us. We'd love to hear from you. And other than that, yeah, just want to thank you for your service to New Jersey's residents through the library board. And it's good to see people from all over the state here. So I hope it's a good session for you today. It looks like it is, will be.
Thanks, Jen. I don't know how long you're going to hang in there, but have a great Saturday if I don't see you again till the next week. And Pat, would you like to say something to the
Yeah, I
trustee?
really would. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that that you are all taking time out of your beautiful Saturday to learn more about trustees. And I thank Jen Nelson, the state librarian, for being here, and especially Michelle Stricker and Bob Keith, and of course Pat Tumulty, our NJLTA consultant. And I do want to mention that Michelle is moving on to her next chapter, and I don't know, I'm feeling a little. Uh, I don't know what we're gonna do without Michelle, but I'm very, very glad that she's able to be here today, at least. Um, yeah, we have a really great agenda thanks to Michelle and Pat, and we're pleased. But the only thing that I can report right now is that we're very happy. A lot of the trustees worked very hard, and a lot of you worked very hard to have the Freedom to Read bill
past the Senate, past the Assembly and the Senate. And now, as far as I know, I think it's on the governor's desk now, waiting for his signature. Um, this is our first time that we're going to be holding a virtual membership meeting. So please make sure, if you are a trustee and a member of NJLTA Trustee Association, make sure that you join us at 12:15.
Great, thanks, Pat. And if I didn't introduce myself, I'm Michelle Stricker, and I'm the director of the Library Development Bureau at the New Jersey State Library. And I work very closely with Bob Keith, who is the director of per capita state library
Library
law,
law, state aid, and statistics.
all that stuff. And Bob is really the backbone of all of this, and has the great knowledge, and also we wouldn't know what to do running these Zoom sessions without him. But I wanted to let you know that both the New Jersey State Library and JLTA will continue to offer continuing education throughout the upcoming year. So look for different events. And even though I won't be here, the state library, is charged with trustee education, and someone will also be working with Bob, incoming, whoever that person is, will be working with Bob to continue to offer you training. And of course, you could always call the state library with any questions or issues that you're having. And so the main person to answer those, because I mostly forward everything, is Bob Keith. So please keep his email. I know you all know him. And let me just say that it's been a pleasure working for the state library. It's been an honor, really, for the last 19 years. And I know that somebody awesome is just going to come in my place, and I will not be missed. Believe me, you will all be fine. Yes, yes. So, but thank you very much. So let's go over the agenda very quickly this morning. We're pretty much from 9 to 4, and we really do have some wonderful speakers today. First, we're going to have our keynote, who will talk about sustainability as a core value. We're going to discuss capital planning for libraries. This is a topic, the next topic you've been asking for a very long time, and that is shared services between libraries and their municipalities. And we searched long and hard for someone to speak on that. So we finally did get someone, and I'm really delighted to be offering this session finally. We're going to talk to somebody who was one of the authors of the DEI scorecard for PLA. And, we have this session here because we really want to go beyond just the beginning of, the introduction to the topic, which of course everyone knows, but we want to talk to trustees about how you're going to be implementing this in your library. So look forward to that. And then don't go away at the end, because I have somebody really special coming in from New Hampshire, and she's going to do a live demo on AI. Now, this is not your typical kind of things that you've seen on Facebook and all that fake kind of stuff. She's going to really have a lot of fun with it, and she's going to talk about and demonstrate how she actually uses AI in the New Hampshire libraries, and the great things that libraries are really doing with AI. So that's going to be a really interesting and fun session. So I hope you're going to stay till the end. And with that, is there anything else before we get started at with our keynote?
I just wanted to say really quickly that as we always do with these sorts of things, if you have a question for the presenter, please put it in the Q&A box at the bottom of the screen. Don't put it in the chat. The chat sometimes gets very clogged up with people posting links and chatting and doing stuff you're supposed to do in chat, but it's easier to see the questions and manage them in the Q&A box. If you have any technical difficulties, you can chat at me in the chat box, and I'll see it, and we can have a private message and see if we can fix your issue. This is being recorded, I think. Yes. This is being recorded, and will be posted on our YouTube channel shortly, within a couple days after this is all done. And Michelle, am I forgetting anything about the housekeeping stuff? I think that's
pretty good. We will have a couple breaks during the day. And I'll announce when those come, and we'll have a short half an hour lunch, and there's going to be an NJLTA quick business meeting right before, I think
Yeah.
it's right before lunch. So, but
And
we'll be letting you know, we'll be queuing you when those things are
yeah,
coming up.
usually we hold the questions in the Q&A until after the speaker is done speaking, just so they can make sure they get through their presentation. But to any of the speakers that are on right now, if you prefer to have questions interspersed, please let me know, and I will put my hand up when there's a question, and you can answer it. So whatever you choose to do.
Great. Okay,
Thank
let's
you.
bring on our first keynote speaker. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, Rebecca. Well, it is with great pleasure that I'm going to introduce Rebecca Smith Aldrich, who is the Executive Director at the Mid-Hudson Library System, co-founder of the award-winning Sustainable Libraries Initiative, of which New Jersey is a statewide partner, and the principal author of National Climate Action Strategy for Libraries. Now, Rebecca is an active member of the American Library Association, most recently chairing the Council Committee on Sustainability, serving on the board of the Center for the Future of Libraries, and as a founding board member of the Sustainability Roundtable. She was recognized as a library mover and shaker in 2010 and was presented with the New York Library Association's Outstanding Service to Libraries Award in 2018. An adjunct professor at the Palmer School of Library and Information Science at Long Island University, Rebecca serves as Library Journal sustainability columnist and has co-written or co-edited 3 books for ALA editions, along with authoring the New York State Handbook for New Directors and Trustees. And Rebecca is a frequent presenter and writer on the topic of leading libraries forward in smart, practical, and effective ways. And she is one of my favorite people to hear what she has to say. Absolutely brilliant, and also to work with. We've worked together for a long time, over a year. So Rebecca, thank you for being here this morning. Really appreciate it. I know the trustees are looking forward to your presentation. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you very much for the invitation to join you this morning. Before I begin, I want to take a point of privilege and just thank Michelle for her service, not only to the state of New Jersey, but to the entire country with her work on the topic of disaster preparedness and emergency response for the library community. Really, I think, life-saving work Michelle has done across her career, and what a privilege it's been to work with you, Michelle. Congratulations on your retirement. But to the matter at hand today, thank you, trustees, for being here. I know you could choose to be many other places this morning, and how wonderful that you choose to give your time and talent to your local library. So we want to make good use of your time here this morning. We're going to chat about the topic of sustainability, which is the newest core value of the profession of librarianship, and really talk specifically about the intersections of this topic with your work as a library trustee. A lot of the, I think, literature out there on the topic is very focused on library administrators and library workers, but this presentation is specific to library trustees. So we're going to give you a brief introduction to the topic, unpack some of the language around this, and then give you lots of examples of what this is looking like through the eyes of library trustees and the work that you do as the stewards of your organization. Now, you have a great resource in the New Jersey State Library in terms of the resources for library trustees. And this is the quote you see right at the top of the trustee resource page on the New Jersey State Library website. And it really talks about the idea of being a good steward of your local library. You've been entrusted with this very essential organization on behalf of your neighbors. So, no pressure. But the idea here being putting the library at the heart of decision making. What is going to be best for the community by putting the library first? What is the library doing that helps make people's lives better? We contribute to better quality of life overall in our communities. So the first word I want you to hold in your mind for this morning's conversation is stewardship. That's really what we're talking about. Stewardship of a very important institution, a very important community asset, and really sometimes the lives of the library workers and patrons that are using the facilities and the resources of your library. So part of of our job as stewards of our institutions is the idea of risk management and understanding potential risks to the organization and making sure we've planned accordingly to minimize our risks in those situations. So today we're going to take a particular look at the risks surrounding some of the issues that climate change is predicted to be having on our communities. And in New Jersey, you've had some very hard lessons of what more severe weather and flooding and right now wildfires are doing in your state. And I'll just kind of bring us back to another unfortunate time in history, which was the pandemic. I know many of us are trying to leave that in the past, but back in 2020, 2021, we were all very consumed with the pandemic and thinking about that, and may have missed a bunch of headlines from climate scientists who are also trying to get our attention and help us understand that we'd really reached almost a point of no return, that no matter what we do moving forward, and this is something I learned from Michelle and the emergency management community, that even if we did everything right when it came to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we've got at least another 30 years of increasingly severe weather and more frequently severe weather coming our way. And when you think about the different disasters that befall the country that are driven by weather in our country, and right now, as I mentioned, I know you're dealing with wildfires as we are here in New York. We just saw Hurricane Helene devastate aspects of Western North Carolina and parts of Florida. Those are sometimes referred to as billion-dollar disasters, the amount of damage done to infrastructure, the natural resources. And now that's increased by over 78%, the number of billion-dollar disasters we have since the 1980s. In the 1980s, it used to be one every 82 days. Now we're seeing one every 18 days. There's a much higher risk of this type of weather impacting areas that we live in here in the Northeast. So that's a pretty intense fact to know that more is coming. That's something that we don't often think about until it starts getting predicted, but really we know we will see more of this. So we would be remiss not to think about it and plan for it in our governance work as library trustees and library leaders. Now, there's a call to action going rippling through many, many industries across our country to help folks understand how their work intersects with these issues. In 2021, we saw the medical community worldwide, every professional medical journal ran the same editorial in the middle of the pandemic, noting that actually climate change is the greatest risk to global public health. And this line just has stuck in my head ever since I read this editorial, that climate change and the predicted impacts will negatively impact the lives of every child alive today. Now, I know this hits us where we love, because we all have kids in our lives we really care a lot about, and we certainly want the best for them. That's probably part of what motivates many of you to be library trustees. You want the best of the kids in your community and the future kids in your community. So understanding that there are severe health risks related to climate change, there's dangerous weather that could also put kids at risk, and as well as other families and residents, that's a real wake-up call. And so we're really seeing that the library community is heeding that wake-up call as well. Not only have we declared sustainability as a core value, but there's this call to action throughout the library community. Library administrators, workers, trustees, library friends groups, let's all understand what's going on here and how we play a part in making sure we protect libraries, and we're part of solutions to helping our communities be resilient and thrive in the face of what's predicted. So there's a program called Project Drawdown, which many of you may have heard. They had a best-selling book for many years, but it's climate scientists who got together and are just trying to weed through all the information and narrow it down to what's the smartest things for us to be working on. And this is a mantra of that project, that everyone across the globe has to embrace the idea that their job is a climate job, and we all have to pull in the same direction, because the scale and scope of what needs to be done is really unprecedented. So it requires all of us to kind of put a different hat on and think a little differently about our work moving forward. So that's what we're here to talk about today, sustainability in libraries, because the American Library Association has declared sustainability a core value of the profession. Now, this joins the ranks of pretty important stuff like access to information, equity in the access of information in library services, intellectual freedom and privacy, and the idea of libraries as a public good. Sustainability is the fifth in that list. That's the level at which we're talking about the importance of having focus on this topic moving forward. Now, they declared this in 2019, reconfirmed it earlier this year in January, and it's really excellent news, because it's going to help us all pull in the same direction to have a bigger impact as we move forward into the next decade or so. And this is a little graphic I like to use to to explain this concept of collective impact, because there's no one agency, no one government official, no one organization in our community that can do this work by itself. We all have to pull together in the same direction to combat these issues, just like we do other issues in our community related to hunger, affordable housing, other big issues that are facing our communities. And so at the microcosm level of libraries, I've been talking about this topic for over, I hate to say it, over a decade now. But, I'll meet a lot of cool people across the world that love talking about this stuff and doing this stuff, but they're all kind of doing things in their own little way. And our job now is to get everyone pulling in the same direction, because we need a bigger footprint of impact moving forward. And so that's part of what we're going to talk about today, because you have new tools available to you to help you understand this and guide your thinking moving forward, because the topic is really overwhelming. This is one of my favorite quotes from John Muir, often called the father of the national park system, and really understanding that sustainability and the issues surrounding climate change are very complex. Once you start to address one aspect of it, you realize it's tied to something else, and that something else may be a major system, like the economy, like the way we treat people in our communities, like the way we build buildings. This is big, big stuff, and it's all interconnected, and it can feel very overwhelming. And for many people, that results in paralysis. Well, I don't even know where to start. I'm just not going to do anything. Someone else can figure that out. We can no longer afford to think that way. We all have to put a hand in and figure out how we're going to move forward. And there's better information than we've ever had to use our time wisely, make good decisions. And we're learning from a huge community of folks that are going before us, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So the number one thing I want to convey here today is this is primarily a mindset. I will show you many examples. I will give you tools and checklists, but the number one thing here is mindset. Why you do what you do as a library and how you carry it out is at the heart of being a great library. Understanding your mission, your vision, your core values, and then living those out loud. That is honestly the most important thing as a trustee to make sure is happening in your governance role. And so this definition of sustainability that's been adopted by the American Library Association, as well as our organization, the Sustainable Libraries Initiative, it tries to tackle that complexity and help people understand what we're trying to do in the future is make decisions with a more balanced mindset, that we're not just looking at the bottom line of how much something costs in terms of dollars, but also how much does it cost in terms of human health, as well as natural resources or the effects on the economy. And can we create a decision-making matrix that really gets us closer to balance? I'm not here to say there's a perfect choice on much of anything we do in libraries, but there's certainly better choices than we've made in the past. And so this idea of finding balance amongst being economically feasible and respectful of our taxpayers, while also respecting the environment and people, library workers, library patrons, people that live in very far flung away areas that help produce goods that we rely on. All of this needs to be taken into consideration as we make decisions large and small, from the purchasing policies you approve to the buildings that we build, to the communities that we contribute to. This idea of the sustainable mindset scales to all of that. Doesn't matter how big your library is, how much money your library has, how big a staff your library has. We're all situated in communities that we want to make sure we're a strong partner in helping them thrive in the future. And that means being a good local and global citizen over time. And so this is a mindset that we found has worked really, really well to bring more people to the party that is designing more resilient, sustainable libraries in the future that are truly responsive and relevant and going to help their communities thrive in the future. So if you want to fall asleep for the rest of my presentation, that's fine, because this is one of the most important things I want to say to you today is understanding this model, which is sometimes called the triple bottom line or a three-legged stool. If you can imagine a three-legged stool, and one of these categories is the leg of each. When one is shortchanged, the stool tips over, and that's where we are now. When we don't treat the environment with respect, we're seeing worse and more severe weather. When we don't treat people with respect, we're seeing communities fracture and not work well together. When we're not cognizant of how much something costs, that's certainly unsustainable, and we all know that lesson very, very well. So this is a very important concept for us to hold as you're at the board table making decisions about policies, your building, how to treat library workers, all sorts of things that you do over time to build a really strong library. So number 2 here is the strategy. Where do we spend our time to be the most impactful on this topic? And this is going to intersect with a lot of work you do at the board table, which I will decode for you here this morning. But there is now a national climate action strategy for libraries. And this is something Michelle was on the team to plan, as was I. In the middle of this slide, you see the actual strategy, and I'll zoom in on that in a second. But there's also an implementation guide you can take a look at. It's less than 20 pages. It unpacks all this stuff we're talking about today. It gives you simple ways to get started, examples from libraries across the country, ways to talk about this topic if you live in a very conservative area where there may be some pushback against work in the area of climate. Lots of helpful tips based in the reality that we know we're working in. The strategy itself is just 1 page long, 3 areas of focus: reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which is what's fueling climate change, adapting ourselves, our institutions, and our communities in the face of what's now predicted and is pretty certain because we're seeing it on a regular basis now, and making sure there is justice infused through everything we do so we don't leave anyone behind in this thinking. There's lots of folks that sometimes are not considered when agencies are doing, let's say, climate adaptation training. So we might see municipal plans that have, these are going to be the evacuation routes, and this is how we're going to keep our community safe. But maybe no one thought about folks that don't have a car. Or maybe no one thought about folks that are differently abled and can't evacuate on their own. They need some assistance. Maybe we haven't thought about folks that can't afford to evacuate to a motel or a hotel or have family nearby they can go to. So making sure we're speaking up for folks to make sure everyone is thought of in these new plans as we move forward into the future. Now, the intersections with the role of a trustee, your role is really the governance body of the library. You're setting the budget, you're setting the plan, you're setting the policies. All of these involve intersections with the topic of sustainability. So I'll just do a little plug here. There's a risk management chapter in the trustee handbook in New York State. And now I'm not trying to poach anyone from New Jersey here. And I'll say, don't read the law and regulation chapter in our handbook. It's not going to jive with what you're doing over there in New Jersey. But there's certain chapters that might be helpful to you, including that risk management chapter, to help you kind of think through all these issues that we're touching on here today. But the idea of being a risk manager at the board table is really owning that as a continuous process, that we're always kind of thinking through. Oh, would that impact the library negatively? Should we be thinking about that? Is there something we have to have in place to help protect the library and our workers and our patrons? Okay, let's just always keep that as a mindset, just like we are the triple bottom line. Now, the steps to being a resilient organization are pretty same regardless of the topic you're contending with. This morning we're talking about climate change. You might be thinking about economic distress. You might be confronted with a very local issue in your community. Maybe you're contending with fentanyl overdoses or teen pregnancy. You can use this model for really any challenge the library is being confronted with. This is a model from the U.S. Climate Resilience Toolkit, which is a fantastic resource from the US government that really just takes you through a simple exercise here. How exposed are we to a risk? How vulnerable are we to it? And then how are we actually going to respond to this? How have other people responded to this? Okay, this is starting to line up. This makes sense to me. Let's write that into a plan and take action. Now, I've obviously made it sound very simple here in my 30-second description, but it's a real solid pattern. And you might find that you do it naturally. You didn't need this graphic on a slide to know how to do that. You do it in your personal life all the time. We're applying the same thinking to issues that confront our libraries. Now, your climate hazards in New Jersey, your state government has done a fantastic job of looking at the data, seeing what's predicted, honing in on those things that you are most vulnerable to. And where you live in the state may change the order of this list. Obviously, if you live on the coast, sea level rises are of great concern. If you're further inland, further south, maybe not so much. But we all are going to experience more intense and frequent storms, more flooding, increasingly hot temperatures, and extended heat waves, which are actually the most deadly aspect of climate change worldwide. In the coming decades, it's anticipated that more than 250,000 folks, in addition to average death rates across the world, will be dying because of extended heat waves. And so simple things like being a cooling center, opening your doors a little earlier when it's super, super hot out. Those are little things that can literally be life-saving to folks in your community that are struggling with paying for air conditioning or don't even have air conditioning. So you can see here, your state is doing a great job. You don't need to do the homework. They've done it for you. But the job now at the board table is to understand the intersections. So as I said, you're involved in planning, strategic planning, hearing what's going on in your community, and setting strategic goals along with your library's leadership to understand where to put resources to be relevant and responsive. You're writing policies or reviewing policies on a regular basis that, again, help lower risk, both for external facing issues at your library, like who's allowed to use the meeting room, or how we build our collections, as well as internal policies related to financial oversight, personnel, continuity of business planning, and funding. Of course, there's rarely a library person I talk to who feels they have enough funding, but making sure we use our funding wisely to invest in our institutions and protect them as well is incredibly important moving forward. We have to be more and more savvy about this because the world is changing rapidly. 5 years ago, most libraries didn't have cybersecurity insurance. Now we all need to have it. Many years ago, folks would kind of leave flood insurance to chance. Now we know we can't do that. So making sure we're properly insured against the most likely hazards in our region, incredibly important to have an up-to-date talk with your insurance agent about that. And of course, your facilities, that's one of your most expensive assets that you have as a library trustee. Sometimes you are the direct overseer of that facility with your library personnel. Other times it's a municipal owned building or you're leasing space. But regardless of the arrangement, there are decisions to be made about that space. Understanding the current carbon footprint of that space and making choices in the future that might help lower that. Assessing the building for its resilience. How resilient would it be against flood? How resistant is it against wildfire smoke? Do we have the proper ventilation in this building? And then really thinking about redundancies moving forward. We know there will be more extended power outages in the future. Do you have a backup electrical solution? Whether it's solar with a battery system, or you've got a whole building generator. Redundancies will be important for electricity, for water, and for internet connectivity in order for libraries to be truly responsive in these very acute moments of need. So we could spend all day talking about this one slide and all the particulars that are related here, but I don't need to this morning because you're going to use the mindset that I told you about, the triple bottom line mindset. So when these topics are on the board agenda and it's time to review the purchasing policy, okay, let's use that triple bottom mindset and think about, do we need to prioritize purchasing environmentally conscientious items? We have to cross-reference that with what's affordable. We want to make sure we're prioritizing purchasing from local businesses so we support a local economy. That'll help you think through any issue that comes up at the board table. I will take another one, for example. Let's just take your mission and vision. Why do you exist as an institution? What are you doing? Why are you doing it? Hopefully it's to make people's lives better. And that's through the things we're really, really good at, like breaking down barriers to information and connecting people with the wider world around them through information, education, technology, learning, all sorts of cool stuff, which now needs to include understanding eco-literacy and how the natural world works. And we need to own that and be part of the organizations in our community that are helping to do that work. So just owning the idea that we all have a responsibility on this topic, and regardless of the topic that's on the board agenda, helping everyone at the table. Let's think this through from a couple of different perspectives. How does it impact human health? What's the impact on the environment? How could we be a better partner to our local economy, our local community? And let's always be respectful of the taxpayer dollar. Let's find the nexus of all that stuff to make the best possible decision we can moving forward. So I'm not saying you're starting from zero. Your library already does a lot of things in this vein. If we had more time this morning, we could do a little exercise. You'd be popping things in the chat right now, things you already do. Like, I don't know, lend books So not everyone has to own everything. That's keeping stuff out of the waste stream. It's streamlining household budgets. It's really sharing community wealth in a way that's very, very healthy for everybody. So you're already at the core of what we do as libraries. You're already exemplifying this. It's not a stretch to keep going with other decisions we make at the library. But this might be a good first exercise. I'm going to give you a resource towards the end of my talk. It's a little mobile app, or you can get it as a little booklet to do some of these exercises I'm mentioning with the other people at your board and at your library to get us practicing this mindset and not only being proud of the stuff we already do, but having that kind of ownership of choices we make in the future as well. Now, examples that I brought for you here today, we'll run through these. I want to make sure we've got a couple minutes for questions here this morning in case anything has come up or you want to brag about something you're doing to help other people on the call understand this a little more. Right at the top of the work of library trustees is definitely policy and planning. And so I wanted to give you a couple of examples because these really set the tone and set the foundation for many other things that happen at the library. So for strategic plans, for example, embedding some of this thinking, this language right into your strategic thinking. This is an example from the Lindenhurst Memorial Library out in Suffolk County on Long Island in New York. They've actually used the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to explain the why. Why we're prioritizing certain things is because in Long Island in particular, they're very concerned with water quality. They have a very vulnerable drinking water system on Long Island. They're also very vulnerable to sea level rises and flooding. They're all still traumatized by Superstorm Sandy, like many folks in New Jersey are as well. So they've tied the strategic goals to explain why we're doing these things, because it will contribute to a healthier economy. It will contribute to a healthier environment. It will help make our young people be more prepared, empowered, and confident about what's coming in the future. This is the Concord Free Library. Oh, and I'll just say you'll get these slides. And when you click on any of these images, it will take you to the plan itself so you can see it in depth and maybe borrow from it because we're library people and you can do that. This is the Concord Free Public Library in Massachusetts, one of the first libraries in the country to have an actual sustainability plan in addition to their strategic plan and their facilities plan. This walks them through their goals when it comes to the triple bottom line for how they operate the building, how they conduct programs, how they seek partnerships, really thinking about sustainability, washing through all of that. It's a really fabulous plan. It can get you thinking. And again, you can borrow from this for your own purposes. This is tiny. I know you can't read it, but this is because 10 years ago when I was doing this work, I could never find a library that had a sustainability policy. And now there's hundreds of them. You could just Google public library sustainability policy, and you're going to come up with tons of examples of how boards across the country are now adopting this policy that helps set the tone for how we do business at this library, that we respect human health, we respect local taxpayers, we respect the natural world. And that then is a top level document that should be reflected throughout library operations and other policies. Again, you can click on these when you get this slide if you want to read them in large print like a normal person. So facility plans, you make lots of decisions about the facilities. Hopefully you have a board approved facility plan. If you don't, we highly recommend you do that. And I have a little resource I can send anyone who would like that to kind of help you organize your thinking around it. Particularly if you own the facility or you're working with a landlord or municipal owner, to think through some pretty critical issues, making sure we're conserving energy. We don't want to waste energy. We want to reduce that carbon footprint. If we can transition to renewable energy, great. That would be another way to not only reduce our carbon footprint, but it can be half the solution to creating redundancy so that when the power goes out, you might still be powered if you can pair that with a battery. Conserving water. We are all here in the Northeast experiencing a drought. I know my husband and I are like, is the well going to make it through this drought? But this is a bigger issue in the Northeast than it used to be. It's not something we used to think about a lot, but it is a big issue. And stormwater management. It sounds so boring, I know, and like something you probably maybe have not thought of in the past, but we really need to be on top of this in the future. Another thing to to search for on the internet is the Smithtown Library and the flood they recently experienced. They got 10 inches of rain in 4 hours. It completely overwhelmed the stormwater management system. It flooded the first floor of the library to the ceiling because it was half underground. It wiped out the most impressive local history collection I have ever seen. It's just a devastating event. And truly, it was due to a stormwater system not designed for the current predicted levels of rain we'll be getting from now and into the future. So, looking through all of these again, there's a wonderful webinar that Michelle helped organize last year on adapting your facility in the face of this. If you'd like to take a deeper dive on that, that's a resource linked on the New Jersey State Library website. Now, other examples, very traditional, right? Seeing solar panels on buildings, but also remembering we're educational institutions and making sure we're telling the story of why we made that choice, what good it's doing for the community, and why you might want to do that yourself. This is the Hendrick Hudson Free Library, Westchester County, New York. They are almost at net zero, where all the energy they need is being produced through the sun. And then this big flat panel monitor is in the children's room, where kids and families can learn about solar. How does it work? Why did we make this choice? Why is it good for the environment? And over the years, when I've been to this library, I have never failed to not see someone standing in front of that, learning more about the choice the library made. Now, over on the other side of the country, in a very different political climate, we have the San Diego County Library. But I use them as an example because they've really gone to the mat on making sure they are committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and conserving water, which has been a long-term big issue out in the West. But you're seeing any building they're building from now until the future is net zero energy and net zero water, meaning all the energy they need is produced on site through the sun or geothermal, and all the water that falls onto this area is reused to maximum capacity. They have a gray water system. So when the toilet flushes, it gets processed and can be used for landscaping. When rainfall comes, it's collected and reused for other purposes in the building, like to flush that toilet that then's going to become gray water for the landscaping. Incredibly well thought out buildings. They changed the bookmobiles to electric vehicles, and every single branch has electric vehicle charging, because libraries are a super smart place to co-locate that, because folks can come into the library and access our resources while they wait for the car to charge. Disaster preparedness work. Many of us here in New York, we have something called the Disaster Preparedness Corps. I'm pretty sure there's something similar in New Jersey, but helping folks in our communities think more about how to be prepared in the face of what's predicted is very important. This is the South Huntington Library. I love to use them as an example. The director is on our board now at the Sustainable Libraries Initiative, but she was the assistant director when they went through Superstorm Sandy, and she was just devastated they couldn't open the doors to the community because they were also without power, because everything else would have worked. Had they just had power, they could have helped a lot of people. So her first act as director was to get a whole building generator, which you see there on the right. So now they can be open in a heartbeat if there's a big issue across the community. And the other big focus they have is helping kids feel more confident and empowered in the face of some of this very scary stuff. We're adults. We've dealt with tough stuff across our lives. We understand how to be more resilient. Kids are just trying to figure it out. And they're very nervous and stressed out about what's going on in the world. And so anytime we can produce programming that helps them connect with first responders in a positive way outside of a crisis situation, have a positive experience with understanding how to prepare for things that are likely to happen in their lifetime, and really take some of the fear out of it and help them own that they understand something and they have agency in these moments. It's really important for kids' mental health to be able to have those experiences alongside the adults in their lives. Cooling centers were such a big deal this summer. I think this was the year that people finally understood how critical cooling centers are in our communities. So you can find out from your county or maybe state health department if your library is eligible to be a cooling center. Here in New York, every single library is eligible to be a cooling center. They literally just need to be open to the public and have a fan. They don't even have to have air conditioning, although that would be way better. But I'll say I have 66 libraries in my system. 75% of them were the only cooling centers in their town. They were critical infrastructure during the extended heat waves this summer. So your library might be that too, to many people. Using your collections in new ways to get people outdoors and more connected with the natural environment. This is one of my libraries, the Patterson Library. They do a great job with their library of things to encourage folks to get outdoors, to learn about the natural world, tree identification, bird identification. Here's some gardening tools you can borrow. Get outside, understand how the natural world works. Because when people understand it, they have more respect for it, and they make better decisions long term that will help all of us. Another awesome example, when I showed you that triple bottom line at the top of the presentation, I think this program exemplifies that like the best. This is called a repair cafe. Maybe you've heard of these already. On the East Coast, we have the most repair cafes outside of the Netherlands where this program was created. But the idea is neighbors helping neighbors. Folks who know how to fix stuff come and volunteer their time, and their neighbors bring in their broken stuff and learn how to fix it. So it keeps stuff out of the waste stream. It prevents us from having to always buy new, and we can just fix something if we just knew how. It's, again, neighbors helping neighbors and hanging out together in a really collegial mindset. And the goal here is to show people that we can solve small problems together in a friendly way, respecting expertise in our neighborhood. And then hopefully that scales up to working on bigger topics we're confronted with in our communities. There's a program here in my system. As mentioned, I have 66 libraries, 17 of which are part of this program called the Library of Local. They have special collections of books and films, programs related to very specific topics that are related to community resilience. We started with food security. Next up was climate solutions to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. Next, we're doing disaster preparedness. They all have seed libraries, which are wildly popular. They have garden tool lending, wildly popular, and they're overlaid with communities here in New York where there's a municipal commitment to being a climate smart community to kind of supercharge that networking for people to find each other who want to work on this stuff. The other really key model I wanted to put before you, and then I'll transition to giving you some resources and we can answer any questions that have come up, is the really important long-term work libraries have always done on these two topics: social cohesion, kind of tightening up the social fabric of our communities, and civic participation, really making sure folks are empowered to do good work on behalf of each other in their communities. And libraries can be a real catalyst on this topic. As you well know, you may have found your way to the library because of programs that exemplified this good stuff already. But I do think this is a very strategic role for libraries to play moving forward. And this is a federal program, Healthy People 2030. And the formula couldn't be simpler. When people are out of their homes and more active, they have a sense of purpose that's tied to a sense of community, and they're working on things that matter to people's lives together. It lessens anxiety, it lessens isolation, it helps them feel part of something larger than themselves. And that's what this world needs a lot more of these days, is people coming together, regardless of political affiliation or educational background or how much money is in their bank account. We need to see each other as neighbors and understand we're all in this together. We've got to figure out how to work together on things that matter in our communities. And this is something libraries can be a great catalyst for. Here in New York, we have a program born out of our sponsoring organization in Suffolk County called the Great Give Back. Now, every library in New York on the third Saturday in October sponsors a community service project in their community. And the amount of goodness that comes out of this one day is just staggering. The amount of food that gets donated, pet supplies that get donated, creeks that get cleaned up, the people that come out of the woodwork to be part of these programs is just amazing. And it really shows the power of libraries in a community to do good work in a nonpartisan way, in a non-confrontational way that just brings people together to do good things to their neighbors, just like you do by serving on your local library board. So, like I said earlier, mindset shift is the most important thing to think about here at the board table. It's not going to happen overnight. It takes practice. So hearing more about what other libraries are doing across the country and the world on this topic is super helpful to that. And in the past 10 years, we've amassed a great community of practice of folks doing work in this area as described here today. As was mentioned at the top, I volunteer my time for an organization called the Sustainable Libraries Initiative, which is going to have its 10-year anniversary next year. We're super proud of it. but we're just a bunch of library people that on their own free time said, what would it look like if libraries were leaders on this topic? What would they need to be successful? And how do we make sure we position libraries to be relevant and responsive, to get the government resources that are coming down the pike for climate action work, and make sure that libraries are really living their values out loud long term? So it's all based around the triple bottom line mindset, everything we do. These are the characteristics that basically I've walked you through here today, with perhaps without you even realizing it, was just giving you examples of being a strong, authentic institution that, again, lives your values out loud in everything you do. From the office paper you buy, to the programs that get put on, to the air quality in your building, all of it needs to be with the authenticity of care, that we care about each other and our communities. And then owning that role of being a catalyst for social cohesion and civic participation. That's an easy one. I bet you're already doing that one. And then on the last two, being far more deliberate about prioritizing reducing greenhouse gas emissions and being a partner in the adaptation work going on in our communities to make sure our communities thrive in the face of the predicted challenges in the next few years. So I mentioned the little booklet that's also a mobile app. This is called the Roadmap to Sustainability. Many of the concepts we talked about today are right there for you. You can gather your thinking. I'll list out what you're already doing. Think about who your potential partners are in this work moving forward. And then a growing number of you in New Jersey are part of the Sustainable Library Certification Program, which is a methodology that helps you practice the triple bottom line mindset across every area of your library, from policy to building operations, to planning programs, to building collections, to financial sustainability, to collective impact work. It's one way to move forward in a comprehensive way on a topic that's really complicated and as we said earlier, kind of overwhelming. The certification program is open to public libraries as well as academic and schools. But these are the categories of work that libraries are going through to help them practice that mindset and create healthier buildings and more impactful programs and services over time. Now, you've got some awesome libraries in New Jersey that went first. You've got these 4 libraries: Crandall, Cranberry, Maplewood, Union, and Cranford Public Library. Huge shout out to Cranford. They're such a leader on this topic. But these are libraries that are in that certification program. They're doing great work right now. You can watch them, sign up for their newsletters, find out what they're up to. You can learn from your peers in the state. And as Michelle mentioned, all members of the New Jersey Library Association have free membership in the Sustainable Libraries Initiative. Just reach out to us for your login information to the website. And then if you decide to go through the certification program, you get a percentage off on that while you're a member of the New Jersey Library Association. You're joining a community that's growing daily. This is just a snapshot of the Northeast. We have more than 7,500 folks involved in the program now. And when I mean folks, I mean library leaders. So that's really 7,500 libraries across the globe now, and over 150 libraries pursuing certification. So on the website of sustainablelibrariesinitiative.org, you can see the final presentations of libraries doing this work. You can access sample policies like we just talked about. You can see program ideas, vendors that help solve solutions, all sorts of stuff to help you accelerate this work, because we truly cannot work fast enough from what the climate scientists are telling us. So even if you're not a big proponent of the idea of climate change and it's not a big priority for you, I think as a library trustee, you really care about your library being successful, and making sure you're connected with the priorities of your community is part of that work. And I think public health and keeping people healthy is a really motivating idea. And a lot of the examples we gave you here today are directly tied to that. So Michelle, I'm going to pause here. People have got my contact info. You're going to get the slide deck, but I wanted to ask if any questions have come in that we could tackle before you move on today.
So Rebecca, first of all, thank you so much for another wonderful presentation. And I want to say that I'm having network issues, so I'm going to let Bob read the questions while I go ahead and reset the network. But while you can still hear me, I want to thank you for coming Saturday morning. As always, a wonderful presentation, a wonderful speaker, and it's been my pleasure to work with you over the years. And I think that we will continue to work together. At least I hope so, as I join the private sector. So Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you to ask Rebecca whatever's in the Q&A. And I also put it in the question, I put it in the chat for everyone. What I really like about the examples that you give, the libraries that you were talking about, the seed libraries and the little fix-it cafes and all that. And, you know, this is such like a mind-boggling concept, that it is very helpful to break it down into like these smaller kinds of ideas to show libraries of all sizes that it doesn't have to be complicated, big money spending programs that you feel that you can't participate. You can participate, and some of the programs that the libraries are doing, they're small libraries and they're smaller programs, but it all adds up. And so that's why I like the examples that you give, because they're really for every size library, and everyone should be joining in this effort. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. I want to thank you again, and I'm going to go and reset my glitchy network on a Saturday morning. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, so we have a few questions in the Q&A. Number one, yes, you said you were going to give us your slides, right? As well as
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
so
Yep,
yes, the
I'll get
slides
those
will
right
be
to Michelle.
slides are made available on the website after, probably when this is posted sometime next week. So the first real question is, are grants available to assist libraries in implementing these policy initiatives?
There are grants available. In fact, there has never been so many grants available on a lot of this work. Certainly not absolutely everything I talked about here today, but for example, the Inflation Reduction Act federally is supercharging investments in renewable energy. There's lots of work being done on disaster preparedness and adaptation work. The American Library Association they were putting out a reminder. They have a grant program open up right now. Due date is December 11th. You can use it for adapting your facilities for folks that have disabilities. There's all sorts of things that can match up with your priorities. But first, you have to do the work to understand your priorities. So I think that your state library, your state association, the Sustainable Libraries Initiative, sign up for the newsletter. Great way to keep on top of what grant opportunities are out there that are tied to this work. But 100%, what I learned during the pandemic is there's always money out there. You just got to figure out your path to it.
Yep. All right, next question. Our township will be starting the process of updating and reissuing a township-wide master plan, including land use ordinances and policies in 2026. How might you recommend that the Public Library Board bring the challenges and priorities, including sustainability, the triple bottom line thing that you mentioned, to the Township Council? For example, what approach and format, strategic plan or resolution that we might take?
I think probably the easiest path forward will be talking about the library as an asset in disaster preparedness and recovery. So thinking about how to position your library as a go-to resource that FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, which Michelle has done a ton of work with. We've learned so much from them. Libraries are federally prioritized to be reopened in the aftermath of disasters. Towns need to be aware of that, and thinking about what infrastructure is necessary to make that possible, to tie that priority to your goals that you have for serving the community. I think that would be my first suggestion. My next suggestion would be if you have any particulars about the site your library is on. If you're noticing flooding, pooling water, if you're near a wetland, if you've got a lot of trees around the building, and just kind of noting the vulnerability of the site of your library, helping them tie that into other work that's going to go on to that plan. You just want to be on the radar, and those are two key areas to speak within that helps them see why the library's site and infrastructure should be a priority in the plan.
Okay. Last question so far is this is kind of an informal poll of our attendees, not necessarily a question for you. The person asks, how many attending today are libraries or municipalities which are Sustainable Jersey certified? So anybody in the panelists, you can use the raise your hand thing at the bottom of your screen. If you want to raise your hand, if you are Sustainable Jersey certified, I can take a informal count. Let it go for a few minutes here, so people can figure out where the raise hand button is. Looks like 3 so far are Sustainable Jersey certified. So perhaps we have some work to do to entice people to be to get that certification.
Well,
And
Bob, I think that's a really astute question. Thank you to whoever asked that, because
Mhm.
that was one of the strategies that worked very well for us. There's a state level commitment to some of this work, and finding our way to match up and help people see we're doing this too. Let's work together. So if your municipality is working on that already, find out, align yourself, let them know what the New Jersey Library Association is doing on this topic, what you've learned about this topic. If they're not familiar with that program, maybe learning about the program yourself and helping them understand why it might be a good thing for them to think about. You could be the person that connects the township with that opportunity, which often, I don't know for sure, but I know here in New York, is tied to funding. So you could be the ambassador if your town isn't thinking about it right now.
Excellent. So the person that asked that was Janet Mead, and
Nice.
she posted in the chat the link to Sustainable Jersey. So if you look at that in the chat, you can click on that and make it a bookmark and look at that later. Several other people have expressed their thanks for your presentation. So let me echo that. Thank you very much for spending a little bit of time on your weekend, on a very nice sunny weekend to sit with us and talk with us. And we hope to have you back for things adjacent to this in the future.
Sounds good. Thanks so much for having me. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You're
Yeah,
welcome. You
that was
too.
excellent. Thank you so much. That was really wonderful. All right.
Okay, Pat, I think you are going to introduce our next speaker.
Yes, yes. And I am so pleased to be introducing Anthony Iovino, who is a founding partner of Akari and Iovino Architects that was formed in 1992. He's a registered architect in New Jersey and New York, a New Jersey professional planner, a New Jersey certified interior designer, as well as a LEED accredited professional. I am so pleased because I know Anthony through the expert work he and his team are doing on two projects for the Edison Public Library. Many of you probably have seen Anthony at the NJLA conferences because he's often there and he's an expert in library design experience. He's here today to give us a step-by-step introduction for capital planning. So we as library trustees really know how to work with our directors to determine short and long-term needs so we can designate funds for these projects. So I really am very pleased to introduce Anthony Iovino.
Well, thank you, Pat. I appreciate the introduction. And I'm just going to share my screen here.
Excellent.
All right. All right. Good Saturday morning to everybody. I know it's 10 o'clock, but it feels like it's 6 in the morning to me right now. I don't know why. But Rebecca's presentation was incredible. I'm glad I caught all of that. There are so many tie-ins to what we do as architects and planners that I think is vital for all of our libraries and everybody involved in our libraries. The sustainable library program that she's promoting, I will say as a LEED accredited professional, and I know Rebecca is as well, excuse me, the hurdles for LEED are so much greater than something like the SLI, in that the bulk of what you can do there is on you in terms of policy and your own actions, as opposed to physical changes to the building, especially if you have an existing building. So I would highly recommend looking into it further. This morning, I want to talk about capital planning, but I wanted to separate the difference between capital planning for your existing building versus a dream that you might have in terms of how can we build a new building? So there's a big difference between the two, right? So as you see on the screen, there's something that we call an improvement study that is about your regular maintenance, right? Your carpet is wearing out, or repairs such as a roof leak. But you need to plan for that, right? You need to have money set aside for those regular maintenance items. And then, of course, there's the bigger items, such as a wholesale renovation, a new addition, or a whole new building. And these are two different plans, if you will, two different approaches, and that's what I'm going to talk about this morning. Sorry, pardon my voice. So starting with an improvement study, we started doing these, I guess maybe it's about 10 years ago. A lot of them, I don't know if that timing's right, but it had to do a lot with when the state changed the rules where the municipalities could claw back your surplus. And so you needed a way to preserve that money so that it doesn't get taken back. But that was kind of an excuse for a good thing in a way, right? So knowing what you have to plan for in terms of repairs is smart, right? It's your own, it's your responsibility as a trustee to make sure your library is in a good place financially. And this is a good way to do that. So what's involved in an improvement study? Basically, the purpose of it, right, is to identify what those items are, right, what the improvements are, and what the costs are, and doing that within that reasonable time period. And we usually plan those out for 5 years. We picked 5 years primarily because beyond that, it's almost outside the window of your financial planning, right? You know, if you had a mechanical unit that was 10 years out, you really probably wouldn't worry about it right now. But 5 years out, yeah, you know, it's something that might be a couple $100,000 in work, and you want to make sure you have enough money that you're building up over those few years. So the regular maintenance and unexpected repairs, I'll give an example. You know, a lot of times when we are brought into a library, and I love to say that, you know, when we come into your library, we're coming in with a different set of eyes, right? You know, you go to your home or to your workplace, somewhere where you are all the time, you begin to not see the things in front of you, right? Because they're there all the time. It's parallel to the logic of that retail logic of when you're designing something, you want to make sure it's different all the time when somebody comes in. So we like to come in and walk around and look for things from, you know, from the carpeting to wiring issues or energy issues. A lot of things Rebecca talked about in terms of what you can improve from water management and energy. And then, you know, we'll pull all of those things together. As I mentioned a minute ago, the capital surplus, super important, right? And when we do this, we're not trying to pad a number, right? If you may find it's pretty easy to come up with $500,000 worth of work. It sounds over the top, but over the 5 years, you can have chunks of money that add up to something like that, or dramatically more, depending on your library. And with that too, you know, each one of these studies, if you will, improvement study or capital planning, has a lot to do with the size of your facility, the age of your facility, the conditions, right? So one study might be a little easier to handle and another one might be more complex, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. My last bullet I have there is kind of important because there's a place where these two things meet, right? If you're planning to do a new addition or renovation, or for that matter, you know, you're going to leave this building, obviously you're not going to make an investment for the long term in it because you would be throwing the money away. And that's what the improvement study has to keep in mind, right? Are there any plans for changes? And the improvement study, in our view, is purely objective, right? This is not about what design changes you want to make. This is about looking at a snapshot of the building you have now and evaluating it, right? So this isn't, I know that I want to put a new study room in over here. That's not making it to this report. That is, it takes away the value of the report, I think, in the eyes of the people you're trying to convince, because it becomes subjective, right? It takes away how valid the information is. Do you really need this, or is this just a want, right? These items have to be all of your needs, so that somebody can't question them. So how do we go about doing this? We start obviously with collecting data. It's the investigative part of the process. We start with gathering whatever information we have. It's very rare that we find our libraries have blueprints on file from their original building. We dig around for them. We'll talk to the building department, which of course never has them. On occasion, buried in a closet in the director's office, we'll find the box, which I love. And what we typically do is we'll take them back to our office, we'll scan them in. So now you have a PDF of these documents and you have some redundancy and they're there. What we're after is understanding what the original building was to what it is now, right? So there were repairs or renovations along the way, and that tells us a lot of information. So we want to understand that history of any repairs. If you tell us, even through your maintenance staff, or your staff throughout the building that have been there a long time. Oh, yes, we remember changing the mechanical units 10 years ago, or we remember having problems with our roof 4 years ago. Looking for that information, looking for that anecdotal information really helps. And then if you have, and most of you would have vendors that service your mechanical units, your fire alarm units, or fire sprinklers, reaching out to them to understand what they know about the system. So it's really just being a bit of a detective at the start. We then visit the building with our engineers. We'll typically bring in a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection engineer. That may be one group, one person, but they're there to look at those aspects of the building. Architecturally, we visit the building and we'll walk around and typically we'll walk around with the director and ask questions as we go. For instance, there's a building recently that we're doing this in, and there are tons of stained ceiling tiles, right? It's, a clue. But first question I ask is, have they been there like that for 3 years, or something? Are they old stains or are they active stains? And you typically can see that. And it's always helpful for us to visit these buildings just after a rain, assuming it'll rain again. It helps give us the clues of what the real problems are, right? So we'll go around the building and we will photograph like crazy all of these parts. And we do that for 2 reasons. One, we want to put key physical evidence in our report, not just for you, but for the people you're convincing to get the money from. But also for us, when we're back at our office and us and our engineers are looking at this and we're talking over what the issues are and trying to piece together what the root of the problem is, right? So this investigative work it's good, and we enjoy it because it's a puzzle, right? The one building we were working on recently was Palisades Park, has an interior stucco system, right? EIFS, not true concrete stucco, but it's 22, 23 years old and it's failing, right? It's trapping moisture, which has always been a problem with stucco. And where is it coming from? What are the issues? Is it through the roof? Is it through the wall? So it was an interesting process to understand what we needed to do there. And tying into that third bullet about determining if we need specialists or further investigation, that was true in Palisades Park. We needed to have a contractor hired by the library it was actually only $1,500 to get up on a ladder, cut sample openings of the stucco from the outside to get to the base wall to understand what was built, right? Because unfortunately, the blueprints may not be what's built, and that changes all the time, right? So we do things like that. And then also we typically would ask for a roof investigation. We'll have a roof consultant come and do cores within the roof to understand what the makeup of the roof is, right? And there's another item that we might do for roofs where they do infrared photographs of the building, of the roof, to understand where the water might be under the roof, right? From a temperature differential. And that tells us the overall condition of the roof and where the problems area are, right? So we have to decide, is it, in that example, the expense of a whole re-roofing right now, or is it, let's do repairs right now and push the more expensive roof replacement X years forward? And that depends on things like how old the roof is right now, how well has it been maintained? And that's true of any other system, right? Inside the building. Some of our best libraries are those that are fortunate to have regular maintenance staff or very cooperative DPW. I wish that was true everywhere, but it's not. So it's important to sort of dive deep into what that history is and to understand where those replacement points will be in time. So we identify all of these items, and we were looking for those repairs, and we're looking for also these sort of other maintenance items. It could be everything also from tripping hazards in the carpeting, right? Today, most of our carpets are squares, right? Tiles, as opposed to broadloom. The problem with broadloom, especially when you're anchoring tall stacks on top of it, is they don't have room to move. And sometimes you'll get that little wave, speed bump, also a tripping hazard. So we look for things like that might be a safety item. And then we step back with all of that information, and we're looking at our building codes, right? So, as an existing building in New Jersey, typically, and this is mostly for private entities, that new code items aren't mandated on your existing building unless you're doing work. The caveat here is your ADA and barrier-free requirements as a public building. That passed a long time ago. There was a grandfathering that was maybe 20 years ago that had ended or more. So your building, every public building, is supposed to be fully accessible, no excuse, right? So unfortunately, there are teams of attorneys that go around and just pick a place that they know is not compliant and sue them, right? And honestly, it's the ADA was meant to be set up where they could actually sue us as the architects if we designed something and it wasn't accessible. They could sue the owner, they can sue the user, all to be an incentive to make it fully accessible. There were a wave of attorneys and clients going around to, I don't know why, but Greek restaurants when this first started, and they were hitting them all because nothing was accessible. And they needed to be in terms of the entrance to get in, right? And the priority, and just to touch on ADA, right? The priority is to get to the building, into the building, the restrooms, and then the facilities themselves. It's really in that order, right? Can you get in there in the first place? So we have to keep that in mind. So we'll look for that in our report, and we will typically do a full ADA evaluation from the furniture to the building itself and the exterior. Okay, so when we gather this information, we categorize it, right? And I typically use these 5 categories, right? So the handicap accessibility, energy, a lot of things that Rebecca talked about, safety, again, the tripping hazard as the prime example of that, or if something might be ready to fall off of a wall in an older brick building, for instance. Security items, we try and look at that if we know the layout of the building may not be the most secure for your staff to have perhaps a second means out of their office or behind the desk, etc. And then overall in general, and some of that might be, painting walls and things like that, or just materials wearing out. The hard part here is providing a value to these work items, right? And think about what we've been through, right, in the last 4 or 5 years. It's almost impossible to throw a dart and get the number right. But what we typically do is we'll put a number in today's dollars for those 5 years. And we do that because it's really impossible to forecast where we will be in 5 years in terms of inflation. A big variable coming is whether or not we will have 1 million tariffs on everything. And what does it do to the construction industry? I'm very worried about that. So we'll have to see what pans out with that. But it's important to put a value on it and to have a cushion in the value, because we may say, for instance, the roof example, all I can do at this point is put a square foot number on the roof. But when you get into the details of the drawings and the actual work, there may be hidden things under the roof that need repair or other conditions that we don't know about. So you want to have a little bit of a contingency in those numbers. Then we, working with you, will determine what the priority is, right? So we would typically say if anything's a safety item, it should be right up front, right? There should be no weight on that, because this document, which is a public document, if you identify something as a safety item and say, we're going to do it 3 years from now, and something happens in that window, you might be a little bit more liable. So you want to say, I've identified a safety issue and we're taking care of it right away. And I think a report like this helps you to see the bigger picture and decide what is important and what can wait. And you might determine what can wait also based on the money that you have, right? If in an ideal world, you would push everything to next year, I'm going to do everything. But reality is you may need to sort of divide and conquer that and do, not the safety items, but maybe the general items a little further down the road, or energy items a little further down the road. Or you might decide I'm going to chase a grant and I won't know that until a year from now. So you'll make those decisions and we'll do that with you so that you can decide where is the best place to put this. And then we put everything together in a written report that has the ADA section with a survey document, our engineer's report, the architect's report, and everything has the photographs with it. And then ultimately the image you see on the bottom is our matrix. And this document is a live document. So what we like to do here is, on the left side, we put all of the items and we try and group them so that it's easy to track them, right? In this example, I have exterior items up at the top, 4 or 5. Then we have other interior items, then mechanical, electrical, and plumbing items, and then some miscellaneous. And this is different for everybody's library because everyone is different. Then we will identify where these happen. And ideally for us too, if we have blueprints or if we worked on your library before, we can put in a floor plan and help map this as well, but it's not critical. We can describe where it is. Obviously, if the first line item is about roofs, that we would be able to just tell people, it's at all the flat roof areas. In this example, there were flat roofs and sloped roofs. So in this case, like this is the stucco facade we were talking about, and it falls in energy safety because there were parts that are coming off, and general because it's also cosmetic. And what we are doing here is, in this example, we were pushing the roof and the stucco item, the exterior items, out to the following year, primarily because of the dollar volume and getting money allocated for it. But there are other items that would be ADA and safety that are happening in the current year. In this example, this was done early this year. And what we do with this is we will calculate out at the bottom the total for each year. And then we put in a flat number for professional fees. It could be architects only, could be architects engineering, could be civil engineering or other consultants you might need. And then you have a ballpark number to reserve. Keep in mind what I mentioned earlier about escalation and inflation. So in year 2 in this example, it's a lot of money because of the roof and the stucco, but this number can be higher just simply because of inflation. You go out 5 years, and I have 177 here, and that could be even further. And it will be, of course, because I'm dealing with 2024 numbers. So those are all really important to keep in mind when you're using this document. And in my view, the document is a live document. I want you to edit this as you go along, either just in a paper copy, or you'll have an Excel document, because you should be able to keep track of what's happening and identify other items you might need, so that you can always have an accounting, if you will, of where you stand with the project. So what do you do with this when you're all done? I think it boils down to finding the money, right? Assess what you're capable of in terms of financing the improvements with your money on hand. Secondly, begin to look for grants, right? In the past few years, primarily because of the pandemic, and Rebecca alluded to it as well, is that there is money out there, more than usual. And my hope is, and I know with the state library, that I think there's an intent, hopefully, to have a regular flow of money as we go forward to help libraries with services and maintenance, et cetera. That would be a real positive for the state. And then, as I said a second ago, is to update that matrix as you go along. Bob, if anybody has questions on this piece, or we can hold them to the back, just let me know.
I don't have any questions as of yet, but a lot of times people kind of wait until the end till they get the whole presentation. So
Okay.
at the end we can go through them. So
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Okay. So the true capital plan, right, is maybe more traditional of what somebody would expect when you talk about capital planning. Again, for me, it takes these two avenues, right? Assessing what you have in an improvement study, and now looking at a dream. This is what you're electing to do. How do we see our services changing? How do I need to make our building evolve in response to the community and how the community changes, and purely how library services change? What can I do with the property we have? There are a lot of limitations, in New Jersey, and in the 30-something years we've been doing this, it's very rare that we have a client, library or otherwise, that says, I have this giant piece of land, you can do whatever you want with it. It's usually we have this tiny piece of land and I have a dream of something a bit bigger than that. And so you have to be creative and identify what is feasible, right? And how you can maximize the potential of a building and dealing with or addressing the needs of the community. So the idea or the purpose of the capital plan is really to convey your vision to the public, right? And to the leadership, to have them understand this is what we want to do and what we need. This is what it could look like. And the first question always is, what does it cost, right? So getting to that sort of trifecta of that information is the capital plan. That's where you, as trustee and library leadership and staff, and even the local governing body, if everybody's on board, can be the disciples for the library and get it out there. And one of the things I always wonder about, and I don't think most of our libraries do this as well as our schools, right? How many towns, probably every town in the state will go after a referendum of some, what seems like a crazy number, $10, $20 million for a school. And they know how to market it. And they have a typically a good plan and a pretty good success rate getting that passed. Yet for our libraries, it's, asking for $1 million is like, turning the world upside down sometimes with the governing body. Yet our demographic, right, involves everybody in the town, as opposed to a school, which is a subset of all of that. And so I think we can do better in selling what we want as a library and having a bigger reach and being that much more important in the communities. So the capital plan is the tool, right, to help with that, creating that vision. So the 8 parts, as I was thinking about this and sort of trying to reverse engineer what it is we do, and sometimes I have to step back and see with a different set of eyes because it's so intuitive, having done so many of them, right? One is purely identifying the needs, right? And the programming that goes with it. And then we investigate what we're given, right? Either, looking at an existing building, if it's a renovation, or here's a piece of property, what can we do? We have to look at the codes and regulations. That could be building codes to green elements, such as Rebecca's program. And then we begin to design based on that equation we just filled out. All of these things we know. And once we have an idea, we develop costs. We'll develop the graphics together, right? This is never us going away, doing it and saying, this is what it is. It has to be a collaborative effort. And then mostly on you, but we would give you the tools is to do the outreach, right? How do you sell this? How do you convince the public that this is essential, right? And that ultimately the success of the outreach relates to the success of the funding. So we'll go through each of these, and hopefully you'll have a good overview of what this is about, right? So when we talk about needs assessments, right, when I boil it down, the bottom line, no matter how extensive a true needs assessment is, comes down to a list of rooms. I will always say that I think this is a math exercise. You know, I'm looking to take that equation and create graphically a building, right? Two-dimensionally on plan, three-dimensionally in space. So this exercise, this first assessment of the needs, is different for different reasons, right? The more traditional needs assessment is really about a whole new building or substantial relook at what our library is about. And you would get into, you know, you would have a consultant come in and you would do everything from, you know, community surveys and workshops, and you'd end up with a fairly large document that will codify what your needs are, right? And we would take that and still boil it down to what I would need as an architect in terms of creating that formula for what the building would be. But it's all valuable information. It really dives deep into what the specific needs are in every bit of the library, every department of the library. The bottom bullet is something that I find we do most of the times, because a lot of our projects in New Jersey are additions, renovations, more so than a very new building. And so there, it's almost reverse engineering, right? We'll have a property and a building on it, and you know, there are only one or two directions we may be able to add. So it doesn't warrant a complete rethinking with the community and the expense or effort that goes along with that. And most of the time, you know, the director and key staff they know what the need is, truly. They'll have it 90% correct. An architect coming in can give you a different perspective on that, and you know, I'll always question and challenge what the needs are and look for something different, just to throw it out there and see what we get, because I think that's how we will plan for the future. You know, doing a new building, doing a renovation is not something you're doing every 5 years, right? So this has to be something that is done right and done for the future. And you're forecasting what the services would be. So you want to be as flexible as possible in what the design is about. So for me, it's about, in this case, more of a conversation and getting together with the trustees and identifying what a vision and goal might be. Very, very important. You know, this is, you know, this sets up everything else that comes after it, right? If you're not sure what your needs are, then there's a good chance the design is not going to be fully responsive to what the community needs. So here we dive deeper into what the building is or what the site is, especially for a new building. But in both cases, if I have the building and I have the site, I really have to look at what we can do. And the site presents both opportunities and limitations, right? So we can look at a site and decide, well, you know, we have flood regulations we have to deal with, right? And we have that on a couple of libraries right now, which are sort of, you know, hampering what we can and can't do. Typically, a library is exempt from your municipal zoning, but some towns elect to follow them, just sort of out of good faith. And we will always identify them and make an effort to do that, so that it doesn't give somebody an excuse to be against the library, especially your neighbors. But you do have to, I will say on zoning, any of this work, any addition, renovation, you do have to go in front of the planning board for compliance with the master plan, but that is and Pat, you know, we did that recently for Edison. It's a formality. The planning board can't say yes or no to it. You're just reporting that we're doing this work. They can give input, but you don't have to do anything with it. That's just an aside. But with the site too, the other thing we look for are design opportunities, right? What do you see as you approach the site in your car? What do you see as you're walking toward it? What's on the site? You know, is there a landscape feature that you want to take advantage of? Is there something on the neighbor's property you don't want to see? So you want to maybe put more of a solid edge up against that. The site tells us a lot. You know, how does the sun hit the site? How do we position the building to take advantage of that or to not have it be problematic? We look at how the traffic would flow into the property and out of the property, right? And how do people approach and arrive at the property? So all of these things, they're subtle, but they're really important for the success of the building, right? And you know, for me, it's, you know, we'll do renderings of the buildings, and you know, you can sort of tell somebody this is what we want you to see, but when you're there in person and it's built, they see everything. You know, they see the back of it that maybe you don't want them to see. But I really want people to be wowed and impressed when they approach, right? It's their library, it's their community. I want them to be proud of that. So we want to make sure that that view corridor in is special. So we really try and think about all of those aspects when we're looking at our sites. Oh, and just going back to engineering assessments, you know, and Rebecca, I think, touched on it too, is New Jersey especially is very strict with the runoff, right? So, you know, if we have a large roof area, we have to collect that water in the ground and hold it and not let it pour over the property onto somebody else's property or to the street. So unfortunately, that's where a lot of money goes in terms of site work, right? We're burying tanks underground to hold the runoff. So those are things that, you know, all come into play as to where we can put that, where we can put parking. Maybe you're dealing with the potential of solar panels and things like that, or geothermal. All of that comes into play. So regulations, the fun part. What we typically do is after we have a good idea of what it is that the library will be about, you know, at this stage, we can't do a deep dive into these, but we need to have awareness of the codes and regulations that might limit us or might be an opportunity, right? So the building code, ADA, barrier-free subcode, right? The ADA is a federal law. The barrier-free subcode is within our state building code. The barrier-free subcode, so you know, basically parallels the federal ADA. So there's meat to it, right? Without the barrier-free subcode, you would never have a responsibility to do anything with the ADA except for when somebody sues you. Here, you have a responsibility, and so does the private sector when they're doing work. Energy codes, mechanical codes, constantly changing, constantly getting better and better, right? If we go back 10 years, everything with LEED was such a high bar. And the energy codes, mechanical codes, just kept coming up, right? And so now I find in our practice, even as a LEED accredited professional, that most of our clients, public and private sector, don't want to go through the expense and trouble of getting certified, but they want to just simply meet that bar. And even sustainable libraries, which I love because it's easier, right? And I think it has the same impact. A lot of our higher ed clients were doing LEED when it first came out, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was a good marketing element, right? The younger generation wanted to see that I was in a green building. Now, if we can say that our library is part of this sustainable libraries program, I think it has the same impact at a much lower cost. So you can handle all of the sort of lower hanging fruit and be green. So we look at things like that. What are the opportunities for that we can take advantage of? And then the rest of these codes in terms of what are the rules that we have to play within, if you will, as we design this, so that we put a lot of that information together before we then begin to start designing, right? And many of you remember the state grant program from a few years back, right? The Construction Bond Act. And one of the requirements was this graphic that's on the lower left. And it's a bubble diagram. We don't normally do that because it's in here. And I might scribble on a piece of paper, but never that neat. Scribbling is fun. But this is an important way to tell people these are the parts and their relationship, right? And this diagram is a very well, this is actually it's Cranberry's library. That's where I pulled this from. And I'm just going to zoom into it for a sec. Yeah. Perfect. I think it's a great diagram because the library, if any of you have been there, it's ideal in my mind, because you enter into this lobby, which is also a gallery, a social space. On one end, to the right in this case, are the meeting rooms, conference rooms, basically smaller meeting rooms, the bathrooms, the kitchenette. That area could be closed off while the rest of the library is open, but it also can be a noisier area while the rest of the library is quiet, right? So we're designing in all of these different aspects. You would come into a central point, which is a decision point, where you have a welcome center, you see a person, you feel like you're in a space that's warm and inviting, and if you don't know where to go, somebody's there to help. But basically it's straight ahead are the adults. You don't need a sign for that, it's right there. But when you get to that decision point, you can turn left, right, center, and know where you're going because the architecture tells you. You don't need a roadmap to get there. It's such a great building that is small but has a big feel, but a big comfortable feel. I'd invite you to visit when you can. Oops. All right. But what we do is we'll go from that, and this, I wish everything was as simple as just one slide here, but the design exploration is really an important part of it. And it could take a while to do this because now we're getting into subjective matter, right? We're getting into somebody's tastes, right? And if we were designing for one person, that might be easier, but we're designing for a community, and we're designing with the trustees or a subset of the trustees and library leadership. And then outside forces, right? Does the mayor and council want something to be into the building that the community doesn't have, right? A larger community room or extra meeting rooms, such as that. That particular graphic was North Brunswick's dream for the state grant, just the bottom floor of it. And there was a lot of that going on where we had a number of things from the town and the county to bring into the library. But what we do at this point is we take that bubble diagram and we begin to make it real. And we make it real with the context of the property that we have to deal with, and the property limits, whether the building is of a certain size or the property is of a certain size, and also an idea of the budget, right? If you were to come to us and say our budget is $2 million, I kind of have a rough idea of what I can play with. But the same building, just so you know, right? If I have a building that's 10,000 square feet, that could cost, for arguments, 3 million, or it can cost 5 million. It depends on the property and what we have to do to improve the property. It depends on the materials that we use. It depends on the complexity of the design. So there are a lot of variables that go along with it. It's not cookie cutter, right? Every library is different, but in terms of its configuration, its aesthetic, in my book, there's a core that's similar, but they're all different. They're all unique to you, to your community. And it's one of the reasons we love working on libraries. So the costs, super important, right? There's just like the improvement study, what we're ultimately getting to is what do we want? what does it look like and what does it cost? Here are the costs. We're finding that I think we need to be clearer with, and we want to make sure our clients understand and the governing body understands, there's a distinction between construction costs and project costs. So construction costs are literally the building, right? And it's the building, and it's finished inside in terms of carpeting and lighting and all of that. But it's not necessarily the site, though a lot of times we will put that in there. I think most of the time we will, I should say. But the furniture, audiovisual, security, phones, etc., typically aren't. That may be a bit unexpected, but we do that for a reason. And these things are flexible, but one of the reasons we usually hold the AV equipment, basically all the low voltage systems, out of the construction package is because you'll pay a lot more if the general contractor is doing them, as opposed to having the vendor who would install and then ultimately maintain. The other thing that comes with that is if the general contractor installs and something's wrong and your vendor comes in to maintain, they will point fingers at each other. So we find that it's strategically better for financial reasons as well as just agita reasons to do it that way. But if you were to step back and look at the project costs are all of these items that I'm listing here, right? And most of the time, the property is something that the municipality or the library already has, right? But if you have to purchase the property, that is part of our cost. The building and site from above, any of the low voltage wiring and any key equipment, I'm not talking about copiers and things like that, but specialized mechanical equipment or others that you might have. Furniture, right? That's a big cost, keeps getting bigger. Moving costs, always a strange one, all right? Because how do you do it, right? Who does it? Do they store the books? Are they stored on site? Those kind of things. And usually those have a bunch of headaches that go with it. Professional fees, right? For architectural and the building engineers, the civil engineer. A lot of times we try and use the municipal engineer, somebody who's already on board. Many times the municipality will push that cost back to the library as opposed to engaging them themselves. But we find using the municipal engineer helps in terms of the approval process and knowing the site, basically, right? Typically, they know the larger picture of the sewer systems, the utility systems in the municipality. So it makes it easier in terms of the coordination to get those things done. Projects have some legal fees, right? You have a library attorney. Sometimes, we have reviews of the bids that need to be done. This isn't a high number. It's quite limited, but there's a cushion there that you should include. Bonding costs. If you're borrowing money, there's a cost to borrow the money. You have to keep that in mind. And before the pandemic, when rates were low, it might have been 2% in municipalities. Now it's 4 or 5 or whatever it might be for public. And hopefully that'll tick down a little bit. It will save a ton of money in the long run. So it's important to make a distinction between what you think or what you're presenting as a construction cost versus a project cost. Project cost should be overall entire budget, because if you forget about it and we use the entire construction cost for your budget, you'll have a problem in terms of financing when these other items come up after the building starts construction. Graphics, super important, right? How are we conveying your idea, and how are you taking that to the public and saying, this is what we want to do, right? So especially during the Construction Bond Act, right? We had to somewhat scramble to put a lot of these visions together. So we had a lot of renderings and such for what a library could be. You know, this was also North Brunswick's bigger dream. And it was about, you know, something that's open and inviting, and you can see into, you know, more of what we see kind of in our libraries on, you know, maybe the southwest of the country, right? They have less environmental issues to deal with. But here, you know, with the materials we're able to play with today, we can do that in the Northeast. So there are bigger opportunities to make something more inviting and connected to the public. And for me, it's sort of retail logic, right? The best sign you can have for a library is not the word library, it's to see people, right? And to see the space being used and alive, right? And to drive past it at night and it glows. I think that, you know, it just becomes this beacon of light that draws people in. So having, you know, these cool, sexy graphics to help sell it and get somebody excited about is so key, right? And you can use it for your website, you can use it for boards. There's so many things you can do with it, right? And then even on the graphic on the right is just, you know, a very early concept plan. This happens to be for an addition and renovation. The addition's the bottom half, but top half, excuse me. But what we'll do is we'll populate it with furniture, with you know, director's input. It's not the final, but it gives somebody something to relate to, right? If I'm looking at the children's area and I see certain things, or the adults area, or even the staff area, it's very important to tell that story and to let people see themselves into the graphics. So super important to spend the time and get these graphics right, because you know, you're not there to tell the story. You have to put this out, and the customer, right? Somebody in your community has to be able to understand that story. So your outreach, you know, it's really so many types of forms this can take. And the one I really like is doing what we call town hall meetings, right? Where you get together with a bunch of people and it's in sort of a very relaxed environment. You know, to me, the harder thing to do is if we're in a lecture setup, you're presenting and that's it, and you know, you go away. But I'd rather have a bit of that to give an overall, and then invite questions and talk with groups, right? So in a presentation like that, I think it's not just the architects, but I think you know, the directors, the trustees should be at those meetings and be those disciples, be the people that are on board with the project and letting it show from your heart that this is what it is. And I find that it diffuses and converts so many people in terms of the naysayers against something, or somebody that's on the fence. And those people leave those meetings believing in the library and telling other people about it. You can't ask for more than that. The website, your newsletters, are key, right? And sometimes I do think sometimes there's too much information on the website, right? You want to be careful that you're not overdoing it. You want to put just enough up there so it doesn't get you in trouble. And again, you can put those graphics up throughout the municipality and have events that you can really push it. So one of the last items here is the funding, right? And just like the improvement study, it results in you going out and finding money. Really the hard part here. But you have the tools now, right? You can go and promote and show your vision. So you use those tools to apply for grants or to have events where you can have fundraising or hopefully naming opportunities. And then you try and get that local and state support. There's been a lot of state support through the federal government. I don't know how much that's sticking around, but certain libraries have been blessed with some benefit of that. So I want to leave a few minutes for Q&A if there are any questions. And I have my website and my email there as well. Bob, if anybody wants to follow up, I'd be happy to do that as well.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the information you imparted to us. There's two questions actually now there's three questions in the Q&A. So Valerie Clay asks, what are some of the most innovative changes planned in our most progressive libraries that have been A, the most useful, B, the most popular, and C, the most cost effective to implement?
It's a four-part question for a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Valerie, I think everybody gets Library Journal, and you see all these really cool images in there, like year summary of projects. I think the most recent one just came out. And you look through these images, and of course, the images they always put up are the ones where there almost seems to be no books. It's all about open space, right? And if we collectively had the ability to have that open space, I would welcome that in a heartbeat. I think that's a big change from what libraries were before computers, right? And we all know that transition from, computers coming in and all hell broke loose because they were going to replace something. And in the end, where we are today, it's about people, right? It's a social educational environment that we're creating in libraries, right? They are the centers of the community, right? And to do that, we need to have space where people can congregate and feel together, but at the same time, COVID is still around in our minds and physically it's there. You want space to be apart yet together. So I think those are the harder things. Space is the harder thing to have. If we can design something where we're able to have more dense collection in one area and more open space in another area, that's great. One of the things we struggle with is the staff's request to not have any books at the bottom or at the top of a shelf. That's real estate, right? It's so valuable. And I would rather us take the approach, let's have dense collection there. People will get the book if the book exists. And let's maximize open space and flexibility. So that's how I would approach it, Valerie.
Okay. All right. Next question is from Trish Connor. How do you calculate project costs? Who is the best able to make projections?
I was going to say we just throw darts at things, but I think we are as your professional, whomever your architect is. In my particular example, we have a lot of history with public projects, public libraries. So we know the costs of similar type libraries, right? Early on, like the graphics that we showed, you really only have a couple of sheets of paper to go by, right? So if I'm designing a 10,000 square foot library, I literally might have a rendering and a floor plan. I don't really know what the materials are. I don't know any of the complexity or utility systems and things like that. So what we do is we can look back at what's been done in the past and reverse engineer a square foot cost and temper that with what is your community like? Is the site conducive to construction, or is it a hassle that contract will put a premium on top of? All of these things come into play, and that's where we would come in, and we would be able to give you a good idea of the construction cost and the bulk of the project cost. When you get into things like furniture, a lot of times we'll reach out to one of the handful of known furniture vendors for our libraries that are always down at the conference and get their input, because the pricing with steel and wood and all of that, the furniture prices have really gone up and down. And so we'll try and get input from them as to a ballpark, and it's always surprising what that number comes in at. Another odd cost is the audio visual, and the one advice I'd say is to be careful of having an IT company come in, because I find in our experience that there's an overselling of equipment. And that's somewhat true in furniture too. You have to be careful. I'll always say I'd rather you buy less, live into the space and figure out what you need, rather than coming in and decide I don't need that and that and that, and it ends up in storage or not used and you paid a bunch of money for it. So I think in the end we would be a good resource for those costs, but it's not just us. We would reach out to others to come together with a full package.
Okay. Next question is from Jeff Forster. In your experience, how much of maintenance and capital improvements come from a municipal budget versus a library budget?
Almost always zero from municipal budget. You know, when they're tight on money, they see it as though it's your building, even though they own the building. It becomes a bit of a fight, right? You know, politically, it gets to be a bit of a fight. It depends a lot on the relationship between the library and the governing body, right? I've seen it both ways. I've seen it where the governing body is you know, takes responsibility for their own building the way they would for their DPW or town hall. And if there's a roof problem, they'll take care of it. But more times than not, they will push those costs to the library. You know, that's a tough one, but that is the reality of it.
Mhm. And last question, will we have access to your slides?
You bet. I sent what we're looking at today to Bob already, so you could distribute them as you would like. And, you know, I could follow up on any of them and dive deeper if you need more information for your group.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really, that was fabulous. And thank you for spending time with us on this Saturday morning.
No, no problem.
Thanks, Anthony.
All right. Have a good
So
day.
it looks like I'm back online. Okay, let's knock wood over here. We have at 11 o'clock a 15-minute break coming up. So we will see you back here at 11:15 for our program on shared services between libraries and their municipalities. And Bob, I wonder if you could do me a favor. Would you be able to put the agenda up for the rest of the day? So while we're on break here.
Yeah, I mean it's
Someone had a question about the agenda. Just
well, so first of all, I did post it in the chat.
okay.
I posted a link to the chat, but I can definitely bring up. I'm trying to get everything for the rest of the day fit. It's gonna be a little hard, but
Okay.
actually,
Well,
wait,
the rest of
I'll
you
figure it out.
don't have to watch this part of the summit. You could just go on your 15-minute break and we'll see you back here at 11:15, everybody.
Excellent.
Yep. All right. Can you guys see the?
Yeah, I can see it, but it's very
Yeah.
hard to read.
It's very small because it's 2
Yeah.
pages, and
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Okay. Well,
So.
I don't know. That doesn't help me. So if you want
Well,
to.
again, it's linked in the chat. The file is actually in the chat. So if they scroll up, they should be able to see it. It
Okay.
was put in at 10:20.
Okay.
You can click on that and open it, and then they'll have it for themselves. So I'm just gonna stop sharing and
Okay. Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
everybody.
gonna
See you
go get a
at
drink.
Yeah.
Yep,
see you at
I'll be right
11.
back.
Excellent.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good.
My husband is, good morning, Jenny.
Jenny,
Morning.
Thank-
Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes, we can. How's it going?
It's going.
it's going.
Am I able to share?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Thanks
Michelle,
for
what were you saying?
I wanted to say thanks to Jenny for joining us today. And Jenny, we're in the middle of moving from this house to another one, and my husband's moving boxes of books behind us all. I tried to get rid of so many of them, but there's just a lot I want to keep.
Well, good luck with that. Moving is
Yeah,
a
we already
big deal.
downsized once, and this is our second time, so it's we still accumulated too much junk.
I know
Mm.
we're all guilty of that.
Yes, I know.
So, do we want to start? It's 11:15. I don't want to
Yes, excuse me.
cut in too much to Jenny's time.
Yes, absolutely. So,
Ah,
excuse me. Welcome back, everyone.
Hi,
And we're going
Jenny.
into our next program right away. And that is going to be on shared services between libraries and municipalities. And we're very lucky to have with us here today Jenny Pooh. And Jenny is the director of the Hoboken Public Library and New Jersey Library Association 2024 Librarian of the Year. Congratulations, Jenny.
Thank
Well
you.
earned. She was named the top honoree of NJ Biz's Education Power 50, a library journal mover and shaker, and she is the recipient of the American Library Association DiMatteo Award for Innovation and Service. Jenny co-chairs the New Jersey Library Association Public Policy Committee and serves on the board of directors at the Urban Libraries Council. And I just want to mention one more thing before you start, Jenny. Anything that Jenny shares today in the way of shared services and agreement comes from Jenny's library and does not come from the state library because we do not have any of those sort of documents. So I just wanted you to be aware, those of you who are listening, that these are all from the Hoboken Public Library. So with that, Jenny, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thanks again for joining us. Welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. I have a short presentation. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, Bob, you let me know if you can't see like last time. Can you see? You're muted, Bob.
Right. I can see it in design view, but if you
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
put it in slideshow view,
Let me put in slash because last time when
that
so
looks
let me
great.
go. Can you go if I advance to the next slide? Can you see that?
Yep, you're
Okay.
good.
Okay, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. First and foremost, there is a QR code here on display. That QR code will take you to a public shared folder that has this full presentation, as well as the links that are embedded in the presentation. Because as Michelle mentioned, the resources I'll be sharing come from Hoboken, but from a couple of other libraries that have executed public shared service agreements. So, and don't worry, this QR code will come up again later in the slideshow. And at the outset, I want to give a huge debt of gratitude to Pat Tumulty, whose content, like 90% of this presentation is her content. She very generously put together a number of points in research from the state for this presentation. So thank you, Pat, and please feel free to jump in at any time. Okay, let's get started. So today we're going to give an overview of what shared services are. I won't speak to the code because shared services is so, like many of New Jersey services, it's so local to your municipality and your library. So shared services are, in the state in general, the state of New Jersey encourages public entities to share services when practical and possible. If you are curious, the act itself is NJSA, the statute, the number there, 40A, is the act itself. It's called Shared Services and Consolidation Act. It is searchable under the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, Division of Local Government Services. And Eileen Brennan is the current contact. Currently, the department is writing the administrative code for this legislation. Now, I will say at the outset, we have had no contact with the NJ Department of Community Affairs because, again, this was something that our municipality executed directly with our Board of Trustees. But in case it's a resource, let me see here. So Bob, tell me if you can't see the next slide, okay?
You're good.
Yep. Okay. So examples of shared services. The Department of Community Affairs, I actually did not, I linked to that later, a more direct link. They have examples of some shared service agreements. However, municipalities are not required to file agreements with the agencies. The department does have a useful document entitled 6 Rules of Successful Shared Service Partnerships, which you can Google. And I'll speak a little bit more about this. The key main points is you know what your objectives are, know your partner, in this case would be the municipality. They say take the leap, but look first. I would argue look first before you take the leap. Always agree in advance. Take any opposition you hear seriously. And as always, what is so key to making this work is a positive, productive relationship with the municipality, which is the relationship. We're still good, Bob? You can see my third slide?
Yep.
Okay, good. The New Jersey League of Municipalities has information on shared service agreements. And here I did link to it. There is a resource center and quite an extensive library of shared service agreements. Many of these, I will say, are expired, but they're really helpful. I'm not going to jump there because I'm afraid I will lose this PowerPoint, but you'll see it's the shared service agreement examples that are on this website cover far more than the library. They're agreements executed between different agencies, different partnerships, and their municipalities. So it's quite extensive. You can see an example of all kinds of shared services through the New Jersey League of Municipalities. Here are some examples of formal shared services. So what does that mean? A formal shared service is a public document. In most cases, I believe in all cases, it is a resolution that the municipality votes on during city council meetings. So here are a few examples. Princeton, and I'll talk a little bit more about our shared service agreement, which we executed in 2021. So Princeton Public Library and the municipality of Princeton have a contract for IT services. That example, which they just signed a new one in 2024, is in the shared drive. You'll see the QR code coming up next. Woodbridge Public Library in the township of Woodbridge has a shared service for financial services. Mount Laurel and the township of Mount Laurel has one for accounting services. And ours, as I said, and will expound upon later, is with the city of Hoboken for facility maintenance. Now, I surveyed the consortium to which we belong, Buckles, which has 78 libraries in Bergen, Hudson, Essex counties. There are lots of examples of informal shared services, and your library probably has one of these. And what that means is they're not documented in a formal resolution. They're an agreement. It could be a long-standing practice. It could be something that your library director, either current or past, or I'm sorry, your board of trustees as well, agreed upon with the municipality. And when I surveyed our library network, many libraries came back and asked for an anonymity. And the reason for that is because these are not formal, whoops, let me go back. Because these are not formalized and they're kind of handshake agreements, you know, what's the saying? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, that's the reason. So here are some examples of current services that are shared between the municipalities and their libraries. Examples: exterior maintenance of the library building that the municipality handles. Landscaping. This is a big one. Snow shoveling and plowing. Now, I know this is not the case across the state, but some municipalities do handle that for the library. In our case, in Hoboken, what I can say is we shovel our own sidewalk. We don't plow because we don't have a parking lot. So we handle our own shoveling. And again, that's informal. I'm very lucky to have a great on-site maintenance manager who can't stand sidewalks with even a hint of snow. So he's out there with our team shoveling. Building maintenance. This varies quite a bit from municipality and from library to library. Some municipalities handle payroll. So they will take care of the library's payroll. They will offer the library to use the same time management system that they use. So in Hoboken's case, we handle our own payroll. We have a business manager who runs that. That said, we partake in the same platform that the city uses for time management. It's called Prime Point, and it was something that I inherited when I came into this position 3.5 years ago, and it's worked fine for us. So we do that. The city, we take care of payroll, we pay our own staff, but we're all part of the same Prime Point management system. In Prime Point, in our case, in our time management system, we tried paying for an additional module to help us with scheduling. We tried that for a few months and we realized it wasn't working for our purposes because we have multiple locations. But that was some flexibility that we had through the system. Now, in some towns, they handle the library's purchase orders. In Hoboken, we handle our own purchase orders, and that's worked well for us because we purchase so many items. Purchase orders also include vendors who we contract with, like performers that the library may work with. So that we prefer. I do know another library down south, not part of Buckles. For decades, their municipality has handled that purchase orders, and that's worked well for them. Other municipalities, it hasn't, and that's been a source of tension. So again, whatever works best for your library, your municipality, go with that. There we go. Another borough, they run the payroll. Oh, this is interesting. In one instance, the borough runs the payroll, and the library pays the borough for that service. So it's a reimbursement system. Again, none of this is written down. It is informal. The township may offer the use of their grant writer. Hoboken has certainly taken advantage of that in the past. We don't anymore, but we have. I thought this was really interesting. The township offers the library staff weekly wellness coach visits. When I learned about this, I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. That's something I wish we had. So there's, it's not just your traditional payroll, but there's other services the township may offer that they may extend to library staff members. And of course, this is something that affects all of us, and I know it was covered earlier, capital projects. So in some places, the municipality oversees major capital projects, elevator replacement, ceiling repairs, and in like in our instance, we have for this a shared service agreement, which may lead me to my next slide. And please drop questions into the chat. So here's the same QR code that I shared on the first slide. You point your phone to it. This folder has this presentation as well as the public resolutions for 3 shared services. One is for our shared service for facilities. The other one is from Wyckoff, which they have with their municipality for payroll. And as I mentioned earlier, Princeton's shared service. So I'll give you an overview of what our shared service and kind of the history of that. When I came into this position, this was one of the first items that I had to deal with even before I officially started. So I started in a Hoboken Public Library in 2021. The library had already been planning for a major renovation and restoration of the third floor, which is our youth services wing, as well as a building-wide HVAC upgrade. Now, this was a major capital project, and they had already secured the contractors. We had a great facilities manager on staff. Well, as it is with when you get really talented people, they catch the eye of other departments. And the city of Hoboken was actually in need of a, for lack of a better title, like a superintendent of buildings, a facilities manager to oversee all the facilities in the city. So when I came in, they were already in discussion of making an offer to my then current facilities manager. And so the board engaged in a number of meetings with the city to find a way to keep this really talented individual in Hoboken in this expanded role, while also making sure that the library's renovation, which kicked off the first day I came in, would not be jeopardized. So we entered into a shared services agreement that would allow us to keep Mike Chapka on with the library in a reduced, actually it's a more targeted capacity than what he did before. So he is the facilities manager now for the city of Hoboken. So with the shared services, you can see in the full agreement, the executed agreement, but I wanted to highlight what the scope of this was. So what it spells out, and it's an example of a shared service agreement, is who this person now reports to. So they now report to the city of Hoboken, Director of Environmental Services. They no longer report to the library director. Mike now supervises the Division of Public Property, as well as library facilities, personnel, subject to the review and approval of the library director. This is language I pull out directly from the resolution. This was really key for us because I wanted to make sure that I had really final say in who we hired for maintenance staff. So in Hoboken Public Library, we have one main library, we have one branch, and we have a pop-up in the housing authority. So I have a maintenance staff of full-time and part-time, anywhere between 4 and 5 people. I wanted to make sure that we were able to hire the people we needed, and the city was totally fine with that. What happened was when Mike moved into this position, I had an immediate opening for a full-time facilities manager. And I'm very lucky that we had someone on staff who has been at the library for 12 years, who worked really great with Mike, and Mike advocated for the promotion of this person. So we promoted Raul, who is my current facilities manager, to Mike's former role. And what's great about that is that Mike and Raul already had a really tight working relationship. What we really needed Mike for was to be our owner's, as they say in contracting, our owner's agent overseeing the $7 million renovation. So he was able to stay on. So he continues actually to provide administrative support for library contracting. RFPs, like bids, that's a lot of work for a library to take on. Mike still manages that, and he helps us put bids out. He attended all of our weekly construction meetings that we had with our GC, with our architect, with our engineering firms all throughout the renovation. So in our agreement, we came to a number of 15% of, in Mike's case, it was a 40-hour work week, to managing the library facilities as they deem appropriate and necessary. And there is language that says it's not an absolute mandate or requirement. And this has worked for us because initially in that first year when he was in this position of, reporting to the city while still overseeing a renovation, I mean, I would hazard it was definitely more than 15%. Now that that third floor is complete, it's dropped down quite a bit. However, we are going to be entering our next phase of renovation. And so his time will probably tick back up as we start to, again, assemble the bids to start to ramp up for construction again. So this language was flexible enough. We made sure that was flexible enough that it worked for both of our purposes. Mike provides to the Board of Trustees. So when Mike was still at the library, he reported at every month's board meeting. And he did that regularly up until a few months after renovation wrapped. The last couple months, if there isn't anything pressing, he wouldn't submit a report, but simply call in to give an update about, let's say, water intrusion. But if there's major maintenance, he does come on to the board meeting to report. And what do we do? So in return, the library reimburses the city for 15% of their total compensation in monthly payments. And we do this, so the city invoices the library, and it is 15% of everything. It broke it down to, including his health insurance and pension obligations. And it's worked out fine. It's actually really well, because again, our shared goal was we really needed this very talented, highly competent individual to stay at Hoboken and manage all of the properties with all their varying needs, as well as the library. So the advantages to the library for having formal shared service agreements, they're written, they're public documents, and they're memorialized. They're voted on by city council. They're specific to their municipalities. Two, it spells out, and if you look in Hoboken's, or even Wyckoff or Princeton's, it really makes it very clear the scope of the responsibilities of each party. And it lays out if let's say the library no longer wishes to participate in this, we have an out. Mike, it kind of just explains that. Oh, that's the third point. Having agreed upon ending dates or cancellation clauses if the agreement is not working. And I would say at the outset, I forgot to mention, of course, any agreement that you enter into your municipality has to undergo extensive review by the council of each side. The library's council, the municipalities council, both reviewed and made comments and edits to the agreement before we moved it to city council. Okay. What I didn't say, I will, and I didn't put this in writing because of the nature of it. The advantages to having informal agreements is, again, if it works well and it works to the advantage of the library, it's not broke, then there may not be a pressing need to memorialize that. Because anytime you raise an existing practice, you raise attention to dollars. And but you have to see that for your situation. And I'll say there's another slide we'll talk about for major capital needs. There is a better case for spelling out a shared service with the municipality and the library. We have a lot of libraries in New Jersey for a small state, nearly 300. And we have small, really small libraries that serve maybe 10,000 people to large libraries and county libraries that serve hundreds of thousands of people. So it really varies on your community. The only tips I have is, in our case, we went with this. I think this is our first formal shared service agreement that I'm trying to think of with our staff that we entered in with the library board of trustees with the municipality. But it was important to us because it was really like mission critical. It was time sensitive. Because we had a construction project that was already underway. So in your library's case, what's critical right now? Is it maintenance? Is it capital projects? Is it IT services? Is it, let's say, finance? I know of one library where the clerk that was in charge of their finance is retiring. So that's an opportunity to then consider, well, do you replace that person? If you have a good relationship with your municipality, do you start a discussion about a possible shared service? This cannot be stressed over and over again. Maintaining a good relationship with your municipality is really essential for good services. And that is not a one-time thing, as we all know. And as you as trustees are superheroes because you're advocates. That's an everyday small lift that adds up in a big way. And one of those ways is with a shared service. Now, even if you have an informal agreement, let's say it's not working and it hasn't been working for a while. You've heard from your library director, listen, I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, my municipality is charging the library for snow removal of a parking lot that's actually a municipal parking lot. Like it's mostly used by the municipality, right? So the first step before you raise it with your municipality is document that. How much you're spending, how often it's happening. So you have a record of it. And then as trustees, maybe your director will come to you and say, hey, we're spending a lot of money on this and it's really not our responsibility and it's not fair to the library. We all have finite budgets. And this is how long it's been going. This is how much it's costing us. Maybe they just don't know. So maybe we can have a discussion about this is what's happening and how can we work on a situation where we can get the library can get some relief, because the library itself, we have really big pressing needs, obligations, I was going to say, ongoing like building maintenance obligations. Like right now, even today, we at Hoboken, we had to issue a contract for it's not repointing, but it's cutting away some of the brick and doing some selective targeted re-bricking because of water intrusion from the side of the building. So that's something that we picked up. We don't have an agreement with the city of Hoboken that they will maintain the exterior. We've been doing all that. So in our case, if we've been doing all that and I need money for that so that water doesn't get on my books, I don't have money to pay for snow removal of a municipal lot, if that makes sense. So what I mean by here, document is and we document really is that the protection of the library, to show that the library has in good faith been providing this, right? And then to show, these are the needs of the library. We need a new elevator. A roof is very expensive. So would you rather pay for the snow removal or would you rather help us pay with the roof replacement? There are no easy answers to this. So chargebacks. And this is where we've memorialized our chargeback. So some of them may ask for reimbursement. This is where a formal agreement is very helpful. If you have a great relationship with your municipality, they may not ask for reimbursement. You get it, for free. For example, payroll services or accounts payable. Sometimes you get a bill for something that is a surprise. That is where a formal agreement is very helpful. Oh, when did the library start paying for, I'll just say, building insurance on a city building? That's interesting. I think we need to clarify this. Again, that's a sensitive conversation, and depending on the relationship you have with your municipality, that you want to consider entering into, because again, the library, we have a lot of pressing needs and a finite pool of money. Now, make sure whatever specific agreement you have with your services for the library, make sure that the fees are reasonable and work for us. For example, and this is something that Pat added in speaking to another library. Thank you, Pat. If the municipality wants to charge you $2,000 for snow removal every time it snows, right? Because that's whatever contract they have. But the library can contract with someone locally for much less, then obviously it's in the interest of the library to go with the lower fee. So what I take away from that is if you have chargebacks and it's something, let's say you're a new board trustee, you're looking at this like, wow, why did we pay, I'm making up this number, I'm making this up, $10,000 for snow removal when I know company Acme down the road who's in town will only charge us $1,000 for that. That's something that you will want to raise with your municipality, and then have an agreement. There can be agreements where they're not full-on shared service resolutions, but an agreement executed between the municipality and the library. And the benefit for anything written down is that people in these positions will move and change. And so at least you have a historical record of, what the library has done in the past or what the municipality has done. Because when someone, let's say you get a new business manager, well, I didn't know we pay for snow removal. Well, hey, Mr. New Business Manager, yeah, you guys did, because our little library, we need to pay for a new roof. Okay, large, and I see a couple questions. I only have a couple more slides. If that's okay, I'll get through this. Large maintenance items I do recommend having that spelled out, because that can, these are 6-figure ticket items generally. No, 5-figure. Yeah, at least 5-figure. Furnace replacements, in our case, air conditioning. This ties in with the capital plan discussion. Yeah, I don't think you need to elaborate. I think I said enough for that. This is very key though. So any kind of debt service that the municipality takes on, the municipality cannot charge rent to the library. If you have any questions about that, talk to your library counsel. I know it's been known to happen. Can't charge us rent. And here are some examples of other shared service agreements you want to look at: the New Jersey Intergovernmental Insurance Fund, the State Health Benefits Program, and the New Jersey Cash Management Fund, which is administered by the Department of the Treasury. So this is the last slide. Shared services can work. Explore what can be beneficial for your library and to your community. Again, identify the one goal that you jointly can come to an agreement. What I didn't talk about, and I think probably in the capital plan talked about, was having reserves is absolutely essential. I was talking with a library system, a trustee a couple of years ago, and their HVAC was really struggling, was aging, and they did not have any reserves. So regardless of whatever agreement you have, shared services you have with the municipality, we all have to have a piggy bank and a rainy day fund, where they're really, really essential. And I'm happy to talk to anyone about how to set that up. So in Hoboken Public Library, we have a capital master plan. If you haven't done one yet, I recommend getting that done. It just, evaluates the needs of your building, and says, here's a plan to get your building up to code. This is what you need to do, and this is how much money it's going to cost. So it ultimately helps in whatever discussion you have about shared services, because it shows the municipality that as stewards of the library, you're serious about ensuring the library is here for the community for many years to come. I will stop my presentation. A couple questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. That was great.
Sure.
I just wanted to mention something you talked about, ineligible costs. I had posted in the chat the link to the regulation that details all the ineligible costs. You might have to scroll back a little bit. It's a really, really long URL, but that'll take you right to that regulation that enumerates all the costs that libraries are not able to pay, including what you mentioned. So we have
Great.
two questions. One asks, our municipality has proposed a shared services agreement with our library and has told trustees that the draft document is confidential and cannot be shared with the public. Is this standard with developing shared services agreements?
Can you repeat the last part?
Sure. Where'd it go?
I'm sorry. I was trying to drop the link to my presentation, to the folder with everything. But if you could repeat it one more time. Sorry, Bob.
So yeah, it's okay. I'll just read the whole thing from the top. It's not long.
Thanks. Thank you.
Our municipality has proposed a shared services agreement with our library and has told trustees that the draft document is confidential and cannot be shared with the public. Is this standard with developing shared services agreements? I have an answer if you don't.
Go ahead. You go first, the legal person.
So in the Open Public Records Act, where it defines records or governmental records, it lists the types of records that are subject to the Open Public Records Act. But then it says the terms shall not include interagency or intra-agency advisory, consultative, or deliberative material. So that might be something to bring to an attorney and ask, is this deliberative material? Though that type of thing is not operable, and so food for thought. To check on that and see what your attorney says.
This, I go back to the point about having a good relationship with your municipality. Do you have any idea what the shared services is about? I would ask, because it is a shared service. The municipality cannot impose it. I mean, they could try. So if it is a shared service, it's supposed to be to the benefit of both parties. If they're keeping, I can understand, like, for example, when in Hoboken's case, we didn't draft the shared service agreement. They sent us an initial draft. But of course, we looked at it. We came back with our suggestions. Our council reviewed it and revised it. So that could be, I could assume maybe they're just working on a draft and they're not ready to share with. But understand, once you get that, as the trustee side, you have full right to review it, to give your comments. It has to work for the library.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Next question. How are the upcoming regulations expected to affect informal shared services agreements, if at all?
If they're not written down, if they're informal.
Yeah, I don't see how they could do something that theoretically doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So, but
well, let me just say, if they're going to be draft regulations, there will be public comment, so you can look at those before they become regulations. Is that not correct, Bob?
That is correct.
So if they're administrative code or regulations, they will be public out there for public comment prior to their adoption. So
Yeah.
we as a library community can look at those, and we feel detrimental to some of the things that libraries have been doing. There can be comment.
Correct, Pat. Thanks for that.
Good point, Pat. Thank you.
All right, next question. Why can't we share library services, i.e. with Buckles or Pals? This seems to be growing as we rely more on computer usage. I think you can share library services.
We do in
Yeah.
Buckles.
Yeah.
We do share IT services.
Yeah. And you know, there's nothing to say that libraries that aren't covered under those consortia can't form their own consortia to share library services amongst them. So yeah. Next question. Can you address the question of advisability of comprehensive agreements covering a wide range of services, as opposed to individual agreements covering discrete topics or services? Would a severability clause help in case of need to cancel part of the agreement or to pursue less expensive service providers?
Ooh, that's a big question. And I go back to it. What is going to benefit the library the most, and what is I don't know of any instance where you have a comprehensive agreement, right? Pat, do you? I don't. That doesn't make any sense, because do you want, for example, in our case, and I'll just say again for Hoboken, I don't want the municipality to do our purchase orders, even if it costs, I don't want them, you know? And so if it's going to be comprehensive, saying all payroll, no purchasing, I mean, no. But for capital, for someone to talk to our construction management team and our architects and engineers and, oh gosh, all the bidding, yes, I need help with that. It has to work. It has to work for what makes sense for your library.
I think comprehensive would just be too difficult for anyone to do. But I like what you brought up, Jenny. Some libraries have asked, could the municipality help them with bidding? Because for the library to do bidding is difficult, but often the municipality has the person who's a qualified certified
QPA. Yeah.
That would really be helpful to many libraries. So if we can figure out how to get more libraries to be able to use the qualified purchasing agent, whatever that term is, with the municipality, that's very helpful for many libraries. But that is also done, it appears, on a case-by-case basis right now.
Yeah, and I do know libraries who have used their township's QPA as an informal agreement. Because how often do you embark on a multi-million-dollar renovation too? And ultimately, remember, the library's buildings are the municipality's properties. You know, it's in their interest to help with that. But yeah, good point, Pat. Good point about the bidding. Yeah.
All right, next question. How helpful is it to have informal agreements for shared services, such as for property maintenance? Would you recommend going for written agreements in most cases?
It's right, Pat. We're like, it really is case by case.
Yeah, like you said, whatever works for your situation.
And I think that's why when Jenny did her survey, many libraries did not necessarily want to be quoted, because and the same as that, you know, and again, even with the Department of Community Affairs, many of those agreements don't have to be filed with them, so you don't know where they are. But I think many places, but I think the library, I think back to Jenny's main point, is you should keep in mind what they are in case because that's where the real problem comes. If you have a different manager, you should have a track of what they are and say, oh, yes, you always did this. You know, if suddenly a charge comes up, we can't assure that it would never happen, but that help. I think that gives you a little protection in the way it happens. Yeah. They're like, you always did, Fred always did this for us. I don't know why you don't do it, you know? But I think as why we did the shared services is a very complicated topic. There's no two ways about it.
Lots of politics involved.
It all goes back to your relationships.
Yes.
Ultimately, it's cultivating a strong relationship with the municipality. It's negotiation, right, Pat?
Yes.
You got to negotiate. Maybe for this one, it makes sense for this aspect of the building. For that aspect, we'll just leave it alone. Yeah, I know. I wish I had a straight. I don't have We don't have like a straight answer. That's case by case.
All right.
Yeah.
So one
It's a tough topic.
one more question, and then another tiny little question that I think I can answer. But so any tips or examples of shared services for libraries that serve two municipalities? How would you go about asking which municipality for which for what services without burdening one or more or the other?
Okay, yeah,
For joint libraries.
Yeah, there are 5 joint libraries in New Jersey, so there are only
Mhm.
5 joint libraries. So we don't have as many that deal with that. But I would assume, are you now doing your whole building as all yourself? I mean, assumedly, there is.
I'm thinking county libraries, like counties will serve, county libraries would also serve
Yeah,
multiple
county
municipalities.
libraries have different agreements with their branches too. That's very important, Jenny. Some the municipality takes care of the building, some the county
Yes,
the building.
yes,
County branches, it's very there's no one size fits all. Also,
yeah.
in county maintenance of how branches
Mhm.
maintain their buildings. You're absolutely correct. There are
Mhm.
several different models that we use. So I think this would be a longer discussion. We wish we could help you, but
Well, I know
Yeah,
of
I
one,
mean,
yeah, I just had a discussion with one director, I won't mention the county system, where they had one municipality that will maintain its building, and the other one insists on the county doing it. It's
it's all over the place in that. Yeah.
it is, yeah, without burdening the other.
so the other question I had was talking about posting your presentation in the chat, and Jenny has already done that. She posted a link to the Google Drive folder with all of
That is,
her
yep,
presentation and information and everything like that. So you can get that, download it, add it to your own Google Drive, and take a look at it when you have time. Jenny, thank you so much for taking time out of your Saturday to
Yeah.
hang out with us and talk about this very complicated, convoluted, thorny topic. And
No, thank you
Um,
to Pat Tumulty for giving
yeah.
me all the content. Thanks, Pat. I just
Yep.
supplemented with our experience.
Yep.
Jenny, thank you so much. And I'm just going to say this. I think you should hang on to this presentation because I think you're probably going to be asked to do it again for the State Library and NJLTA. It's a great job. And, as I said, the trustees have been asking for a presentation like this for many years. And I think that you really helped parse it out, very logically. And, at
It
the
was all
same
Pat. It was all Pat.
well, we know who's all behind us all here.
Oh, I would say
Pat.
the
Oh, wait.
presentation
Yeah,
it's in the
Jenny.
drive.
No, Jenny, you posted it to hosts and panelists. Can you post it
Oh,
to
oh,
everyone?
sorry. Yeah, my bad.
So
Yep, let me do
yeah,
that right now.
And
I'm
I
sorry.
was just gonna say, no
while
problem.
Jenny is
Pat.
doing that, we're going to turn it back over to Pat Massey of NJLTA. They're going to run a short, and Pat Tumulty. They're going to run a short NJLTA business meeting before we break for lunch.
Yes, and I want to thank Jenny again too, because you have sort of ripped the Band-Aid off and sort of illuminated some of the information. And I really appreciated that you asked your peeps, your people in Buckles, because I think it is, even though because there's so many different sizes of libraries, so many different, it's impossible. It cannot be one size fits all. So I think we're going to have you back or have a whole
Me
session
and Pat. Me and Pat. We make a great team.
just on
Okay,
shared
Pat?
services.
Service, Jenny. We'll be a shared service. We'll do.
Okay, we'll do that.
Right.
We'll be an informal shared service.
There
Sounds
you
good.
go.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me, Bob,
Thank
Michelle,
you.
Pat,
See you
Pat.
later.
All right. Okay,
All right.
bye.
I hope we have trustees here who are online and ready to participate in our very first membership meeting online during the Trustee Institute. Bob, is there any way that the trustees can actually, if there are any NJLTA trustees here, can they sort of join in or?
Well, everybody is on right now, so
Okay.
everybody that's in here can see and hear everything that we're doing. If they need to speak, they can raise their hand and I can allow them to talk and they can unmute themselves. Um, but as you can see, I shared the agenda. So
Okay.
so that's there.
And can you make
Uh,
that a little bigger so that people can see it?
I can try. Give me 1 second here.
And thank you for doing this.
Sure. This and
And in the meantime, in the, for the sake of time, I want to call this meeting to order. And we will call it to order at 12:04. So we're actually ahead of schedule.
mhm.
So that's good.
So when you need it to be scrolled down or need to go to a different tab, please let me know.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so the meeting is called to order, and the next item on the agenda would be the financial report by our treasurer, Rain Greenfetter. I believe he's online. This is our financial report that Bob is sharing. And you can see that it's fairly straightforward. One checking account, savings account, and CDs. So does anybody have any questions or comments about the financial statement? All right, that's that we don't need to vote on that. So we will go on to the election. And I do have to say, I do have to explain, those of you who have been trustees for a few years, or at least before COVID, know that NJLTA really has not been able to hold an in-person membership meeting, which means that the board has been active, and it's been electing the officers themselves, but it has not been with the input of members. So what we propose is that we are electing or confirming the existing board members. And Bob, could you put the board members up, or maybe you cannot? No, it's just it'll be when they're voting.
Yeah. Do you
So
want to put up the bylaws?
no, we're gonna do the
Okay.
election first.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is bring this up and get the link, and then put the link in the chat, I guess. And
Okay.
then we'll ask people on the honor system to only vote if you are a member of NGLTA. Is that
That
right?
makes sense. Yes, yeah. Yeah, this is a learning experience here. We'll
Yeah.
figure this out.
Okay. So that's that. Give me 1 second here.
See a number.
Chat. Okay. All right. So I am posting it to everyone in the chat, and you should be able to click on that and the uh get to the survey that I have shared up there, and you'll be selecting yes or no, and then up to 2 members at large. And then you should be able to, after that, there'll be like a submit or send button or something like that. In fact, let me post this here. See more what they would actually see. Yeah, there's a submit button once you're done.
Right. So just to further explain, this is the first button is confirming the members who are actually members right now. And the second one is to elect 2 of those members at large for another term.
Hmm. I don't know how long you want to give them. I mean, it's not something I can really close out.
No, we'll give a few minutes, and I think I am seeing something from one of our trustees, and perhaps you could be right with the membership meeting. Perhaps we need to go back to the financial report and actually ask for a motion to approve and a second, and have the members vote on the financial report.
Okay.
So we'll just leave that up for the officers and go back to the financial report. So do we have a motion to approve this financial report?
Patricia Lindsay Harvey raised her hand as did Allison Bryant.
Oh, excellent. Okay, fine. So we have a motion
And
and,
a second.
okay, can you give me those names again?
Patricia Lindsay Harvey
Okay,
and Allison Bryant was the second hand up.
perfect.
Wayne Greenfeather put his hand up as well, but I don't think you need a third.
Okay, no, we need a motion and we need a second.
Yep.
And then all those in favor, and first of all, are there any questions? Although I did ask that before. I don't see any questions. All
No,
right,
there's
hearing
nothing in the
none,
chat.
all those in favor of approving the financial statement of for November 16th. It was done on November 14th.
Yep. Please raise your hand. There's a lot of people. Are these all the people that
Oh, good, good. No, I'm thrilled. Well, you know what? There are a lot of trustees, so
yeah. Um
okay,
if you are not a trustee, please do not raise your hand.
yes.
There's at least one person I see that is not a trustee.
And you can see this. Okay. All right. Does it appear that the motion has passed?
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 16 hands up right now.
Oh, okay.
18 hands up.
Okay.
19.
And I would imagine, you know what, if
20.
you can't raise your hand, if that's not working for you, I guess you could enter it in the chat as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
You can just say yes or whatever in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
There's about 21, and I think that's it for now. That's kind of
okay.
tapered off.
Okay, okay. So the financial report has been approved, and are you able to tell, Bob, that this is putting a lot of pressure on you? Are you able
That's
to
good.
tell what kind of responses you have gotten on the
I can try.
election?
If everybody can lower their hands now, y'all can actually, you know what? I can just lower all attendees' hands. There we go.
Okay.
Done. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Give me 1 second to work on this. In fact, while I do that, I'm gonna stop sharing so I'm not
Okay.
embarrassed at my own ineptitude.
No, and then we'll go on to our the next item that we'll do is approving the proposed bylaws. Now, keep in mind, links to the bylaws have been shared. I believe it was in the October 24th trustee update, and then in the most recent one. So hopefully you have had a chance to review them. One of the things that we had done was just to go up, just to try to update things. And make them looking here. Okay, good. And making it just make sense. So do you have any, did you have any success, Bob?
Yes, I did. Give me 1 second to share my screen. All right, can you all see that?
It's small, but
Oh, yeah, I can't
that's
really,
fine. That's fine.
yeah, I can't really make it any, I guess I can make it a little bit bigger, but it's gonna start changing the way it's viewed here.
That's fine. Yeah,
You
this
know
is
what? Let me
not a
make it
perfect
smaller.
system, not a perfect system by any means, but we're trying. And if anybody has any ideas of how to have virtual meetings, where we can, well, I know, I mean, I'm in other organizations that we do that and we're able to vote and that. So we'll have to give this further thought. But I
Yep.
think we should then move on to the bylaws so people have a chance to get some lunch, and
Do you want to share those as well?
please, yes.
Just tell me when you want me to scroll down.
All right, so you can see if you, I guess you can't make it any bigger, but you can see
Yeah,
that some, you could scroll down a little bit, that some of the language, it's just and nothing nothing crazy. But just some of the language was changed. We did make sure that we wanted to make sure that we indicated that we could have virtual meetings. And yeah, if you could scroll down a little bit. Did any of you have any questions about the proposed changes to the bylaws?
if you have any questions, you can raise your hand and I can let you talk, or you can post it in the chat. It's up to you.
Okay.
The election is done via the Zoom poll feature. We could have done that. I wanted to prepare it in advance and make sure that it worked. And so the forms thing is pretty much the same thing.
Right.
Patricia didn't remember receiving a copy of the proposed bylaws.
Yes, the copy went out in the October 24th trustee update. There was a link to this document right here. Right, maybe if you could scroll down so that people can see the rest of it. Once again, you can see that here, maybe virtual, that was a big change that we wanted to make sure. Because it really seems, even with with the state library having in person, I remember really enjoying going to Monmouth Public Library and other locations for trustee meetings, but it is so hard. It's very expensive to get any of those venues, and then paying for food and everything. It does seem like it's going to, unless we're able to have something very small at NJLA conference or whatever, I think we will have to depend on online meetings. So do we have a motion to approve these proposed bylaws?
Allison Bryant, again, lots of people want a motion. Allison Bryant, Patricia, and Wayne Greenfetter were
Okay.
the first and second.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further comments or questions?
I'm not seeing any in the chat, and I'm not seeing anyone.
I don't see a raised hand.
Yep. Well, I see I'm gonna lower their attendees' hands. Okay. So now that those hands are lowered, if anyone has a question about this, please raise your hand. Sorry, Pat, I did find a copy of the proposed bylaws, says Patricia, so.
Oh, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm glad. Yeah, we tried. All right, so hearing no questions, I think the best way would be to vote in the chat and just say yes.
You don't want to do the raise hands?
Well, if people are comfortable with raising your hand, sure. All those in favor of approving the proposed bylaws, please raise your hand.
Wayne said no.
We got about 18, 19 people raising their hands. So about the same as before, 20.
Okay.
Exactly the same as before.
Okay. Any opposed?
Want to lower everyone's hands? Oh, stop raising your hands for a second. Okay, now any opposed? 1, 2, 2 opposed so far.
Okay. We'll give it a moment. Any abstentions? Well, we'll wait on that for a moment.
Yeah. So far, 2. And that was it. I think we can.
Okay, so any
No
abstentions?
Lowering hands, abstentions. 1.
Okay, 1. Okay.
Excuse me.
So we will assume that the proposed bylaws have been approved. And as I said, if anybody, please, if anybody has any ideas of how to make this process better, we would love to hear it. It would be wonderful.
Yeah.
All right,
We could
let's,
set up the polls next time, maybe, Pat.
okay.
Like Patricia said, maybe we can do an experiment with that at some point.
Okay.
Between now and then, see if
Okay.
it'll work
Okay,
better.
so we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, the membership and legislative update with Pat Tumulty.
Okay. Here I am. Right, currently we have 1,666 members of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association. So that's a very good number. We have about 230, we have at least one member from 234 of our libraries. Unfortunately, some of our very small libraries are not members yet, but we do continue to reach out to them to try to get members from every library, because we really think it's very important to get membership from every library. So we're very, very happy with that. And as Pat brought out, we do send up approximately monthly updates. We're trying to figure out better ways to get to the trustees, but everything has to be done electronically now. So we do know that some trustees don't have emails yet, but most of them do. So we're trying to work on that. So hopefully, if you have any concerns, we do have an email, NewJerseyLibraryTrustees.org, and you can send me a message there and we can check your membership. We can check anything else and provide you service through that email. We are trying to keep our website more up to date. So check that out. I think we did have the bylaws posted on those for the vote today. So we're trying to get, and that's where we will also, I know the state library will send out links regarding this program, but we will also have links from all the recordings of this program on the trustees website. So you can check for them there, and that will be permanently kept up there. In terms of legislation, I think Pat was the one who brought up the freedom to read legislation, which seems to be the most important thing that the library community has worked on this fall. That is now, as they said, on the governor's desk. So we'll see if he has when he signs it, or if he has any objections. We'll find that out shortly. See, that seems to be the major piece of legislation that's moving through. And I think as you talked to and heard Jen and also Anthony Ivino, there's certainly discussions within the library community regarding establishing a permanent source of construction funding. And I think that is, and Jenny is the co-chair of the NJLA Public Policy Committee. You can email her and tell her you support that, because they're working very hard to see if they can come up with some sort of legislation to go forward with that. Because it's been a very exciting time with many of the libraries who receive construction bond money having openings and things like that. But once you do that, it also brings out the fact that we have so many more needs that have to be met. And so having a permanent fund would be a great source for all libraries in New Jersey. So hopefully that can be something that can be done coming up in the next year. So I know that that is one of the priorities of NJLA, and hopefully that can be done. So that's all I know on legislation right now. So if there's anything else, any questions for me, I'll be glad to take them.
Yeah, if there are any questions, that would be wonderful. I'm actually on the NJLA Public Policy Committee, and I'm on that little task force for the construction, long-term construction funding. So yeah, that is a big thing. Hopefully that will be put in place. But do you see any questions? Questions for Pat or anything Yeah, yeah, Pat T, or yeah, any questions?
Bob is shaking his head no.
No? Okay. So do we have anything for the good of the order?
Sorry, I was muted.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Anything for the good of the order. This is terrible, not being able to, I'm not being able to see any of the other people. But do we have, no, I guess not. All right. So do we have a motion to adjourn?
Nancy Bachman and Roberta Lanuski were the first ones to the motion and the second.
That's fabulous. All right. Listen, thank
I'm
you.
sure I butchered Roberta's name. I apologize.
No, all those in favor of adjournment? I'm sure we do. So as of as of 12:24, our first little virtual membership meeting of NJLTA has adjourned. Thank you so much. Now go and have some lunch.
Yes, so please take a break now and have some lunch until 1 o'clock, but please come back because we have a
Please.
great presentation on using the PLA DEI scorecard. And don't forget, after that, we really have a knockout presentation on AI and harnessing artificial intelligence in public libraries.
Yeah, they
Enjoy
sound
lunch,
good.
everyone.
Take care.
Yes, 1 o'clock.
Excellent.
Thank you. It's been
All
good.
right.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Bob, for all your help.
Of course. No problem. See you in half an hour.
Yes, returning at 1 o'clock. Hi, everyone. If you're just filtering back in again after lunch, welcome back. We're starting again at 1 o'clock. Hello.
Hey,
Hello again.
I had to switch my headset because my earbuds were dying.
I see that.
So, oh, and there's my alarm for when to come back, on. Right on time.
Looking for Natisha. Hi, Pat. Welcome back.
Hi, here I am.
Waiting for it. See, hey, I'm here.
I'm here. Thanks. I still can't get over that membership meeting, but it's okay.
I think I think there's ways that you could figure out how to
Yeah.
do like the online surveys, you know. So
Yes.
I've seen it done before.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for our speaker to come back or come
Oh,
on.
oh.
Bob, she confirmed 1 o'clock, correct?
He did.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here she is.
I said,
Hi, Natisha. Welcome. Do you want to test your screen or anything, Natisha, before we start at 1?
She's muted.
Yeah.
There we go.
She hears me, I think, though.
Good.
How's it going?
Everything's good so far. I can't complain.
Good.
That's good.
Good. Are you going to be testing anything or are you all set, Natisha?
I'm all set. I'm just gonna
Okay.
do this presentation and just go from there.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce you. But while we still have a few minutes, I want to introduce you to Pat Massey, who is the president of the New Jersey Library Trustee Association.
Nice to
And
meet you.
Nice to meet you
Pat
too.
Tumulty is out of the picture, but you know, she also works with them. And here she is.
Here she
And
is.
so Pat Tumulty, Natisha Harper is our speaker.
Excellent.
And we do this Trustee Institute every year in partnership with our Trustee Association. So everybody is just hopefully coming back from lunch right at 1 o'clock. So we're going to wait a couple of minutes.
54 in already. There you go, Michelle. Look at that. They're coming in. They're coming in.
Doing great. Yep.
That's what I like to see.
They're coming.
Oh, I just saw this. Oh boy. I just saw this in the chat. How does somebody confirm their attendance for professional development or just for their board?
Yeah, we don't really have like certificates that we send out. We ask the trustees that they just keep a track of that and of their training and handing it into the director so that they can report that on their annual survey. But oftentimes, you know, you're going to be getting an email with the recordings, and that should be, you know, printing out that email should be enough to just say that you attended.
Yeah, there's an email that goes out in addition to the one with the recordings that says it's basically like it's sent one day after the scheduled end date.
Right.
And it just says, "Hi, thank you for attending the virtual trustee thing," stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you know, they can
So if they
really
needed to use that
their
for
director
something.
really
Yes.
asks them for proof, they can send that. And
Yeah.
if for some reason they don't get it, then they can email me and I'll talk to the director.
Okay. So will you answer him that he sent it? It's that
I'll
Jeff.
see if I
He
can
sent it
find
to the host and the panelists.
Who sent it?
Jeff.
Forrester? Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, I
you only
can't
know
see his
it's me. How
whole
do I
last
confirm my
name.
attendance? Okay. Yep. Oh, I got it right now.
Do you send out evaluation forms? I can't remember.
There is in that email that goes out a day after, there is a link to a SurveyMonkey survey.
Okay.
That is an evaluation.
Yeah, we have to use a specific form that's provided to us by IMLS. So, you know, it's okay, you know, it's okay, but it's definitely it's definitely something that IMLF wants to hear from. So if there's another kind of a survey that you want to do for your members,
Right.
feel free to do that. I know people don't like to fill out the surveys, and it's kind of hard to get any of them back once like a virtual summit has ended. I never oh, Jeff said he heard the discussion, so thank you.
Oh,
I
okay.
hardly
I'll
get
stop
any
typing.
surveys back after the event has finished, but that's the way it goes. We do the best that we can. So
Yep.
so I'm going to wait one more minute, and it's a minute after 1, and so just one more minute and see if anyone else is coming back in.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Again, I'm glad that somebody suggested this. And I hope, it's always my hope, that somebody gets something out of this enough to make some transformation and some change. So
I'm sure they will.
Well,
And Tisha
it's
and I
such an
kind of,
important topic. It really is such an important topic.
I
Tisha
think,
and I sort of bonded over, our thrifting and antiquing. And I think we talked longer about that when we first got together than anything else. But so
yesterday, Michelle, I had to go over to Maryland, which means that I know that means nothing to you. It's about 4 hours away just to pick some stuff up. I went on auction. So
yeah, well, there you go.
For you.
I
it's
just
my
got
life.
my husband a drum set at a thrift shop, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He had to sell it when we first moved, and he always missed it. So now that we got a house again, I said go get your drum set and put it in the basement, please.
I
So
was gonna ask if you had a garage, but a basement works.
yeah, it's going to be in the basement. All right, so let's call everybody back in and welcome you all to our afternoon session. This particular program now is going to be using the DEI scoreboard for library and information organizations, and it's the PLA DEI scoreboard. And I would like to introduce you to Natisha Harper, who is pursuing a doctoral degree in educational psychology. She completed her master's degree in library and information science from North Carolina Central University, and she has worked as a librarian. But most importantly, she has helped draft the ALA DEI scorecard along with the Kimberly Franklin and Jamia Williams under the auspices of the ALA Committee on Diversity. So welcome, Natisha. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And I'm going to turn the program over to you.
Thank you so much. So eventually I will share my screen and show you some of the slides that I have, but I wanted to start with a chat. So my question is, and one of the things I want you to know about me too, speaking of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I'm a bit neurodivergent, right? So I had a traumatic brain injury. So I look fine. Like everybody will tell you, I look fine, all my friends, my family, but they notice some quirks. So one of my quirks is memory, unfortunately. I will remember everything that I studied for this presentation 4 months from now. So I will be also reading from notes if that's okay. But one of the questions I have is, what is your purpose? And I'm putting this in the chat. In the library and in your position. And I just want to read I want to read your answers because I'm trying to gauge how you feel about your current position. So what is your purpose in the library and in your position? And I hope everybody can actually use the chat. I'm not seeing anything yet.
I think your question came to the hosts and panelists.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Let me change it. Let me open it up to everyone. Okay, my apologies, everyone. There we go. Okay, now I'm opening up to everyone. Thank you. So one person said trustee, trustee. Okay. Okay, the grounds trustee. Awesome. Awesome. So within these, okay, trustee, my question specifically, and I see one person has hit on it. Oh, wow, okay. Collaborative place, okay. In the community as a trustee, purpose for enlightenment and to serve genuine center of community activity and education. All right. All right. So one of the reasons I asked that question is to find purpose. And some people did actually put purpose in there, right? You know, to serve, you know, be of service, enlightenment, collaborative place, to make sure that it remains a collaborative place. So the ALA DEI scorecard is about transformational leadership. So it's something that was tooled so that anybody at any level can take the reins, take hold of their career and kind of steer it in the direction that they need to steer it in. Or administratively, they could take the library in the direction that they want it to go in, right? So the whole purpose of the scorecard is to increase the diversity, which will leave the field better than we found it and push the boundaries of the field as it currently is. Currently, I think we do what we can imagine and we keep people in boxes. So once we hire people, we become sometimes collectors. Not everyone, but I've been in institutions where they were collectors, where what I mean by that is a staff member will come up to you with an idea. And instead of saying how the idea can be made possible, you talk about why the idea won't work for the institution. If it's an idea of substance, why not cultivate it and create something that would work as opposed to shutting it down and saying that it just definitely won't work? So you have people that you hire that can do amazing things, but then you put them in a box and say, well, this can't be done, that can't be done. Someone's already doing something similar, or another department is doing something very similar. And the goal of this is to ensure that at every level you have the autonomy to gauge and steer your own career in the direction that you want it to go, or administrators can be supportive enough of their staff members to do the same, right? To do something unimaginable, right? So we talk about creativity and we talk about DEI, but we don't necessarily, to me, institute it in a way that is authentic. And what I mean by this is, let me present the question to you. Where do we change, where do we push our diversity efforts in the library? Where do you see us really pushing our diversity efforts? And I want to see what your responses are. Okay, this time I made sure everyone got this question. Offerings and services for patrons, experiences, collection. Okay, hiring and programs, diversity and collection programming community, inclusive in our collections and programs. Staff, collections and programs, those who we serve, books and programs. Okay, I am seeing some people saying hiring. The other question is, when you're saying hiring, how many of those people that are being hired are in charge of, are fiscally responsible? So that means that they can actually be in charge of a budget and also policy responsible. Can anybody tell me, out of all the staff hirings, how many of you guys work in a place where you have a staff member of color in an administrative position where they're in charge of policy and budgets? if there's a 0, can you please put 0 in the chat, just so I know? And I'm not just holding on. Okay, thank you. So I see a couple people have said 0. I'll give it a little bit more time. Well, not involved with hiring, okay. Okay, awesome, 1 person, 2. All right, director, that's good to see. Wow, all of the above, okay. 0. All right, that's interesting. This is really good to see. And evaluate the director, okay. Okay. All right. I asked that question because oftentimes I hear that we are diversifying the collection and we're diversifying the cataloging records. Not diversifying, but we're adding people of color to the collection, and we're also ensuring that that the cataloging records are sensitive with the language that's being used now and more responsible with our language, but rarely do I see that we are involved in administrative positions for hiring. And not just hiring, but policy and budgets. So that was the reason for the scorecard. So now I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and share my slide. Okay. Okay, I hope everybody can see this. So to introduce myself, I will introduce myself as someone who created the scorecard, a co-creator. So I was about 8 or 9 years into my career in libraries, and I was exhausted. I felt like I was being passed over for promotion. I felt like I was being, a lot of my resources were being used, but I wasn't getting credit for those resources. You know, and it went as far as also to, I had implemented a bookmark for that, and I designed it as well for information literacy. Like, so students could look at the numbers in the art and design school I worked at, and also correlate that with what they would be finding in the stacks. And that would that was my way of encouraging browsing. And when the director during a staff meeting gave credit, she gave credit to my white coworker who hadn't even been hired before before the tool was created. And then she gave me credit last. And those kind of situations stuck with me. And I said, there's got to be a way that we can ensure at all levels that we're being equitable in our promotions. And most of this is about promotion, ensuring that the people that are doing the work are getting the credit for the work that they're doing. And I came upon COVID like everyone else. And I said, well, I am going to do as much as I can to transform the field. Again, transformation, that's what the scorecard is all about. So I was involved in grant proposal reviewing. I was a grant proposal reviewer for like a number of library associations. I was the chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee for the Art and Library Society of North America. And there I created a forum for people of color to discuss workplace issues. I created a toolkit with some other people, with some other members of the committee to create resources, a toolkit that showcased resources that you could use for different hiring initiatives. And I was also involved in the Committee on Diversity with the American Library Association. And I pitched this particular idea. I pitched the idea of creating this scorecard, which was initially it was going to be a report card. And we had 3 months to do it, and it was so much that we could not, time wouldn't allow it, right? We just didn't have the time to do it. But the goal was to figure out how to ensure that it was reflective enough for people in libraries to look at it and say, okay, fine. We're doing all these things within the catalog, but does everybody have an equal pathway to promotion? My goal is to transform this field. So every month, or whenever you decide to, as an administrator, or you can ask whoever's your manager to sit with you once a month to see where you are on the initiatives that you want to do in order to move your career forward. This way, nobody can say that there's any bias because everybody has to come up with some ideas. And the goal is for that administrator to figure out how to support the idea in a way that will work for your institution. Equitably, everybody in the department should be having these experiences. There have been some instances where I wanted to go to Utah because I was asked to speak at a conference in Utah, and I couldn't get that paid for, but somebody else went to France. And they were on a panel in France, but I had to pay my way to go to Utah, which I did. And I turned around and went back home 24 hours. It was a 24-hour turnaround. But I had asked for Utah before they asked for France. And I just couldn't figure out, the justification. So this is one way to make sure the playing field is as even as possible. Also, too, do we have a budget for the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives? That was something that came up between Jamia and Kimberly and I. Is there a budget for this? Not just for the cataloging, but for education. And what does that look like? So once we got the group together to say yes, to advocate for this, we basically just came together once a week for the first month and a half, just to see where we were. Just kind of get the layout. They all watched the TED Talk that this was based on by Richard Lapchick, who has a report card that looks at different sports organizations to see how many female coaches have they hired. Last year they hired 8. This year they only retained 6, and they didn't hire the other 2. So now you have a B as opposed to the A that you got last year. So it's to keep you. We wanted it to be reflective. So as an administrator or anybody in the library, they can gauge where the library is and where the library is headed based on the scorecard. We also wanted it to be organic so that it could be evolving in life, have its own life, so that you can change it as you need to fit your particular library. So we had 3 months to do this with the Committee on Diversity, and each one of us brought our strengths. So my strength was the concept, Jamia's strength was the planning and organizing us, and Kimberly's strength was the writing. We all brought our our strengths to the table, and we presented it. And at the time, this was also during the time of George Floyd, we received a really warm reception from the American Library Association and from others. And I'll talk about that as we go further into the presentation. So the rock in the shoe and the mosquito that won't stop buzzing. This is who I am. If there is something going on, not necessarily going on, but that I'm not liking, which I explained earlier, my question is, what do I do about it? And how do I do something so I can let it go? I'm one of those people that's just like, I see something and I can't unsee it. Like, I can't let it go because I am in love with libraries. I feel like this is one of the best social organizations that has ever been created. I tell some of the young people that I work with that aren't involved in libraries, how to get certifications using O'Reilly at the public library, how to, if you are having a hard time and you can't read, one of Octavia Butler's books, this is how you can find it to get the audiobook. I love this field so much. not just because of the resources that it has, but also too because of the programming, learning English as a second language and being around other people learning that, community, forming community around that, teens, doing, creating their own roadblocks games and being involved in roadblocks and playing them together simultaneously, trying to find that community. I love this field. So when I see something, I say something because I genuinely want to transform the field for the better. So those were some of the things that didn't sit well with me. Someone getting credit for my work. And I had seen that also too with other librarians. I had seen it also where they had co-written something with a partner for publishing. Then all of a sudden they use some of their work and they kind of push them out of the publication. So my question is now what? And that's what I started with when I created the scorecard, when I co-created the scorecard and pitched the project. So why diversity, equity, and inclusion matters? And that is one of the things that was hard for me to answer, right? I was trying to figure out how can I convene this to any audience, why does it matter? So these are some of the feelings that you may feel in the field. You may feel a sense of powerlessness because of your position. You may feel like you don't have the ability to change something. Oh, yes, sir.
Hey, Natisha. Was there supposed to be a presentation going at this point? Because all we see is the design view of Canva.
The design view, wait, okay, I don't know what you're seeing. Do you see like 4 little balloons with numbers in?
No, we
No?
see the ALA COD DEI scorecard, a resource model that works, present full screen at your own pace, and then a big present button.
That is so weird. Okay, so we see different things. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Sometimes with the presentations and Zoom, if you launch the presentation first and then share the screen, you can actually share the presentation screen. It's like a separate thing. I know that sometimes happens with PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. If I download the presentation, are you able to, okay, I guess you can, would you mind walking me through that?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I'm gonna download the presentation. I'm gonna download it as, I guess it says, I'll download it as a PDF, just a regular PDF. Would
That
that
should
be
be okay. And then you should be able to launch it from that, and we should be able to see it once you share that.
My fingers are so crossed. Thank you for saying something because Bob, I was just going off.
And don't worry, someone mentioned in the chat about it, and I didn't know. That's why I wanted to ask.
Oh, and see, I can't even see it because I'm so focused on
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it makes 2 separate windows, and when you share the first one before you launch, it launches another window that's not shared. So
well, let me know if you can see this. This is just a JPEG,
okay.
just to keep it simple. Can you see?
I can see that, yeah.
The rock in the shoe situation?
Yes.
Mosquito.
Yep, we can see that. Can you scroll it to see if we can see the scrolling? Yep, that works.
Oh, good. Okay. Sometimes the simplest way is the best way.
There you go. Excellent. Sorry that we might have missed a few slides before we
No,
spoke
no.
up,
I
but
mean, you didn't miss much. Just
okay, cool.
didn't miss much. Thank you so much.
No problem.
And thank you to whoever put that in the chat.
Sure.
So this is the thing that is part of the most important solution that we wanted to solve was how do we deal with people that may feel powerless in their position, right? So they don't have the administrative capabilities. And we solve that by saying, okay, even if you don't have any position of power where you can deal with policy or hiring, these are some things that you can do to advocate for yourself and for others within the scorecard. Because it's all about transformation. So even if you can't change the big picture, maybe you can advocate for changing your own career trajectory. And then change how this is to keep you account How have you changed the library? You know, this is all about transformational leadership. When you leave, how does the library become better? Or does it become better when you leave? That is something that we all should be thinking about at this time. What changes and implementations have we made to ensure, and when I say the library, I'm speaking about staff. We should be giving our staff the leadership capabilities that they need to push the bounds and the boundaries of the library even further than they are right now. I have come up with ideas that people said would never work, that are instituted in other places that were dynamic. The only change besides a new place was somebody that believed in me and gave me the opportunity to make it happen. That is the only thing. And that person, one particular person in particular has retired. And I want to talk about that person because very rarely do we give our flowers to the people that really support us, you know. So he's not here to see it, which is good because he's very sentimental and he might cry on this presentation, and I don't want to deal with that. So, but one of the people that I met was an interim director, Al Zavar, when I was in an art and design school. And I noticed that two things that I noticed in the art and design school, the students were overwhelmed and they were exhausted. They were mentally fatigued and physically fatigued. So their day may have consisted of staying up they have a computer lab. The computer lab only has a set number of computers, and it might be exam week, midterms, finals. When you get up from that computer, somebody else is trying to take that spot so they can do their work. So I would have students that literally had been at the lab all night trying to do their projects. And what they thought was going to be this illuminating experience of them learning how to develop their craft and build and experience art in a different way and learn these new concepts became a bit like drudgery. So I knew that they needed their spirits lifted. And we only had, I believe, 3% Black students in the school. So they all felt overlooked, oftentimes. So I created the, oh my goodness, I can't even remember what it was called, but basically it was a program like a party where we had a concept. So the very first one was Villains, Vixens, and Visionaries, and it was all about women, because, you know, women in art, that they were a minority for a long time. For a long time, women could not get into the art field, just like being a chef. They could not get into the field. So I created that, and we showcased resources on women in comics, women who were villains, women writers, women creators, women artists, women who were persecuted for their art and beyond, muses, etc. And we opened it up. We had really good food, and we had media projections, and we had a line out the door, and people kept coming, not just for the food, but people were staying. And Al Zavar gave me the budget. He asked me to write it up, give him an idea of what the room was going to look like. So I had a concept of the room, and he gave me a budget. And somebody else told me that my budget should be half of what I was told to use, and I used what I was allotted. And that really changed the way the library was perceived. So every semester, we would have that particular get together, that gathering. And it was all about, it was surrounded or encapsulated by a particular minority, a particular person who was not necessarily represented on campus or within art, and we would celebrate them and showcase the resources that we had in the catalog. And that was also another way for us to develop more of the catalog. Had more representation within the catalog as well. So we started getting books on African village design, and just a lot of different concepts, trans representation, a new vision. So this is also who we want to be. This is why the scorecard is important. Who do we want to be? So it's the legacy that we want to leave and the vision of who we want to be. So we may not be there yet. And I keep seeing that the library is transforming in the stacks, and that the library is transforming in, the record, the catalog record. But I would like to see the library transform in and have a new vision of who we actually are. If we say we're equitable, then there needs to be an opportunity for promotion across the board, an opportunity for us to get services across the board, and provide services across the board, even outside of our designed and maybe our design performance plan. So one of my happiest moments was a patron came in, and they actually reported something that the library had done to the regional manager. So this was done at a shift, during a shift that I took from academic libraries into public libraries. Academic libraries were so different than public for me, because not just because they were unionized, because Howard University, where I worked, they had a union as well. But in academic leadership, I felt like it was, this is what we need. You got to get it done, move it forward. Working at the particular branch I was working in public libraries, as a branch manager, it was more of a suggestion. So I had an adult services librarian and a teen services librarian, a teen librarian. And I asked, because it wasn't so forward, I had to ask, I said, look, I'm interested in creating this display. Would you mind creating it? I'm giving you guys the opportunity. If let me know if you want to create it, or I'll just create it. And they jumped on it. So one of them created a display for teens, another for adults. And the feedback that we got was from a trans patron, because it was a specifically trans display, who walked into the library and said they felt seen. They said that was one of the few places they had ever been, not just libraries, right? So I'm creating a new vision of community. And I'm giving my staff something else to add to their resume, because now once I told them about that experience that patron had, it ignited a fire in them. And they wanted to continue doing displays like that so that people could be seen. So now they have something, an additional skill that they're adding to their resume, whether they see it as that or not. So I'm not sure if that would have happened under someone else. And I say that because I was training in a different library within the same system. And we had a children's librarian there who's fairly young. So I don't want anyone to think that age has anything to do with this. They were fairly young, and I say in their 20s. Okay? We had Black History Month. I was getting complaints because the collection was dwindling. And so me thinking, just being proactive, I restocked the missing shelves, right? I stocked everything up to make it full again. This particular librarian took all of the stuff down, left it completely bare for Black History Month. So we still had a few weeks to go. Left it bare and said that the protocol to set up a display would be to ask the librarian in charge of that department. Which I was thinking, wow, I'm a branch manager. This is an interesting experience. So I'm supposed to ask her about to refill, almost like this is a new display. But it's not a new display. It's her existing display that was never refilled. So we just continue to get complaints because the branch manager or her manager just felt like we had done enough for that month. It's a whole month, but apparently 2 weeks is enough. So what I'm saying is that vision, my vision of service was different than hers. And part of that was possibly because I am someone who's dealt with not being seen. Again, picking up the experience of doing the bookmark so that, to encourage browsing, and being thanked last for the idea that I came up with first. And also not really seeing myself in the field either. So the vision also includes leadership. Like, what are the natural talents that we are pulling out of people? My goal is to always leave the library better than I found it, and always leave my staff more skilled than I found them. If they want to be, I can't force skills on anyone. So the question is, as leaders, what are the natural talents that we've pulled out of people, out of our staff? Because that is going to help build things up, right? So why this matters is it's important to our personal legacy. It's important to us as people, to develop something better than we found it. It also allows us to discover what our staff can do and even amaze them. They may even be amazed at the things that they're able to do. And it helps you, I know everybody hates it, but we've all worked at an institution where they've always talked about their old boss. Oh, well, so-and-so did it like this and we like that better. Or so-and-so, I wish so-and-so was here. It helps when we support others. It helps our legacy, which is also a selfish thing and goes into our personal reasons of doing this. But it's the legacy that we leave behind. And it's not just the institutional legacy, it's the people. Each one of those people we plant seeds in, and we see a little bit of ourselves when they go up to the next level. And to only say that I supported someone that looked like me, or I supported someone that reminded me of myself, does not serve your legacy. And it does not serve your personal legacy. The goal is to nurture the talents of people that you have within your eyesight, because they're going to continue to move the field continue to move the field forward. And we need as many advocates as we can get in this in this field. So I'm going to stop really quickly and ask if anyone has any questions so far. Does anyone have any questions? Please put in the chat.
Letitia, there is a question in the Q&A. Are we going to review the DEI scorecard? What are we scoring?
Okay, awesome. So yes, what specifically do you want to know about the DEI scorecard? And okay, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna actually pull it up.
That's great. I think that's what they want to see, what it actually looks like and how they would use it.
Gotcha. DEI, okay. All right. So I'm also going to download this. Fingers crossed. There will be no faux pas. Okay. Downloads. Okay. So I'm going to do this instead. Let me see. Okay. There we go. Okay, can everybody see it?
Yep.
All right, good, thank you. So this is the DEI scorecard, and basically it's a rubric. And the rubric, these are some of the outlined questions that we came up with. So the questions are centered around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And these are the main focuses that we came up with, right? So the culture and climate of the organization, training and education, recruitment, hiring, retention, and promotion. We're really focusing on promotion because a lot of times we're recruited and hired, but we're not retained and promoted. And I'm hearing, not necessarily seeing, that a year to a year and a half is the turnaround for a lot of librarians of color, especially Black librarians in certain libraries. Budget priorities, and then data practices. So this is how you would score yourself. Now, please keep in mind that this is specifically for places that have people of color in them. I've had people give themselves, organizations and departments give themselves perfect scores, and they have no people of color that they work with. So this is specifically for people that have people of color in their libraries, or at least hiring and moving forward, moving that effort forward. Okay. So 0 basically says that you have nothing in place. And 3 is that you're doing this and you're excelling, and the goal is for you to find another place to excel within that. So when we came up with this, we thought about the most important things that we were interested in, right? So for instance, embeddedness of DEI into the culture and climate of the organization. The culture and climate, the library has created, outlined, and implemented DEI within its strategic plan. So what does that even look like? If it's in the strategic plan, is there an outline? And then here we can say the library has developed but not implemented. So they have something, but it's not necessarily institutional just yet. It may be in a review board, a committee may be looking over it before they submit it for a proposed implemented plan. The library is in the process. So right here, they're thinking about it, but nothing's come off the ground, and then there's no plan at all. Okay, so these are, it's basically, we're doing something, it's implemented, training at least twice a year, mandatory. And it says on current and systemic issues that impact equity and in the organization and the greater community, right? So a lot of times we hear we don't want to talk about this issue because it's a sensitive issue. Well, part of our strategic plan and part of our goal is to talk about these issues at least twice a year and do some education on it, you know, to ensure that our staff are equipped to handle some of the problems that come up. One of the issues that we had, for instance, at our library was the trans story time. And there was no particular script on how to handle that. And I think if we would have had a training specifically for staff at different levels, that would have made them a lot more comfortable in dealing with some of the, or de-escalating some of the issues that we had with disruptors. You know, patrons, or no, they weren't patrons, but people coming in trying to disrupt the effort of having trans story time. You know, so we, you know, this would have been something that was programmed into our trainings and necessary for us to implement, you know, to be able to equip our staff with de-escalating some of these issues and disrupting some of the issues that came about. My biggest one was recruitment and hiring, because it's, the library has a plan with measurable goals. The entire point of this rubric is to see where you are, right? Within the measure, how well you're doing, and then you can reflect back on that the following week, the following month, or the following semester, or your year. depending on what type of library you are in. Budget priorities, is there funding for DEI initiatives consistently built into the annual budget? Is it an item line? Is it not a line item? If it's not a line item, how do we get it to become one? Funding within the budget is not specifically allocated, but can be used. So I guess this would determine how open your institution is into this particular equity initiative. Request for funds related to DEI initiatives is in process, right? So, and then DEI efforts are not outlined in the budget. And then specifically data practices, the organization regularly uses DEI data for decision-making and monitoring progress towards achieving DEI goals. So this is again, it's an institutional, it's foundational in the institution. The organization regularly uses DEI data for decision-making and monitoring progress towards achieving goals. The organization has a protocol and system for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating DEI data. Now, what would that DEI data look like? The goal is to see how we're doing with hiring specifically. How are we doing with retention specifically? Who got promoted? How, for the last 20 years that we've had this position, what have the people who've attained this position looked like? Because that's also going to get you to possibly change your trajectory when you look into where you're submitting announcements. Are you specifically putting announcements on the American Library Association platform? Or are you only doing it in New Jersey? With the New Jersey Library Association? Are you doing it with the Black Caucus Library Association? Are you doing it with the AAPA, the Asian American Pacific Islander, AAPI, excuse me, Asian American Pacific Islander Library Association? Are you doing targeted efforts, or are you just going on ALA and hoping for the best? And then the organization has begun to consider developing protocols and systems for collecting, analyzing, and disseminating data, DEI data. So again, the analyzing and disseminating should be focused around the hiring, retention, promotions of a group. So because we only had 3 months, most of our time was centered around, initially we created this really exhaustive list that looked very much like this particular template, this particular outline. But then we had to say, let's just make supplemental questions. And that's what we did. Now, keep in mind, all these questions are organic. They can be changed and they evolved. The point of the scorecard is to evolve as you need it to evolve to suit your library. So here we go. These questions can be used to provide context for reflection on the concepts. The list is not exhaustive, but it's representative of factors that can be taken into consideration when assessing performance on DEI measures. Again, it's about accountability and it's about your legacy. Where do you want to be and how do you measure this? So we looked at additional questions. We added more questions about the embeddedness, the training, recruitment. Does the library's mission, vision, and value statement identify diversity, equity, and inclusion as central to the organization's success and well-being? So a lot of times we have a statement and it says, something like the library does not discriminate, or the library welcomes all patrons. But what does this specifically look like to somebody that's a staff member working in the library? Am I going to be the only staff member of color, and we're going to continue to talk about, showcasing diversity in the collection, but not in practice? Has the library established a committee to create initiatives to address DEI issues? And if they have, what does their training look like? The people on this committee, have they been trained? Are they certified? Are they people of color? What does this committee look like? That's going to be facilitating that's established to facilitate some of these DEI issues and initiatives, to determine what's important. So this is the exhaustive list that we kind of came up with. Again, budget priorities. Does the library identify and purchase from local and online BIPOC booksellers, book vendors, and bookstores and vendors? That is something also I'm hearing about. You know, we want to support diversity and the collection, but none of us are supporting Black-owned bookstores, Hispanic-owned bookstores. You know, we'll support a local bookstore, but even the local bookstores a lot of times aren't owned by, you know, BIPOC folks. So this is again about putting our money where our mouths are. Data practices. How are the data that the library collects used to affect positive change? The information that you gather from this assessment, from this score, total score, what are you doing with that? Are you improving on it? Are you just using it as a marker and it's going to be scrapped later on? That is the goal. So I'm opening it up to questions right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the template open, right? So I'm gonna keep the scorecard open. And I'm also, matter of fact, what I'm gonna do instead, I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm assuming that you already have it. That would be my assumption, but I am going to put it in the chat just in case.
We do not have it, Natisha.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
Oh, awesome. Even better. Okay. All right, I'm putting it in the chat so you all have it. Please let me know if you have any questions. Because I was thinking that everybody had it and looked over it. So I was like, oh, okay, I'll talk about transformative leadership and the reason why we created it and why we think it's important. But thank you for, you know, asking that, like, hey, are we gonna go over the scorecard? Yes. That would be.
Is it only online or where else is it available? Is it in a workbook form or?
No, I wish. Honestly, Michelle, this PhD is, whew, it's no joke. It's no joke. I have very little time to do anything, so it's not. It's only online as far as I know, and I'll put the link also in the chat. But the goal for this is to, as much as you can, move things forward in the field. You know, I gotta admit, I was a bit disheartened to hear like someone give themselves like 10s across the board and they had no people of color that they worked with. It's like, I don't know how, the whole point of it is to see where you are with diversity, equity, inclusion when it comes to that. So I don't know, but I'm going to put that in there as well. So as far as I know right now, it is only online. And no problem, Marcia. Thank you for attending. So no one has any other questions. My question to you all is, how do you plan to use it as trustees and in your current positions?
And while you're asking that, I note that as I was looking at your rubric, it's very open. It's much more discussion points, I think, than just checking off a box, which allows you to really take a deep dive into, what you're doing as a trustee, what how you're handling things with the scorecard. But it's just much more than just checking off a box and saying, there, I'm done, there, I'm done. It requires, really, self-reflection and board reflection, on their part.
That is our hope, right? Because what we're finding is things are changing so much. When I was at one of the universities, we had, I want to say, an epidemic. It was just really amazing how many students we had that had brain injuries. And we had never thought about the basic things like, working with a staff member with a brain injury, how to support, because if we had that, right, even if they hadn't, it just, for me, I'm very open about it, but, there are certain things that I need that I can give to students because I have that experience,
Yeah, I think like neurodiversity is one that is very much overlooked as we have this, entire discussion because it can't be seen so readily. It's not obvious many times, like you were saying.
Yeah, but there are things that you can do. A lot of the things that we do are digital now. They're all on the computer, and there are things that you can do with contrast. There are things that you can do with audio. Um, there are, you can make things dark so that it takes away some of the extra interference that we don't consider interference when we look at it. And the funny thing is, it calms the brain down. So it calms everyone's brain down when you do that. It's not just the person that's neurodivergent, it does it for everyone. And these are the things that we kind of leave on the table when we don't put diversity forward in, especially promotion and retention. We're letting a lot of good people leave. And I'm hoping that the scorecard, because it is so expansive and, that it allows us to develop more and more and more as we go out in the field and determine that when we leave, our legacy follows or stays there and it's positive, or it follows with all the people that we poured into and beyond. So I'm also a dreamer, Michelle. I'm a dreamer.
Well, I mean, that's like such a great way to look at it when you talk about legacy and when it's not only about while you're there, but what happens when you leave and setting your institution up, for success in the future. It's a way that maybe not everybody thinks about that. You're kind of there and in the present and dealing with things that are happening. And I noticed, like, I know a lot of trustees don't actually do the hiring, the director does. However, they approve the hires and they do know, how their staff breaks down and who's being hired and how it's comprised, and whether they're hiring people of color, and so they do know that, even though technically the job falls to the director to hire. So it's always something for trustees to keep in mind, even though they're not actually pulling the resumes, I guess, and doing the actual interviewing.
Well, my hope is that because the trustees are in the positions that they are in, they start gauging these things. I've seen people get hired that didn't have the experience to be hired, but they got the opportunity and they got a healthy salary with those opportunities because everybody just based it on what the director wanted and they supported that. And I was like, hold on, I needed credentials to be in here. I needed experience to be here. What's the difference? And the other thing that I want to leave on, because I know I only have a minute left. Oh my goodness. When we talk about, leaving that legacy, there are things that are going to be gone when people retire out of the field that we don't have. And it would have been really wonderful if we would have gotten those skills, we meaning the librarians left behind that aren't lucky enough to retire just yet. If we would have been able to get those skills from those librarians who are leaving, that they will be taking with them. There are so many skills that the trustees have. How can I become a trustee? I've never seen a trustee talk to the librarians about that position. How do I become a board member? Why are these things so secretive?
Oh my
Thank
Well,
you.
Letitia, I want to thank you so much for a really very meaningful conversation today. And thank you for your presentation. We appreciate your talking to our trustees today, and hopefully we'll be seeing you again.
Yeah, was there one question in the Q&A?
Oh, might have missed one.
I think we as trustees can still ask the tough questions of the directors as to their process of hiring whom they hire. I tried to give a thumbs up, Patricia, but I couldn't.
Yes, yeah, that's very true. Yes.
Tish, I think there is one more kind of comment question I'll just read. It says, our library has had discussions about the scorecard. However, I don't think we've limited it to being about staffing only. It has been about awareness of changes and needs in the community and how that is reflected in collections, activities, and access. Isn't that also important for this scorecard?
Well, that's where we always end. Everybody was putting that in the chat. That's where we always are. And I don't see it reflected in hiring. And I think, it's like being in an all-male board that are like, oh, well, all the, resources that we have for women, all the people that are out in the field that we contract are all women. So they reach out to all the women, but the decision-making body is all men. So yes, the women are reaching out, but they have no say so, when it comes to how the company is run, who's being hired, things of that nature. So yes, they're going out in the field and they're giving the representation like, yes, the women have a voice in this industry, but they really don't. Right. And I think that's the same thing that we do when we say, oh, well, we're putting diversity in the collection and the programming. But you can't tell me that I'm good enough to have a program for Black History Month, but I'm not good enough to hire. Like, so that's what I think is consistent with what we've been doing. And that's why the DEI scorecard was created, to change that.
Very good. Well, thank you again, Natisha. It's been a pleasure. And hope to see you again soon.
I hope so. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thanks much.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
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 So we're going to give our last presenter. I was going to say a minute, but I see she jumped on already. Hello, Bobby. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. So this is our last program of the day, and we have Bobby Lee Schlosser here, who's going to be talking about AI at work, harnessing artificial intelligence in public libraries. And just a little bit about Bobby, who I've known for several years now through COSLine, and we've been to several conferences together. So, and unfortunately, I won't get to COSLine anymore, which is really the best conference that we have going. But Bobby has dedicated nearly 19 years as the technology librarian at the New Hampshire State Library, where she leads efforts to bring innovative technology to public libraries. Her goal is to equip librarians with the skills and confidence to introduce new technologies into their communities. And in her personal time, she enjoys seeing the world. Because didn't you give me some tips about a trip to Spain one time or something?
I'm sure I did.
Yes, you did. So welcome, Bobby. I'll turn it over to you now.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to take just one moment to share my screen.
Come on, Bobby.
Okay, can I ask a technical question? Yep. Are my presenter notes hidden?
Yes, they are.
Perfect. Thank you. And I've kind of got them on another screen here, so my apologies for looking a little bit off camera here.
No problem.
All right. Well, hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bobby Lee Schlosser, Technology Librarian at the New Hampshire State Library. And thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today and to demonstrate how AI-powered tools can be used in public libraries. First, let me say how pleased I was to read in the recent library journal that your librarians have already implemented a robust Train the Trainer program for AI. That is just fantastic. So first of all, what is AI? Well, I'm going to keep this very, very simple and simply state that the term artificial intelligence is just used to describe technologies that allow a machine to replicate human behavior. Now, people often ask me why I'm so passionate about AI, and they often assume it's because I enjoy learning about technology. Well, I admit that that's a bit of the appeal, but it's mostly because I can see how quickly these technologies are developing. And I know librarians have or can have this really important role in this AI-driven world.
libraries are uniquely positioned in their communities as long-standing institutions for adult education to help patrons bridge this new AI digital divide. Librarians are also trusted individuals that can help others navigate a world where, quite frankly, you won't always be able to believe what you see. And speaking about believing what you see, I want to point out that each one of these images that you see during today's presentation were generated with a text-to-image generator. And if you do get the presentation, all of the prompts used for the images are given in the speaker notes. So let's take a moment to acknowledge the rapid advances in technology. I think this is a great timeline provided by Our World in Data. So note that in 1990, only 0.05% of the world were online. Our first iPhone was launched a mere 17 years later. And then another short 17 years afterwards, we're seeing AI with test scores that nearly match, or quite frankly, exceed human performance. So these charts that we're going to see show various AI capabilities. This is also from Our World in Data. What I want you to really pay attention to is the trajectory of each line. The x-axis at the bottom shows the year, starting with 1998, and in this graphic ending in 2023. The darker horizontal line that you see at the top, that is labeled 0, and it's human performance. So just take a look at the trajectories. This one is handwriting recognition, speech recognition, image recognition practically took off like a shot, reading comprehension, language understanding, and predictive reasoning. And as we see with predictive reasoning, it is coming very close to hitting the human capability benchmark. So knowing this, let's take a look and see how AI can be helpful to librarians in the workplace. As I continue this presentation, I will be jumping between the presentation and various AI tools. This is going to be a really interactive kind of demonstration. So if you do have any desire to see something else, any questions, by all means, please let me know. It's difficult oftentimes speaking into the void as it is here. So I would love to have any type of interaction as well. So don't be shy. So I love this quote, and I apologize for not providing the original source, but it is this: the internet is like having a set of encyclopedias at your disposal, but AI is like having your own private tutor for every possible subject. I think back at the times when, as a younger reference librarian, I was asked to find information about a subject that I just didn't know that much about. I likely missed the opportunity to dig deeper into the topic and provide the student with different sources or a different angle for research. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look very simply at what a chatbot can do to be useful to a student's reference question. So what I've done to help with this presentation today is, as I move from different tabs, you're going to notice that I have a set of prompts already nicely typed out, so you don't have to see me type on screen. And I'm going to use this in various ways. So in this particular case, I'm first of all moving over to ChatGPT. I have a question coming from a student asking, they have to write an essay on Don Quixote, and they're looking for learning more about the relationship between him and Sancho Panza. And I'm going to ask what ChatGPT's thoughts are on it. And before I go too much further, everyone is hopefully seeing ChatGPT. And I haven't lost anyone, right? I'm sure you'd let me know. Okay. And take a look at all this. Oh, great. Take a look at all of this perspective and information that it's passing me on one particular topic. And as a reference librarian, perhaps I could point the student towards one of these aspects and take the essay into a totally different situation. So that is the power of a simple chatbot for the reference librarian. Now, the other thing I'm going to do, I'm going to see how ChatGPT can help tailor a reference request based on maybe the age or education level of an individual. In this case, I'm going to ask, can you help me explain the concept of economy to a 10-year-old child? And in this case, we're getting that split screen where it's saying, which one do you prefer, response 1 or response 2? So let's take a little look here. I'm not going to actually care that much, but just take a look at the creativity in which ChatGPT has tailored that to the world of a 10-year-old. And you can do this for pretty much every topic. Very handy. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so another thing that we're seeing is we're seeing some really fascinating AI-driven searches based on a very specific set of data. So the first one that we're going to look at is a website called consensus.app. And I just realized I didn't pull it up, so pardon me for just 1 second. Okay, and I'm going to grab my prompt. What makes consensus.app really fascinating to me is that it is built off of a scholarly set of peer-reviewed articles, and it's coming from Semantic Scholar. So in this case, I'm going to ask, are there any legitimate reasons to get acupuncture for a torn meniscus? I want to know what the peer-reviewed journal articles are asking. So it takes the peer-reviewed journal articles, it summarizes, but most importantly, if you put your mouse over any one of these footnotes, you see the source of it. International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health. Wonderful. And then from here, the articles used to give the answer are provided. And notice that they have little cheat sheet or cheater buttons here that says this was a systematic review from a rigorous journal, whereas this one was an observational study. Now, some of the articles are kind of interesting in that they are full text, searchable, viewable, and AI allows you to interact with that article. Keep in mind that this is not going to be all articles. Many of them are locked behind paywalls, but in this case, we can ask this paper. So let me take a look at this. This article, first of all, has been summarized. There's a key takeaway. This has been done by AI. The abstract is available, and now I can ask this particular paper a question. So I'm going to take a moment and just say, are there any references to meniscus tears? Asking for a friend. Okay, here we go. And yes, there's a reference to a case report on lateral meniscus tear. And oops. And for some reason it doubled down and it didn't give me another answer here. This is an oddity, but nonetheless. So what is interesting is that the individual researcher can find out a summary and ask questions of specific articles. Okay, I'm going to close out of this. And I'm going to close out of this, and I'm going to keep moving forward unless there's any questions. We're going to take a look at other knowledge bases later on. Okay, so on to writing. These large language models or chatbots truly excel in writing. They can help someone who's not a creative writer, like myself, with fun rhymes or stories, or for children's events, or they can write engaging social media content or sincere letters of appreciation. Now, professionally, chatbots can drastically reduce the amount of time needed to produce a variety of content. Now, some people might be asking if this is cheating. I don't think so at all. The best results for creating documents does not come from you asking a chatbot to start, excuse me, let me start again, does not come from asking a chatbot to start from scratch and write it for you. Instead, librarians will provide a very specific set of details, such as the goals and objectives for writing a technology plan, or the specific details of a policy, and then use the chatbot for formatting the document and adding the filler words to make it read like other documents written by other public librarians. So we're going to see an example of, as we ask if we ask Claude AI to help us write a letter of appreciation for a longtime volunteer. So let me go to my prompts here. And in this case, I'm going to write a letter of appreciation for a longtime volunteer. I'm going to explain that it'll be publicly read. I'm going to talk about her best qualities and the great things she's done. And then at the very end, I do say that I want it written in the tone of a mature public librarian. Let's see how Claude does with this. Oops, excuse me. Wonderful. So this is the letter that it has written. Let's see if I can expand that at all. And I'm hoping that yep, it does look like it's involved. It's in there. Okay. And this is lovely. So much better than I would be able to do. Now, does that mean that it's a final product? No, not at all. But it's given me a wonderful start. The tone is appreciative. It's absolutely what I was looking for. But if it wasn't what I was looking for, obviously I would continue onwards. The next thing I'd like to show you is a bit of an advancement to ChatGPT. So this particular thing that I'm going to show you is available through the paid version of GPT. So OpenAI has recently released a new tool that they're calling Canvas. Now that's not to be confused with the beloved graphics tool Canva. We're going to deploy Canvas to help us create and edit a very simple technology policy or plan. Now, what I'd like you to do is notice how seamlessly the editing really becomes with Canvas. Again, I'm going to sneak over and steal a prompt and talk about it for a moment and see how it does. In the workshop that I give on this particular presentation, in our hands-on workshop, the librarians go through and they do tasks in which they simulate having a technology plan draft, and we write out all of our goals. We write out objectives. We pretend that we already have a survey done, and then we take all of this data and we add it into ChatGPT, and we come up with a technology plan. In this case, this is a little bit of an abridged version, but hopefully this gives you an idea of what this can do. So I'm asking that I've given it goals. Here's my very simple goals. I've explained that we've done a patron survey and that these goals originated from the patron and staff and stakeholder surveys. And then I've given it a fake name because I want to protect a little bit of privacy and give a date for the technology plan. And we are going to see the results. And that's all great and everything, but what if I want to do further editing with this, which inevitably you will always want to do much more editing with anything that's produced. I can come over here to the goals. I can highlight my goals. And oddly enough, it's not quite pulling up what I wanted it to do, of course. Let me see if it'll work from here. Okay. Normally what I'm able to do is do a very specific request on a specific area with Canvas, but it's not letting me. So instead, I'm just going to use this general message area here and ask, can you add a goal related to assistive technologies, such as a large print keyboard and screen reader. I'll keep it easy. There we go. This actually popped me into Canvas mode here. Fantastic. And so it does add assistive technologies for accessibility. And that's fantastic. I hadn't even put in that it was assistive technologies for accessibility. Yep. And it even stated that the technology stations are equipped with software and hardware. Fantastic. So I would like to also just show you how we can make one small little change. And I'm just going to ask this one section here and say, can you add an evaluation section for the goals? I'm not sure if that's in the right spot, but I'm going to, yep, there we go. And sure enough, we've got some evaluation. Now, again, what I tell librarians is if you are getting hallucinations from your request, if they are making up things, if it's just not focused enough for what you're looking for, I simply say, you have to go back to the drawing board and provide more information that's specific to your library. When it has enough information from you, it doesn't see as much of a need to hallucinate and make things up. So there's really no shortcut in the actual work that someone has to do to develop something like this, but there is definitely an incredible shortcut in getting it formatted and getting it presented in a way that just looks very nice. Okay. And if there's any comments or questions, feel free to let me know. Event planning. Oh, when I do this workshop for librarians, this task is really what catches their attention as a true time saver. So consider everything that goes into creating a public program or event. Successful programming requires this very solid plan of action. And AI can help librarians come up with fantastic ideas with brainstorming. It can organize the tasks that you need to do. It can even help write publicity materials and performer contracts. So let's see some of this in action. Again, I'm going to come over to my prompts. I'm going to come and grab my prompt and describe it a little bit. Now, in this case, what I tell librarians is you don't have to worry about how you format your prompt. You're basically doing a word dump. You're saying who you are. You're talking about what the program is called, what the purpose is, what you'll be doing with the money, explaining that when it happens, and then asking like, okay, I'm going to need a PR for the local newspapers. I need a timeline. I need to serve snacks. So therefore I need a volunteer schedule. Can you help me plan this out? Let's see how ChatGPT does. Social media posts. Fantastic. I don't think there's going to be many librarians who write social media posts from here on out. NPR for the local newspapers, which is in a totally different tone. And timeline of tasks. Wonderful. That's very helpful. Volunteer sign up and schedule. And wow, they covered a lot of things. But what if I'm really not thrilled about all those emoticons and these social media posts? I can simply say, can you rewrite? All right, so I'm going to ask if it can rewrite the social media post in a more professional manner. And let's see what it comes up with. Yes. Definitely less emoticons or fewer emoticons and a little bit more professionalism. So rewriting is just part of the chatbot process.
Wow, pretty amazing.
Yeah. This is really, I will say, when we get to this part of the presentation or the workshop, this is where librarians, because everyone does programming, everyone goes, wow, that was helpful. And it's really fantastic for providing checklists for the contracts and just coming up with things that perhaps weren't on your radar in developing the program. Now, I want to give a really short demonstration here. So I'm going to ad lib a little bit. When I first tried creating a searchable database using PHP and MySQL about 17 years ago, it took me a solid month to get my database up and running. It was a challenge because I'm not a coder, and while there are plenty of instructions online, often these instructions started at step 3, where I was starting at step 1, and I found it really, really difficult to get started. The difference is that a few months ago, I rewrote that same database because the PHP was updating, and I got ChatGPT to do it for me. It was fantastic. It took about 3 hours to do one afternoon, and most of that time, in all honesty, was cleaning up my own data. So what we're going to ask for at this time is we're just going to ask for a little bit of changes to the website. And I'm explaining at this point that I already have a directory of libraries written with SQL and PHP. And currently I can search for libraries, but I would like to add a search feature by librarian name. And I give it the relevant data. Basically, I'm trying to explain, like, this is what the human would read, and this is what the computer would read for the different data sets. I'm asking, can you help? So what's really neat is that it breaks down the task for me and gives me each piece of the information that I need. And then it gives me an explanation. I could not ask for a better source for this information. So while this may not be the perfect solution for professional coders, this is a lovely assistant for individuals like me who just know enough to get into trouble. Before we move on, we have to talk about the creative things AI can do for librarians. The most widely used is text-to-image generation tools. So instead of spending time searching for free clip art and images, librarians can simply create their own. So it is important for librarians to be forthcoming that the images were created with AI. And I strongly recommend that they include the date and the prompt when the items are going to be disseminated widely. For instance, as I've mentioned, for each of the images that I use in this presentation, you're going to find the prompts and the dates listed at the bottom of the speaker notes. And why is this important to me? Well, it's really to avoid copyright challenges. So these are the different AI text-to-image generators I do use, and the prices that they cost, the prices for each one. So let's just quickly compare them. Again, I'm going to sneak and find some prompts. Microsoft Bing. Microsoft Bing uses DALL-E. It's the same AI image generation that is used by ChatGPT. Why? Because Microsoft invested a lot of money in developing the OpenAI services. So in this case, I'm asking for a winter solstice scene in a snowy forest where animals dance and frolic around a campfire in the style of wool needle felting. Now, one thing that you're going to see about the DALL-E images is that they are generally cute, adorable. They're definitely coded out to be pleasant images. And we do see that with these. So here is my wool needle felting images. Again, absolutely adorable. Now, Midjourney, another service, and truthfully, I use Midjourney about 99% of the time. It costs $10 a month. And the only thing I would say about Midjourney is that there are traditionally fewer guardrails in Midjourney. So there's the possibility to make things that are less cute, less pleasant, and sometimes you'll see things that are, quite frankly, just less safe for work. So I'll put that out there as I open up Midjourney and hope everything stays good here. They have a new web interface that is quite fantastic to use. And we are going to explore how this works. So in this case, I'm going to ask for a bluebird surrounded by apple blossoms in a hyper-realistic format or style on a white background with cinematic light. And as I go over to my items here in a moment, we'll see what it's generating. And I just want to put out a statement that I use this for my own personal use, and I use it for a lot of training sessions. So I have a lot of weird things in my images. Okay, and here are my images. It gave me 4, like it typically does, each one with a slightly different feel. And of course, I could vary this subtly or strongly. I could upscale it to give it a better number of pixels, better for different projects or printing projects. And Midjourney also offers some fantastic options for editing an image, whether it be a real picture that you had taken with a camera or an AI generated image. Lots of possibilities. For $10 a month, I think Midjourney is a wonderful bang for your buck. And then the next thing I want to show is through Gemini. Gemini is Google, and it will create images for free that do not include people. So at this time, I'm going to ask let's see how it does. Okay, not bad. Not as maybe realistic as the others, but in a pinch, Gemini does a fairly good job as long as you're not looking for people. And I should mention it as well that Canva also has I forget the name of it, I'm sorry, an image generator built into it as well, and that's how most of our librarians kind of get into the text to image generation through Canva. Now, another thing that's really, in my opinion, enormous with AI is the creativity. So AI can help librarians get even more creative with, believe it or not, music creation. So given the copyright restrictions associated with music, especially related to public performances, librarians looking to get creative with music might want to try to write their own. This is possible using a popular song and music generation tool called Suno.com. So we're actually going to ask for a little bit of help from a chatbot to write a storytime jingle for us, and let's see if we can set it to music. I do not guarantee the results here, but I'm going to head over to ChatGPT. Actually, I'm going to grab my request. I'm going to ask for a fun set of lyrics appropriate for children's story time in a public library. And the theme should focus on the joy of sharing. What can you come up with? Let's see what it does. Uh-oh, they made this to a popular, you can just hear it already in your head. The books in the library go hand in hand. I'm going to ask if you can rewrite it to a without what do I want to say? Without using a known jingle. I don't know. My brain does not work very well when I'm under pressure. Okay, here we go. So sharing makes us smile. Excellent. I'm just going to grab this short amount here, and I'm going to head over to suno.com. Now, it just occurred to me that when I shared my screen, I probably did not include audio. So we're only going to probably be able to see so much. I apologize for that. And in Suno, I'm able to either allow the suno.com to create the lyrics for me, or I can go into custom mode and enter in my own lyrics. Excellent. I think it's going to ignore this anyway. Style of music is going to be a children's sing-along. And I can enter a title, which I believe was Sharing Makes Us Smile. And I can create it. It literally makes music that quickly. And I have a very sneaky feeling that I did not share audio. I'm not sure if I can make any changes to that without losing things. I don't think I can. It's not giving me any options. Okay. If I do click on this, I'm not sure if anyone was able to hear that or not. Possibly not. Okay.
No,
But
can't
that
hear.
is, yeah, sorry, I messed up when I did the share. But do play around with Suno. This is again a free service for a certain number of credits. I've got 540 credits here. I could probably make a ridiculous amount of music, but it shows the creativity of AI. Oops, pardon me. Okay, at this point, I really want to dig into some fun stuff. I am quite passionate about organizing information. Google's Notebook LM, as well as OpenAI's custom GPTs, show some very interesting potential for libraries and archives. Now, first of all, what is Notebook LM? It's a new service from Google that allows users to upload up to 50 documents. They could be audio files, text, PDFs, etc., into a single notebook. Now, this notebook becomes a sort of knowledge base. Because it's built on this large language model, in this case, Google Gemini, you can ask very specific questions of your data, and the large language model can reason out what you're looking for. So I'm going to grab a prompt here. And I'm going to head on over to Google LM, or excuse me, Notebook LM. Now I've already preloaded my notebook. These are warrant articles and in some cases, complete town reports from the town that I live in. And I did this because many years ago, a couple of decades ago, I worked for the town office and I was asked during budget season, hey, how much money did we put in that capital reserve fund? When was the capital reserve fund created? When was that class 6 road discontinued, et cetera, et cetera. And I have always been fascinated with taking local history and local data and making it more accessible instead of paper documents. So in this case, I'm going to query it and I'm going to ask that I'm looking for warrant articles about the library that reference New Hampshire state statute pertaining to libraries. In New Hampshire, I tell it that these would start with RSA 202. And let's see what happens. And it goes through my warrant articles. And in the case of some of them, they were PDFs from 2023. And the footnote actually brings me to the warrant article. I can read it. I know that it's not hallucinating. Fantastic. In other cases, it's pulling from a spreadsheet that I'd created. So we see here that it is, yep, bringing up RSA 202 A4C. So fantastic. Now, the difference between this and like a full text search is that it also has a little bit of reasoning here. And we're going to see that reasoning in another query. Let me grab a different prompt here. I'm going to try this one. I haven't actually tried it live myself, but in this case, I'm going to ask, can you tell me how many roads were closed throughout this time period? Let's find out. This was a town that closed a lot of roads. Small rural town that used to have a larger population than it does now. And it's able to suss out specific information. Warrant article was from the 30s, proposed multiple road closures. Great. Subject to gates and bars, yes. Practice continued for some time. And it goes through the different ones. So much different than getting a full text search result. And then I have one other request for it. I ask it, given the information that you see in this, what can you tell me about this town? Now that is something where it's actually going to truly need to reason out. Okay, and in this case, gives me a pretty large summary, insights in the town of Salisbury, New Hampshire. And yeah, governance and finances, infrastructure and services, community and history. So what I see here is enormous potential for really digging into our local resources and our local data in a way that maybe we've never been able to before. I think these are going to be really powerful tools, especially as they come into formal archival software platforms. Now, I should also note that ChatGPT has GPTs, and I've had a variety of successes and failures through these GPTs. Sometimes I've seen enormous hallucinations, and I'm not 100% fully convinced that they're the best, that it's the best way to handle it. Notebook LM so far has been absolutely much better than GPTs. Okay, now our states have this wealth of data that's locked in handwritten text that can be so consuming to read, to decipher, to transcribe, to organize. However, if the handwriting is legible, a chatbot can save your librarians a lot of time in summarizing, analyzing, transcribing, and even organizing the data. So let's take a look at this. I think this absolutely tickles me. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to start a new chat. I'm going to ask for a prompt here to save me a little bit of time. And now I'm going to grab an image from my computer. And I'm going to ask if you can summarize the image on this handwritten page. These are taken from our town reports. It was a transcription from our town reports, and it was before the separation of church and state. So it has summarized it. Now, let me ask, I'm just going to grab the text so you don't have to see me attempt to write while nervous. And I'm going to ask if it can transcribe it. That's the transcription. Now, I'm going to take another image and I'm going to ask the same thing. I think I'm going to take this one. I think this is one that contains a lot of data. Okay, and sure enough, this town report, this page from the town reports contains information about baptisms. Fantastic. Oops, that had a sin. And other things. Okay. Another thing we're able to do is I can request a table. I notice that this has a lot of births recorded in it, so I'm going to ask, let's see. Can you create a table of births? I would like headings for the child's names, father's name, and date, please. And sure enough, it is now creating a table for me, really simplifying all of that work that we typically would have to do for transcribing and then putting the information into an Excel spreadsheet. If I wanted to, I can simply ask for the information to also be exported as an XLS, and I would have a spreadsheet right there and available for me. Now, should you be double checking the transcription, making sure everything looks good? Yes, definitely. And by the way, this is correct. This is one family recording all of their children's births in one fell swoop. So when it comes to summarizing and transcribing, organizing handwritten data, I find it absolutely remarkable. And I think it continues to get better. When I first started playing with this about a year ago, it missed some things. It wasn't great, but now it's pretty great. The catch is that the information, or excuse me, the handwriting has to be readable by a human. If it's not readable by a human, AI is not going to be able to do it. Now, there is a paid service out there called Transcribus. Transcribus, it's with a K instead of a C. Transcribus. It allows the user to train AI on particular handwriting. The catch is you need to be able to read it yourself and put together 20 to 30 pages of training data. And it does come at a cost. So that's probably only a great option for something like multiple journals and whatnot. And this is where I tend to lose most librarians, but I think it's absolutely fascinating as well. Metadata. Creating metadata for digital collections is so time consuming, but AI can help speed up the process. So we're going to give ChatGPT some photographs, the metadata standards that I have, and a specific prompt, and watch how it can create metadata. And just note that librarians still need to do cleanup work, but it does take some of the drudgery out of it. Okay. So just note that my metadata standards were typically in the form of a chart or a table, and copying and pasting it kind of makes it look like that. So don't be alarmed that it looks like that. I'm going to start a new one. I'm going to enter this in, and I'm going to grab a couple of images. Now it's actually going to take and look at the front of the image and read the handwriting on the back, written on the back of the image. And it needs to process the images and then spit out some metadata. Notice that I asked the output to be more useful in a table format with the headings on the top. And sure enough, it does that. So it read the text on the back and it created a table for me with the metadata. And I think where AI really shines is taking the time to write up a description. It took the information on the back of the photo and combined that with what it could look at or read at the front of the photo and gave me a description that is probably many, many times more specific than I would ever have the patience to write as a human being. Okay. Search. Yeah. So as we've all probably considered, with every new technology comes new problems associated with that technology. So on one hand, AI is going to provide enhanced search capabilities for librarians and patrons. It'll be able to answer that universal question, what's the name of that book with the red cover? And we're starting to see this with Talpa search from a library thing. And Talpa AI has trained the AI model on both book covers and book-related search terms. And it's very likely that we're going to start to see some really amazing AI search features added to library catalogs in the not-so-distant future. And of course, along with that comes the fact that much of our search results are starting to get polluted with AI content. And that is the flip side to this. Data analysis. I don't think I'm going to be able to show you everything, but I will show you a little bit of a chat that I had. It's just erases part of the content over time due to for privacy concerns. But let's take a look and see what it gives me here. So what I had done is I had taken all of our statewide ebook data, circulation data, for 2 different months, 1 year apart. And we're talking, I can't even think of it, tens of thousands of checkouts. And I explained that I wanted to take a look at this and see and analyze it. What really shocked me is that it took 2 separate spreadsheets, and whenever possible, it actually combined the checkouts gave me it merged the checkouts between 2023 and 2024. And then it went on even more, and so it matched titles and merged the checkouts. And then let's see, what else did it do? Upon request, it also identified which titles did not circulate in the second time period. Something that would have taken me like an enormous amount of time to ever do, did it within 1 minute. It was absolutely fantastic. And gave me percentages for ebooks that were not retained, and allowed me a lot of analysis that I just would not have been able to do on my own. And as we wrap up here, I want to talk about AI policy considerations. So with everything that AI systems can already do, and with so much that remains just unknown, there is a lot to consider within an AI policy for the public library. And it goes without saying that we don't want any AI systems used by the library. We want AI systems used by the library to protect patron data. We want to require staff to undergo specific training for AI. Let's just bring this to a deeper level. We want to ensure that while staff can use AI analyses for collection development, we don't want AI to be making all of the decisions. And this becomes even more important as our library collections continue to move into the digital world. So for instance, we wouldn't want the algorithms of a third-party vendor creating orders for us for digital content, especially since AI algorithms are often opaque to us and sometimes to the developers themselves. And then let's think about things like hiring tools. We have a lot of companies using AI for hiring. So we don't want, so let's consider the hiring tools that rely on AI to make decisions on what candidates are best for the job. These tools can have their own unknown biases, that could excode or digitally exclude excellent candidates without even your knowledge. And finally, let's take a moment to consider video surveillance that you may or may not already be using in the library. At this time, consumer video surveillance is often cloud-based, meaning out of our control, and sophisticated enough to capture movement and recognize faces. Between all of the video that's being used in homes and businesses in your community, people are under a lot of surveillance. You have the ability to give people a place where they're not subjected to constant surveillance and where they can enjoy some privacy out in society. So I think just thinking deeper than just surface level for AI when considering policies would probably be my preference. Okay, so at this point, I have reached the end of the presentation. I hope this was helpful and useful to you, gave you some interesting thoughts, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Bobby, that was amazing. You know, absolutely
Thank you,
amazing
Michelle.
things that you could do. I have a couple. I'll give you everybody a minute to put some Q&A in the box, but I have a couple of things. And is there anything that you could tell us about the environmental impact of generative AI?
I could talk all day about it. Yeah, it's enormous, absolutely enormous. I think we're all reading news reports about the enormous electricity demands and Microsoft's recent request to reopen 3 Mile Island for nuclear power. What we see is with Rock, which is the AI from Elon Musk X, there's a report from the city of Memphis very clearly stating that it's going to use, they're anticipating 1 million gallons of fresh water from their aquifer daily in Memphis. Yeah, it's enormous.
That's just for cooling, right?
It's for cooling, yeah.
Yeah,
And it's not the recycled water. It's literally 1 million gallons. And some sources have it at 1.5 million gallons of water a day. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So definite concerns.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
On that note.
There are a couple of questions in the chat. Someone asked, can you speak more about hallucinations in AI responses? What causes them and how to spot them and how to avoid them?
Great question. What causes them? I don't know if I understand what causes them or why they happen. What I say to librarians is, first of all, always check your sources. I mean, if you don't understand the topic, you are susceptible to misunderstanding the hallucinations, that's for sure. In cases like writing, what I would recommend is make sure that you provide a lot of information to AI so that it doesn't have to make up things. That's my number one suggestion. And the rest of it is buyer beware, do your own research, and make sure that you don't fall victim to a fabrication. We have a great story in New Hampshire where one of our medical librarians was receiving citations from an individual and a medical professional, and he just could not find the exact articles, the journal articles, and she found out that they were actually being created through research with ChatGPT, and while each one looked very, very convincing, they were all false, or 80% false, or etc.
Bob, would you say the second question is a part B, or did
tell us more about hallucinations and the challenges they pose and how to deal with them? I think it's pretty much the same, similar to what she just said.
Yeah.
I have a question. It's always fascinated me about this. And it's actually more of like an opinion on your side. Are you afraid of Roko's basilisk?
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm going to share it because it's really cool.
Okay, please do.
Hold on a second. So Roko's basilisk is a thought experiment which states that an otherwise benevolent AI in the future would be incentivized to create a virtual reality simulation to torture anyone who knew of its potential existence but did not directly contribute to its advancement or development in order to incentivize said advancement. What do you
Well, I
think?
am now. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
You know what? I would say that, first of all, I would say that anyone interested in digging deeper into the future with AI and just understanding it more and maybe getting a very well-rounded, or maybe not well-rounded, but a different perspective should read Nexus by Harari. It's the new book that came out a couple of months ago. And he talks about the fact that AI is a new information network. And right now we're dealing with the information network, the internet, and the ramifications of the internet. And he predicts that the AI as a what does he use? An alien intelligence is going to make the internet and the disruptive nature of the internet seem very, very small.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby, I have one follow-up question. All the interesting things that you showed us today, how AI could be used by our librarians and dead trustees and all the training that you do. How are librarians or are the patrons coming into the public libraries or any libraries requesting to use AI? And what kind of things might the librarians be showing the patrons how to do, whether it's adults or kids wanting to be using AI?
You know what? I'm not hearing so many stories about people wanting to come in and use AI in the library, but I am hearing stories where the public is interested to learn more and learn more in the dangers, quite frankly, of AI. I had one librarian state that he was giving a very positive AI presentation, like, "Oh, look at all this great, cool stuff," and really, what resonated the most and what they asked for were the dangers. So in New Hampshire, we have a I don't want to call it train the trainer, but it kind of is, where the librarians could then take my presentation where it kind of says, okay, this is a great side of AI. Now this is where it could scam you, or this is what could be used, how it could be used in a negative fashion. And so that's kind of the angle that I'm looking at, is not necessarily to scare people, but to make them aware of the capabilities and the risks.
Absolutely.
Can I just ask a question? Are we not going back to some of the basics, because you were doing some ancestry stuff, and if it's not scanned in, we'll never learn it, right? I mean, what is the fundamental if a collection is not scanned in some little research, library, whatever, we'll never find this, right? I mean, so there's only like 3 steps that go, like you're looking at that, like I can't read that if it's never been scanned in at a local historical. Is that correct? I mean, I'm kind of like, we're going to miss something that will say like it doesn't exist, when it may, but we're kind of not dealing with it, right? Is that true, Bobby?
Yeah, so what I'm saying to libraries right now who are interested in digitization, I had a large library in New Hampshire who was interested in selecting a digital platform right now and really getting moving with digitization. And I said, stop. What I think is most important is make sure that you have all of your items digitized, you have good set of metadata, and that you've backed up all of your information, of course, and keep it somewhere safe, because when AI hits these digitization platforms, it's going to be absolutely phenomenal, but we're not there yet. So concentrate on the data. And then when this all shakes out, when the AI technologies come to these digital platforms, it's going to be absolutely fantastic for archivists and history lovers.
Thank you. That's fascinating. That's what I was kind of like, I'm looking at this and like, but we have to go back to the basics. Where's the fundamental tool that we're working with?
Yeah, but at the same time, I have my smartphone with ChatGPT on it, and if I'm helping someone with a history question, instead of having to decipher all of those pages, I take a picture of it and ask for a summary, and it's right there in my hand.
Yeah, true. Absolutely. Thank you. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, really fascinating, Bobby. Thank you so much for joining us today. And listen, Bobby is really brave because, she was doing all this live, everybody else were working from PowerPoints and everything. And, Bobby jumping back and forth between these windows and so I think that takes a certain amount of bravery to be able to do that. I don't think I could do it, honestly, to tell you the truth. It'd be too nerve-wracking for me. But it was really fascinating. And I thank you so much for giving up part of your Saturday today and joining us, especially late in the afternoon, for our Trustee Institute. I really enjoyed the presentation. I'm sure everybody did too, and we're probably just mesmerized at all the things that it could actually do. So thanks again, Bobby, for
It's
joining us.
fabulous, just
Very much
fabulous.
appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah,
If
no,
I
that's
press the
great.
and if I press the leave button, I'm not going to do anything more than just leave, right?
That's correct.
Okay,
I think
just
that
want
is
to make
correct.
sure.
Yes. Take
All
care,
right.
Bobby. Nice to see you
Wonderful.
again.
Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Again.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So everyone, this is brings us to the end of our Trustee Institute today, and I want to thank all the people that really hung in there through the whole day. It's a lot of information, as it always is. We kind of pour it out to you in one big day, and we try to meter it out throughout the year. But oftentimes, it's a lot to take in during the day. So Bob will make sure that you all get the the uh, uh, the link for the videos that are on our YouTube channel and any links to any of the slide decks that were provided. And I know that the State Library and NJLTA will be providing other kinds of continuing education opportunities throughout the year. And so that's all I really want to say, but that it's just been my pleasure to it's just been my pleasure to work with directors and trustees throughout the state through so many years. And I want to thank you for all the kindness that you all have shown me. And with that, I want to turn it back to Pat Massey to close out the day.
Listen, Michelle, I want to
Michelle, a round of applause.
Yeah, let's give you a round of applause. You really will be missed.
I've had the best job. I really have. And, loved every minute of it. And was a real opportunity. And I enjoyed working with all of you. Learned so much from Pat Tomty, of course. So, but Pat, you close it out. That's enough.
Yeah, no. But thank you again. Really, we can't thank you enough. And thank you to everyone who has stayed on for the whole time. We really appreciate it. And make sure that you check the NJTLA website, because if you're interested, or if you know somebody who is interested in being on the board, there is an application, so you can always do that. And then it was raised before, how do you even become a trustee? Well, if you're on here, you know how. But maybe share the word that you become a trustee by checking your municipality's website, or asking your mayor, because usually they have applications that you can fill out to become a trustee. But thank you very much for your participation, and we hope you have a beautiful rest of the day.
Thank you.
I think
Bye,
we need
everyone.
to decide. Take care.
Yep. See you later.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Are we gonna hang on for a minute or not?
Yeah, let's hang on.
We can.
We can.
I might have to
Boot people out. They don't want to
forcibly remove
leave. See
people.
that? There's lots of thanks and
That's nice.
interesting
Yeah,
and
that's always
informative, and that's what we like to hear. We really
That's
appreciate it.
very good.
Happy holidays, Allison, and
Sure.
yeah,
Oh, that's nice.
yeah.
I was just thinking, I don't know what stage of grief I'm in for Michelle leaving. It was what comes
Bob's
after
been worried
anger?
about this for a year.
What comes
now.
after anger?
You're now up to anger, Bob. You're gonna
No. I think I'm past. I think I'm just
Past
past
anger.
anger. But I don't know what comes after that. So
No, my number one. I've had many conversations with Jen. We don't have anyone yet. Although we've conducted interviews, but my number one consideration was for the staff, and that we have someone who would be sort of a champion for the staff, because they do work so hard. And you know, the job always changes, maybe not so much Bob, but, you know, we have to take into considerations, opportunities and grants that come up, and you've got to be able to willing to put down that project and pick up this project. And of course, you know, really we're here to bring the state librarian's vision forward to the library community. So my main concern was just really somebody that would just take good care of them and, you know, be a champion for them and help them out. And sometimes we get overloaded with projects and it gets to be overwhelming. And, you know, you have to kind of be there to, you know, sometimes push back that it's too much or whatever. But that's my main concern. And you will be fine, Bob. Listen, you know.
I know I'm trying to remove people here because I want to say something that
I remember when Victoria left, Pat, and I thought, oh my gosh, we will never survive without her expertise in library law. And Bob just stepped up so capably immediately into her spot. And that's why I know that, you know, you're going to miss maybe certain personalities, but you're replaceable, right? You know, somebody will come in, they'll change the job how they want to, and that's the way it goes. You know, that's just the way it goes. That's life.
When's the baby coming? When's the baby going to come?
January 13th.
Wow.
Oh, you're really up there. Oh, that is really cool.
I have to fly to Montana. All right. I had to go buy sweatpants and sweatshirts because it's so free. I don't have that kind of clothing, you know. Yeah, so I had to go buy that stuff. And my daughter said, wear boots. I said, you don't think I'm going to go out in the January and, you know,
buy some
in Montana with my arthritis, do you? I'm sending your husband to the store. Yeah, so it's going to be.
Oh boy.
The plane crashing in the mountains from a snow blizzard, and we're going to have to eat each other, you know, to survive or something like that. That's all I keep picturing.
You know, the best meat is on the butt.
Well,
oh boy.
If I learned anything from that movie Alive, where the soccer team was in the 90s, the best meat is in like the butt and the thighs and stuff.
Oh boy.
They weren't in Montana. Okay.
No, but they still ate each other.
Great. Oh, this is great.
This is what I'm going to miss, though.
Anyway,
about Bob and his flame throwing, you know, weed whacker.
I'll show you pictures of it. It's really cool.
Oh my Lord.
So wait a minute.
I have a sadder thing to talk about. So, what are we gonna do when IMLS goes away in the next year or so?
Oh.
That's a little different thing. I think we'll have to all figure that out, and ALA is going to have to look at, and I think all groups pick up more training when that goes away. I mean, hopefully there will be another process where funding will come into life. I mean, that's too much to worry about now.
Yeah.
Michelle going away.
Talk about that after I leave, will you?
Michelle going is enough to worry about now.
Yeah, I really want to know what you guys saw of the speakers today. You know. Good, bad, what?
Lineup.
I thought it was a great lineup.
I thought it was a great lineup. I thought Natisha didn't understand the assignment all that well.
Yeah, I did go over that, and I'm glad I kind of cut in with that question to bring her to
about the scorecard, because then it really picked up.
That was the whole point.
Yeah, because once we really got on, when we were on the slides, we only saw that one slide, and that was it. You never went. Yeah. But once we started with the scorecard, because that was what the title was, and that's what I think people wanted to hear about. But
we might do a bit better that if we see a presenter like stuck on one slide or in like viewing mode, not presenter mode, we might do a better job of just kind of cutting in and say, hey, do you know this is what we're seeing?
Well, I wondered that, because when I said
we should.
I don't think she really means to have us just look at this one slide.
No, she didn't. You know, and then we don't want to be rude, but at the same time, if she doesn't realize it or somebody else doesn't realize it, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, would you excuse me?
Well, you did that. Well, you did that well, Bob. You did go in and say something.
Yeah. How did you like Bobby's presentation?
Oh
That
my
was
God,
good.
it just blew my mind.
Oh, I
mean,
thought it was good. I think it was a lot. It was
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
It
I think
was,
having having another thing, maybe in the monthly thing, and maybe having her back and focus on one of them,
yeah,
and like really like from
get
installing
into
it,
it. Get
getting a
into it.
subscription to actually using it, how you write the prompts, because there are now whole companies that do nothing but AI prompt writing,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, to
I just started
effectively
I
use
just
it.
started using, and I've only used it a few times, Perplexity, because our oldest kid uses it and really recommended him. He uses it in his business. And oh my Lord, think like a literary critic and blah 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 blah. And the stuff is spit out in no time. And it's like, oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Instead of trying to go like what 2 steps ago, I would have gone on one of the databases and looked for literary criticisms, but I was in a book club and it was like, yeah, we were looking for this information and it was spit out before you knew it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Were you happy with Anthony's presentation? Because my network went down, so I missed a lot of it while I was
Yeah. It was
rebooting.
pretty good.
You were,
Yeah,
I liked it.
he did well. I thought initially he was maybe tired and didn't really feel up to it, but no, I thought it was good.
and was Rebecca's what you were looking for? Was Rebecca's
Yeah, I thought
presentation?
I really liked that. I thought it expanded from what I have heard in through NJLA,
Mhm.
and it expanded, but then it did make it a little simpler, in terms of, yes, okay, well, we're not going to all turn into green buildings. That's not going to be
Right, that's
really
right.
possible, but there are things that can be done that are, pretty simple.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like
Just an
Rebecca and
aside from,
Anthony had some of the same kind of
yeah,
backed on each other to some
Yeah,
extent.
they seem to gel
Dovetail.
together.
Yeah,
yeah,
they dovetail
They
yeah,
talked,
definitely.
he listened to her presentation and then
yeah, he did.
sort of, and I thought that kind of
That
all
was great.
had a great
Yeah,
piece that
yeah.
way, yes.
Just with her let's put her content aside for a minute. She's like one of the best speakers I've ever heard. I
She's
mean,
very
just
natural.
her presentation style. Remember Toastmasters, and you were taught like count how many ums and ahs and
Oh,
all that.
yes,
You always
yes.
listen to her, and I never hear one of those filler words. I mean, she just has this great presentation style. I'm in awe of it. So
Yeah,
yeah.
she did well. As I said,
Yeah.
I've only seen her one time in person at
Yeah.
NJLA. And yeah, online, it was great. It was fabulous.
Yeah, we've worked together so closely. We published book chapters together. She asked me to write a chapter for one of her books. I just really love collaborating with her. Well, that's all I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure, Pat, you were happy with the day, and the speakers, and maybe next year think about a way. Although we had like what, a high of like 87 people or something at the one
Yeah,
point.
but I'll
But
tell you the whole reason why was because Michael wasn't here.
All right. Well,
That's
you're
I mean,
probably
I don't
right.
have any like hard data, but like that's the only variable.
you
Like we
might
would
want to
have
break it
Michael and then a
down.
bunch of other
Yeah,
speakers, and
yeah,
Michael wasn't here. He wasn't on the agenda, and
Right, right.
that's what people. I mean, it's
yeah.
Well, they want
demonstrably what
some
people want.
legal. Well, look at even with the shared services. They
Yeah.
really
She was good.
yeah,
Did you like that?
she
Yes.
was very
Yeah,
good. And Pat, your slideshow, it worked together very, very
yeah.
nicely.
Mhm.
And I think I believe what I said. I don't think shared services has really been talked about
No,
publicly. I
No,
don't remember
no.
ever.
we've
I
been
mean,
wanting
I
to do
never
it.
even thought when she mentioned informal shared services, it was like, oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And then initially, I thought initially in Edison, we thought you had to have a shared services agreement. And no,
Mhm,
you don't.
mhm.
And
That
it's
whole topic is just,
Yeah,
very, and so bringing it out in the most in public
yeah,
was an
spotlighting it,
important thing.
spotlighting.
And I think it, yeah, I mean, there are very few, and as Jenny said, some libraries don't even want to talk about it because they could rock the apple
Yeah,
cart.
and that's what Michael Cerrone would say. He's like, "Why don't you don't bring it up?"
Oh, no, he would not. Well, no, he would not want to bring it up.
Even
But one of the
the
things,
libraries that I talk to who have official things with community affairs didn't want you to actually share the documents.
no.
Yeah,
No,
and
no.
They're
Everybody's afraid. They're just
yeah,
afraid.
to that, don't you can say this, but you can't
yeah,
share the document.
I mean,
and
if I was
that's
going to
what.
recommend like a regulation to them, I would say
Well,
that
I
those
mean, I think
documents
we'd
need to
have
be
to wait and
made
see
public.
but I was just stunned when I talked to that woman and she said, because shared services legislation has actually been out there for a while. And when I
Since
asked
the
her where the
60s.
regulations were, and she said, "Oh, we're working on them now." I'm like, oh
Right.
my God.
Right. Well, I can tell you that when I spoke to Eileen Brennan at DCA, she clarified that the taxation bill, the 1/3 of a mil, needs to be, I think she used the term clarified. She said that it should be a very simple process because it's too unclear. It seems like it's clear because, the municipalities are supposed to give the distribution of the 1/3 of a mil quarterly basis, but many of them withhold. Many of them withhold, like ours withholds uh, for insurance, for health insurance.
Yeah.
And that's not
Because there's
kosher.
no consequences.
No, there are no
There's no teeth in the
consequences.
bill in the statute at all.
No.
There's no consequences for the only consequence for not following it is that the library gets its state aid taken away.
Yeah.
And so it in that way it is a very poorly written statute.
Yeah.
Two things. I would love to, I don't know if you'd be up to this, Pat, setting up a meeting with her to discuss this stuff with like me and unfortunately whoever is going
Who's
to
the
be in
fifth
Michelle's
person
seat
on here?
or whatever. What's that?
Who's the fifth person on the?
So we have a fifth columnist.
Looks like it. Says 5 participants.
It does say that.
She's gone.
No.
It's some people want to come back in. I can't prevent them from coming back in, but I can kick them out. Anyway, so yeah, if you wouldn't mind like kind of putting out feelers to her, if we could
I'll
have
get
a
in touch
meeting,
with her.
either
Yeah.
face to face or like this, whichever she prefers, to kind of hear what her concerns are about it and kind of talk about it from our perspective and everything like that. And then second thing, crap. Talking about that, and then the only thing I think of that I might want to talk about is when they were talking about informal shared services agreements, my hackles went up.
Yeah.
I do not like anything that's not put in writing and signed by everybody and stuff like that.
Well, because then you don't know what it is down the road. Nobody
Exactly.
remembers.
And if you have a new administration come in, they could just be like, well, no, sorry, that was then. This is now. It's done.
But there's still the one size does not fit all when you have 299. And then as she brought up, all those county library branches, and there's no consistency within county libraries. None.
Of course.
Right.
Some take care of their buildings, some don't take care of their buildings. It's a mess.
No.
So I just want to
also it's 295.
But I'm glad we started the conversation.
Yeah, I'm glad the conversation. And Pat and I actually had talked about asking Eileen to be part of the shared services, but we figured because of League of Municipalities coming next week and that we didn't have that much time. We would have to give her more lead time.
I would like to do like another, something about it. We've been talking about this for a while.
Yeah. Right, Bob, let me just interject here for a second. Yeah. I think if you do something like that in the future, you most definitely have to do it with NJLTA, either in partnership or them taking the lead. Because when I was reviewing the agenda with Jen Nelson, she put right away, a hand up. She was very concerned about discussing shared services and to make sure that everybody knew that the state library does not provide any of these kind of documents. So I think, Bob, if you go through, as you go and do that again, which I think you should always have that caveat up front that this is not nothing is coming from the state library.
I mean,
because
whatever
Right.
we got to do, we got to do, because there's a lot of libraries that don't have it and
Yeah,
don't
well,
know even what to do, where to start,
yeah, I know.
and it's really kind of unfair. So,
Well, if when we partner, with
oh yeah, I wouldn't do it without
NJLTA or
NJLTA at all.
NJLA or whatever, that's how we can deal with
Yeah.
some of these,
Yeah, I
sticky.
think it could really, yeah.
The 1/3 of the mill is unfair, so we can't do that because it's all on property values and my
Yeah.
property is less than yours. So that's unfair, but we're not going to share it. We're not going to figure that out. But I
Well,
think
no,
it's a very good
course.
beginning just doing shared services today. And Jenny
Yeah.
is such a good presenter.
Yes, she
Yeah,
is.
she did. Remember, we
Yeah.
were concerned. It was like, because she was just going to focus on Hoboken, but she really, thanks
She
to what
did.
you had shared,
Yeah,
she really
yeah.
expanded on it,
Yeah, I
which was
thought
great.
because we brought the topic out, I felt that I should do a little bit more research to broaden the topic for her. And I
Yeah.
think combining both presentations, sometimes I look
Yeah.
at the slide and I said, did I really write that? And I looked, and I was like, yeah, I
I'm
did.
very impressed with myself.
Oh, she prettied it up, right? She made it pretty.
That I didn't even remember that I had written it. I'm like,
Was that good?
That's
In
funny.
my younger days.
yeah, well, and the points that she made about how she did it locally, all
Yeah.
of that, it all worked together. But
Yeah.
again, there's just a lot to do. And Anthony, went in with environmental. Those first three, I think the first three presentations all worked together.
Yeah, they did. They blended
were-
very nicely.
Whatever you want to say, there's some symmetry between the first three presentations where you looked at the different pieces of those presentations, and I think they all work together.
Yeah.
I think she just got confused. And the last one, I would have a whole day doing that. I was like beyond listening.
All I kept thinking was, man, am I glad I'm retiring? Because I don't get that.
It's funny.
The thing that I'm worried about is, I mean, Lily's in 6th grade, and there's already kids that are cheating using that stuff.
I'm sure.
Yep.
And I mean, we're on her like a hawk with everything. So I don't think there's much problem with her, but
Oh no, you're gonna have to. But
Oh, yeah.
even when she said certain things like now certain things are behind a paywall, well, will those never come out? I mean, will people never research anything that's beyond a paywall because AI doesn't go there? I mean, there's just a lot of.
Well, so let me say something about that and the news. And when I heard the correspondence dinner several years ago, when Biden was in and they brought it back, and the comedian that does it said, you want quality journalism, you put it all behind a paywall, but what is free is conspiracy theories. And see that people don't want to pay for their news. So
the death of
even
local
the question I asked you did
everything.
all that genealogy stuff, but if it's never been scanned in, AI is never going to find it.
No, but
the state
think
library
of
is scanning
what
it
is scanned in, how
fast as
quickly.
possible.
Oh, I know. I mean, but if you say, what is this? And you'll say like, oh, there's no information.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
it's not for lack of will to
why-
do it. It's for speed, lack of
We're
speed
all
and
go to
bias.
Montana with Michelle and just kind of like wait for the snowdrifts to come in, Michelle. We're all looking at like
we're all, my whole family's going to go there. We're going to see how long it takes us to flee to Canada.
Oh boy.
Michelle's going to buy and renovate one of those decommissioned missile silos out there.
I'm sure my daughter is right on top of him over there. So,
yeah.
All right, everybody. Well, listen, it was great, and
Yes.
Michelle.
And thank you again,
always
Michelle,
like
for
the
everything.
Institute, and I'll see you around, right?
All right. All right.
Maybe. I'm not flying out to Montana, that's for sure. There ain't
Are
nothing
you
out there.
are you moving there permanently?
Oh no, she's
I didn't
it's
think
just
so.
her and her husband are there, and there's no other family out there. His brother was around with his wife and 2 kids, and then they just moved overseas. And I'm just going out as mom for like 3
That's
weeks
what I
to
thought
cook
you
and
said.
clean and let her rest, and let them bond with the baby and that kind of stuff. Like
And
just
then
like my
just
mom
saying-
helped me, and I don't want her getting out of. They make women get up too quickly after childbirth these
they
days. So
do.
I
You
don't
just
want her.
rest
I
up
want her to
yourself.
rest.
Rest up.
Really.
Well, what
So
kind
I'll
of
be there for
is
3
it?
weeks.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A boy, yeah, it's a boy.
Nice.
Congratulations.
It's a human baby.
It's a human baby.
I I don't know what to do with a boy.
No,
Yeah.
you're
Come
all
on.
out, Michelle. You'll do a good job.
It'll be, well, just watch yourself.
Watch myself.
I mean, if he's a boy, you know what? Keep the diaper over, keep the
Yeah,
something.
keep
Yeah, I
keep the
heard
diaper
that.
cloth
Yeah,
over
yeah.
the
Well,
Right.
I'm sure I'm going to have to learn my lesson the hard way to
You
remember
will
it.
at least once.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
So,
I'm
Oh,
glad
boy.
I have a
all
daughter.
right, everybody. Take care
All
of
right.
yourself.
All
I'll
right,
talk
see you
to
later.
soon.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Thanks
Bye-bye.
again.
Yep.